for Where Passion Leads by Kleypas. 1. All night by the rose, rose, all night by the rose I lay, dared I not the rose steal, and yet I bear the flower away anon. To a young heart thirsting for passion, for adventure, it was not much of a life. The slow days of work and dullness were never broken for Rosalie Bellow, not by a lover's touch, not by a night of laughter and dancing, not by the taste of wine or the headiness of occasional freedom. For she had no recourse from drudgery except for her dreams. More lamentably still, Rosalie was so unenlightened that she would scarcely have known what to dream of had it not been for Elaine Winthrop, who led the kind of existence that Rosalie could not help but envy. Elaine, only a year younger than Rosalie, but far more advanced in experience, brought back gossip and lavish descriptions of the balls she attended, the glittering people she met, and the many delights that London held. For although the season was closing, and the summer was well on its way, London barely slowed its hectic pace, and Rosalie burned with the fever of frustrated youth. She was helpless to change her situation, and lacked the patience to bear her fate stoically. Slowly, she simmered in the tepid, damp air of spring and buried herself in fantasies. Some day, Rosalie dreamed she would wake up to a morning in which the grey and black that shaded her days would have burst into bright colour. For some day, the blood would sing through her veins with the sweetness of champagne. Some day she would escape her invisible prison and find someone to love, a man who would adore and cherish her. He would let her be a friend, a woman, a companion, a lover. He would share her dreams, arouse her most intense emotions, take her around the world to show her its wonders, absorbing every sight and sound. Some day everything would change. When some day arrived, it was not at all what she had expected, for it was seldom that Rosalie found enough time to join her mother, Emile, in a private discussion. When such an opportunity arose, it was appreciated and enjoyed by both of them. Theirs was an unusually close relationship, for they could speak to each other not only as mother and daughter, but also as friends. Emile was the most important person in Rosalie's world, understanding the needs, questions, delights, and fears of her only child, even though they were far removed from her own. For outwardly they were similar, two small, dark-haired women, but inwardly they were very different. Emile had a pragmatic view of life, while Rosalie had an idealistic one. And as Rosalie reached the age of 20, she realized instinctively that the causes of this difference went deeper than age or experience. Emile was rock-like in her stability and her love of order. She was well-read but unimaginative, whereas Rosalie's emotions and thoughts seemed forever soaring or plummeting. For no matter how Rosalie tried to control her own unorthodox cravings, she knew that she was forever doomed to seek excitement and to give too free a rein to her feelings. She liked to laugh out, loud instead of smiling politely. She loved to ferret out secrets and discoveries when she should have been reconciled to the way things were. For currently, Rosalie's curiosity was focused on a subject that Emile did not want to discuss, but as they sat down to engage in needlework, the younger woman plied her mother with persistent questions.
"Rosalie,"
Emile said evenly, a frown gathering between her attractive brown eyes as she took a careful stitch. "I have told you all that you need to know about your father. He was a confectioner near the East End. He was a kind, good man, and he died when you were a month old. For now, may we change the subject? It pains me to speak of him." "I'm sorry," Rosalie said, feeling a twinge of guilt as she heard the unusually sharp note in her mother's tone. "I did not mean to bring up painful memories for you, maman. I just wanted to know a little more about him." "But why? Would it change anything about you or your circumstances to know more about him?" "Of course it wouldn't." "For perhaps it would," Rosalie replied, tilting her head to the side as she regarded her mother. "Sometimes I find it so hard to understand myself and my feelings. I wonder sometimes if I'm more like you or him. You are like neither of us." As Rosalie laughed, Amelie shook her head and smiled at the picture her daughter made. Rosalie's blue eyes glowed with an almost violet light, and her lips were parted in one of those dazzling, abandoned smiles. for she could appear almost angelic when she wished, but much of the time a hint of mischievousness glimmered in her expression, as if she were thinking of something naughty and inappropriate. At the beginning of each day, her long sable-brown hair was pulled back and pinned into a thick coil, yet predictably it would be falling down her back around mid-afternoon. For her beauty, her eagerness, and her vibrant spirit were all enviable gifts, but often a miller wished that Rosalie had been less richly endowed. It would all lead to trouble one day. "Maman, may I ask another question?" Amiel sighed. "Yes. I've never met any of my relatives, because you've said that they are all in France." "Yes. A respectable French family, fallen on difficult times. That is why I had to take a position as governess here. For, then surely you were higher born than a confectioner. I am glad that you married my father, but you are so beautiful. Why didn't you wait to see if you could have married a more influential man? Perhaps a country squire who— Ah, Rosalie, you worry me so often. Tell me, please, what you desire from marriage." "Well, affection, of course, and contentment with contentment." Emil seized upon the word promptly. "That is exactly what you should strive for. And do you know what the true source of a woman's contentment is?" Rosalie grinned wickedly. "A handsome husband?"
No!
Emil replied seriously, refusing to allow the intensity of her lecture to be diminished by any attempt at humour. "A woman is contented by the knowledge that she is needed by her husband. When he is exhausted and needs her to feed and comfort him, when he is dispirited and needs her to hold him, when he confides in her and places his trust in her. Forgive up your fantasies of a handsome, influential husband, for he would never need you as a poorer man will." Blinking in surprise at Emil's vehemence, Rosalie looked down at her hands. "But a rich man would need someone just as much as a poor one," she began. But Emil interrupted her. "No, not in the same way. To a rich man, a wife is a possession. His fondness for her lasts until she bears him an heir, and then he tucks her away in the country to live by herself. For he takes a mistress for his sexual needs and relies on his friends for companionship." "I would not wish that for you, Rosalie." Rosalie bit her lower lip, her eyes fairly dancing with rebellious lights. Certainly she did not want the kind of life that Emil had just described, but neither did she want to be burdened with more of the same drudgery that she longed to escape from right now. "Do you know what I wish?" she asked impulsively. "That my father had been a duke, or at the very least a baron, so that I could do all the things that—" Her voice trailed off into abashed silence near the end of the sentence, but not before Emil understood exactly what she had been about to say. "All the things that Elaine does," her mother said quietly. Rosalie nodded slightly, ashamed at the covetous words. "All your life," Emil said with regret lacing through her voice, "I have wanted the best for you, more than what your station calls for. For I have encouraged you to do what Elaine does, to learn what she learns, to have the same respect as I do for education. But I have omitted an important part of your education. I have not taught you to recognize what your place is, what our place is. You consider yourself her equal, and you are not. I'm afraid it will grow even more difficult for you to bear than it is now if you don't come to some understanding of it." "I understand what my place is," Rosalie said, matter-of-factly, for I am continually reminded of it. "I am the daughter of the governess. I am Elaine Winthrop's occasional companion, more often her maid." She leaned over until her head rested on the fragrant cotton of Emil's apron front, her discontented heart suddenly aching. "But do you know what makes it hard to bear, Martian?" she whispered. "I have studied much more than Elaine ever has. History, art, literature. I can play the pianoforte and speak French, and I can even sing better. For I could be just as successful a debutante as she is. But because of the circumstances of my birth— Do not ever say that aloud again," Emil interrupted sharply, her cheeks flushed. "If someone overheard you—" "But Elaine is going to be married soon," Rosalie said, her fingers twining together agitatedly. "What about my future?" Will I continue to be her companion, and then nanny to her children? There are worse situations to envision. You are not hungry, for you have clothes and books, and little justification for such self-pity. Rosalie sighed. I know, she said apologetically. It's just that I have the suspicion that I'll end up a spinster, and the thought makes me wild. I want to livel. I want to dance and flirt, Rosalie. Toss my head until the pins fall out of my hair. Shh! Make eyes at handsome men from behind my fan. Sherry, please. But despite my fantasies, I know inside that no aristocrat would marry me. For do you know what they call it when a man marries beneath his station? Manuring the fields. How I've been relegated to that status through no fault of my own escapes me. Of course you are resentful, but none of this can be helped, Emile soothed, the pace of her stitching increasing markedly. Sometimes I sit and read or copy verses in my album, and the room becomes so small I can hardly breathe. Maman, there must be some escape. Rosalie, you must learn to be calm. For Emile was becoming more than mildly disturbed. No properly reared girls spoke in such a manner, with wild eyes and passion trembling in their voices. How could she teach her daughter to reconcile herself to the course that life had set for her? You have been inside too much, I think. Maybe a trip to the theatre will be good for you. For they had made such an excursion once before with the Winthrops, and Rosalie had been charmed by the gaudy Covent Garden production, a triple bill, including a Shakespearean tragedy and a one-act farce. Emile was entirely aware of Rosalie's need for variety, and tried to provide it in harmless little ways, with books, new hair ribbons, and other fripperies that might ease her restlessness. That's a good idea, Rosalie agreed, subsiding a bit. For she could not help remembering, however, how they had been required to sit with the other servants and the footmen in the gallery, looking at the upper classes preening in the box. It had been disconcerting to sit with what Elaine pointedly called the rabble, especially considering the tendency of the lower classes to throw dried peas at the actors they disliked. I need to do something new, for perhaps we could go walking down Pall Mall and bump into the prince during one of his elegant strolls. What do you say to that? Emile pursed her lips at the ironic note in her daughter's voice. According to Hume, each of us has a ruling passion, Rose. I hope that yours is not this restlessness. Some people can never be happy. I would not like to think that you have this affliction. Rosalie also wondered if she would ever be completely happy. But surely she was not the only one to feel this way. How many women were like herself? How many fell so far short of the ideal? The perfect woman was complacent, gentle, accepting of whatever her circumstances happened to be, nothing more than a pretty toy who would serve the convenience of the man she belonged to. And she was not to be loved too passionately, not in the way that Rosalie longed to be loved some day. For so divine, so noble a repast, a well-known poem went, I'd seldom, and with moderation taste for highest cordials, all their virtue, lose by too frequent and too bold a use. In other words, she thought wryly, use a woman well, and then put her up in the right place.
I'll try to be more content, she said.
And so you will be, Emile soothed, handling her needlework carefully to prevent a pinprick from staining the fine damask. Your effort is all that is necessary. For remember, you must serve as a good influence on Elaine. Slowly the young woman stood up, adjusting the pins in her hair as the heaviness of the tresses threatened to undo the simple coiffure. I should go now. Lady Winthrop wants me to read to her. She is in bed, feeling piqued. Probably the excitement of this morning. Did she decide to let Martha stay? No, for she said that any maid who had been caught with a man in her room would undoubtedly provide an unwholesome atmosphere for Elaine. And then Lady Winthrop looked at me significantly, as if she hoped that I would be next. Emile chuckled. Be kind to her, my good girl. She is not a happy woman. Bring her some tea and those chocolate biscuits she has taken a fancy to. I would, maman, but she needs slimming. Rosalie! For the younger woman picked up her skirts with slender, well-kept hands and left the room as quickly as possible, endeavouring to avoid another lecture. They lived in a stucco terrace house, the Winthrops occupying the third floor, while Rosalie and Emil stayed in a basement room next to the kitchen. It was a privileged position, for the rest of the servants slept in the attic, which was cold in the winter and stifling in the summer. Rosalie summoned all of her energy to climb the endless staircase, her breath quickening as she reached the top. The book Lady Winthrop had requested, entitled Avoid the Wayward Path, absorbed much of the afternoon. Rosalie read in a clear and even voice, her eyes passing over the thick, small print until she could not stop from blinking sleepily as she turned each page. For stop that droning, child, Lady Winthrop finally said, leaning her head back until the pale gold of her curls rested against the pile of feather pillows on her bed. Her plump cheeks vibrated as she sighed and prepared to take a nap. It's ghastly hot today. Rosalie also sighed as she set the book aside, knowing that the chapters selected for today had most likely been intended for her own benefit. Quietly, she stared down into the London street. 4 vendors walked up and down the pavement, crying their musical sounds to attract the attention of potential customers. Cherries! Sweet cherries! News in print! News in print! Crossing sweepers of tender years swept the way across the street for well-dressed men and women, turning their palms up at the curbstone to receive a farthing or halfpenny for their service. Twisting her hands in her lap, Rosalie allowed her mind to wander restlessly. For there were so many places she was forbidden to go, so much that she could not do. Only a mile or 2 away were clustered the famous coffee-houses, where the intellectuals read papers and conducted lively discussions on politics and theory. Further west was Hyde Park, Piccadilly, the Mall, Spring Gardens, and the Haymarket. She was not allowed the freedom to see these places by herself, a right which even the meanest street urchins possessed, but it was dangerous for a woman to travel in London alone. The London police were poorly organised and underpaid, and these conditions led to vast corruption within their numbers. It was up to private citizens' groups to look out for their own welfare. A harsh criminal code was the only deterrent to crime, for therefore Rosalie, Emil, and the rest of the servants travelled back and forth from Winthrop House in town to Robin's Threshold, the family seat in the country, without setting foot in the places in between. "Rose!" came a whisper from the doorway. Rosalie automatically put a silencing finger to her lips as she turned to look at the visitor. It was Elaine, who had apparently recovered from the foul temper she had woken with that morning. For it was difficult for Rosalie to bear a grudge toward her, because even at her worst, Elaine possessed nothing of the nastiness that permeated Lady Winthrop's disposition. Elaine was basically a happy creature with the typical needs and desires of any well-bred English girl. She yearned for a handsome suitor, beautiful clothes, and adequate pocket money. There was no reason why she wouldn't be able to attain her goals. Elaine was gentle, pretty, well-dowried, and rather simple. For this morning she was especially attractive in a powder-blue gown decorated with beaded flower appliques. There was never anything to fault in her appearance, for Elaine took endless pains to ensure that her blonde corn-silk hair was arranged as artfully as possible. She also cared for her skin with the same air of mission, guarding it zealously from the sun so that it shone like gleaming snow. For as she peered into the room and took in the scene, the light, clear grey of her eyes glinted with a particularly gleeful expression. "I have to tell you about last night," she whispered. "Come with me, Rosie." Reluctantly, Rosalie cast a glance toward the bed. A gentle snore rumbled from Lady Winthrop's direction. "I can't risk leaving your mother," she began, but Elaine shook her head impatiently. "I'll tell her it's my fault if she wakes while you're gone, for I want to gossip a while, and Mamma won't need you for at least an hour or so." Rosalie nodded and stood up carefully. Whether to stay or leave was not a difficult decision to make. The last thing she desired was to bring down the Baroness's wrath on her unlucky head, but she was relieved to escape the stuffiness of the room. For they tiptoed into Elaine's turquoise-shaded bedroom, done in the feminine style of Robert Adam, with festoons, white Grecian reliefs, and Venetian carpets, and they sat on the canopied bed. Eager to hear news, gossip, or descriptions of anything entertaining, Rosalie leaned forward to catch every word. It must have been an exciting party. You slept very late this morning, she said, and Elaine grinned wickedly.
Excuse my temper this morning.
For I was as cross as a bear when you came in with my tea. Last night was the longest party yet. I could hardly open my eyes today, after all of the dancing I've been through. Mamma even let me waltz, can you imagine? And I met the most wonderful men last night, and the downstairs hall is already filled with flowers and calling cards for me. Dreamily she closed her eyes and fell back onto the goose-down mattress. None from him, though, and that's what I would prefer. I must get him to notice me. For, him, and just who is him? Rosalie questioned with reluctant amusement. It was half pain, half pleasure to listen to Elaine's adventures when she wanted so badly to have one herself. Lord Randall Berkeley, the future Earl. He and his friends attended the party last night. Every now and then one of them would dance. Oh, you should see how Lord Berkeley dances. He approached Mary Leavenworth for a waltz and made the clumsy girl look positively graceful. For the rest of the time, he and his friends stood near the corner and talked mysteriously among themselves, stopping occasionally to cast an eye in the direction of the more popular debutantes. They sound rather arrogant to me. Rosalie could picture the scene easily, especially the corner full of young male peacocks, all strutting and preening because they were matrimonially eligible. Oh, but they looked so worldly and exciting, as if there was nothing they hadn't seen or done before. For, really? Rosalie's interest was piqued even further. Do you think that's really true, or is this some grand impression they seek to give? From what I hear, Berkeley is very experienced and utterly wicked. Mamma told me that spending even 1 minute alone with him would shred a girl's reputation. Take care that he's not a fortune-seeker. Elaine suddenly broke into giggles. Haven't you ever heard of the Berkeleys? For they own a shipping company, Abbey House in Somerset, Devonshire House, a castle on the Severn. Heavens! Heavens, they own Berkeley Square. That may all be true, but Eve heard that some London bucks are heavily into gaming, throwing away hundreds of thousands of pounds in one night. They give the appearance of wealth, even while they are deeply in debt. Elaine ignored the remark, staring dreamily up at the ceiling.
He is attractive in a strange sort of way.
Lord Berkeley? For Rosalie questioned, and Elaine nodded. He is tall, and I'll admit rather unfashionably dark, but his manner is quite fascinating. Most of the time he wears a dreadfully bored expression. Of course, hence everyone must seek to entertain him. But occasionally he flashes the most charming smile you've ever seen. All he needs is a woman's gentle influence to moderate him. Is he a dandy? For he dresses well, Elaine conceded. But I don't believe his cravat was as high as fashion demands. Why, some of the extracts last night wore them up to the ears.
Ridiculous,
Rosalie pronounced, leaning forward in enjoyment. I've heard them speak. Ridiculous creatures, lisping and playing with words until their speech is barely intelligible. Is he like that? No, not at all. At least, I don't think so. I wasn't able to talk with him. But I'll attract his notice somehow, for he's the catch of a lifetime.
And so are you.
Rosalie patted Elaine's pale, dainty hand. Suddenly she didn't wish to hear any more about people she would never meet, or about balls the like of which she would never attend. And there's someone else I haven't mentioned yet, the most divine Viscount from— I would like to hear more about this, Rosalie interrupted, painting on a smile. Later. For now, don't you think we should practice your French lesson?
Mercy, no.
For mercy, Rosalie corrected, and Elaine moaned, I feel a distinct pain in my temples.
You need a brisk walk and fresh air. I'll go with you.
I need to rest. Bring me some orange flower water and a handkerchief, please, and tell cook I would like luncheon brought up in an hour. Oh, give my white slippers to a mill. The ribbons need repairing. A note of condescension had entered Elaine's tone as she spoke, reminding Rosalie momentarily of Lady Winthrop. For, of course, Rosalie murmured in a voice so docile that her reply was a parody of submissiveness. The sarcasm was completely lost on Elaine. Rosalie gathered up the thin slippers and closed the door as she left. Cautiously she glanced up and down the passageway, assuring herself that no one was nearby before she removed her own shoes and tried on the dainty white dancing slippers. For slowly she moved across the floor, gathering the excess of her skirt in one hand as she marvelled at the feel of heel-less silk shoes made especially for dancing. "No, thank you," she mimicked with the slightest touch of disinterest in her voice. "I've danced so much tonight that I could not possibly subject my toes to one more waltz, and the hour is quite late, you know. The monotony of these gatherings becomes quite dreadful, does it not?" For in her mind the man she spoke to did not answer, merely looked at her with a smile tinged with mockery, and eyes filled with, "Ah, what was the word in French? Savoir-faire." Directly translated, it meant know how to do. The question was, Rosalie pondered curiously, know how to do what? Damn them all, the aging Earl of Berkeley said in disgust. We'll have another war with the French if this trade policy continues. The Berkeley affairs across the Channel are in a fine mess. For his hawkish face was pale and lined heavily, his gnarled hands tapping impatiently on the desk. Similar to most of the furniture in the country house, the desk was unfashionably old, bracketed in a Chinese style with claw and bowl feet. The massive furniture and the heavy-handed style in which the library was decorated suited the Earl, who possessed an impressive and intimidating presence. I assumed as much, otherwise you wouldn't have sent for me. For all of your philanderings in London can wait until you return from France," the Earl said, looking at his eldest grandson with exasperation that bordered on the extreme. For one reason or another, a conversation with Randall, as the Earl was fond of saying, usually ruined one's digestion. It was often said that they were two of a kind, for Rand's face was a darker, smoother version of the Berkeley mould, and he seemed to have an innate callousness that was appropriate for a member of this particular family. He was certainly a legitimate Berkeley, being a man of no mean parts, though very loose principles, a description commonly given to the men of the family. There was much to criticize about his upbringing, however, including the fact that Randall had never been taught the value of constancy, for he had the reputation of being both reckless and heartless, and the ear had the justifiable suspicion that Randall had earned it well. "I'll take care of everything," Rand said lightly, ignoring the Earl's scowl. "I have not told you the worst of our troubles yet. Oh, it came out in the Times today. Berkeley Shipping recently delivered a cargo of cotton from New Orleans to France. A Miss Foregram at the port of Havre discovered that those blasted American merchants have been hiding stones in the cotton bales." Rand winced at the revelation. Practices such as concealing heavy articles in the cotton served to drive the weights and therefore the prices up, damaging the credibility of the company that delivered the shipment. Such a discovery could mean disaster for a highly profitable business. "How bad is it?" he inquired, and the Earl's answer came back like a shot. For over 1,000 pounds of stones concealed in merely 50 bales. Suddenly Rand's eyes lit with amusement, despite his efforts to remain serious. Of the Americans he had met so far, he liked them as a general matter of course, mainly because this sort of behaviour was typical of them. "Cheeky devils," he observed, and his grandfather glowered at him. "Don't worry, I'll handle it immediately." And not only will you persuade the port to let future shipments through, you will also find some way to assure that the bales are no longer fraudulent. "If I have to pick the cotton myself," Rand said, "a far more apt occupation for you than taking care of the family business," the Earl remarked. "I appreciate your confidence. Any other questions?" Rand's face faded to implacability again. "No. Aren't you curious as to why I've entrusted this to you instead of Colin?" Rand remained silent. but something in his expression flickered subtly at the mention of his younger brother.
"I see you are."
The Earl continued, and his lips twisted into a semblance of a smile. "Gad, it amazes me that your mother, that flighty bit of French nonsense, managed to produce 2 boys before she died. I see her in both of you, but especially in you. You look like a Berkeley boy, but you were minted à Dangu, for same aversion to bearing the weight of any responsibility on your shoulders." He paused, and his expression sharpened. "It pains me that you are the firstborn heir. Colin is a fop, but I'd trust him with my last farthing. He understands money. Give him a penny, he'll make it a pound before the day is through, most likely through ill-gotten means." "You miss my point," the Earl said sardonically. "According to common tradition, you will inherit everything save what is reserved for Colin, for I must see if you are capable of handling it. If not, I will use what means I can to divide the estate between you, much as I would prefer to hand it over intact. But I am unable to picture you making weighty decisions with the proper care, and I cannot see the rest of the family looking up to you as the proper shepherd of the flock, not with that flippant attitude of yours. I must confess, I do not believe you are remotely deserving of the entirety of the Berkeley holdings." 4. As always, Rand irritated the older man by treating a weighty matter as if it were nothing of much consequence. His attitude was careless, as if it didn't matter to him whether the Berkeleys doubled their fortune or went to hell in a handbasket. "I am certain that I am not, sir," the younger man said wryly. "However, being deserving has no bearing on whether or not I am capable of handling it. You may rest secure on 2 points. For I will keep the Berkeley fortune intact whenever it happens to be transferred to my care. And second, I don't foresee that such a situation will occur for a good many years. Your health, as always, is— My health is failing. Haven't you seen that? The thing I desire most is the security of my lands and sundry possessions, and my demise is approaching all the quicker because of my fears about you." The Earl's eyes narrowed as he regarded Rand with something akin to dislike. "For what sort of bird are you?" he asked slowly. "You seem to care about nothing. What are your wants? Your weaknesses? Women? Gaming? God knows it's not strong drink. Thanks to my father's tender care, I've developed a ready caution for that." Rand's general moderation in drink was well known, for as a boy his father had often forced red wine on him as a preventive measure for gout. It had not taken long for Rand to become an alcoholic, for as a teenager he had been in a lamentable condition even after the death of his one remaining parent. Without the intervention of his grandmother, he would have drunk himself into the grave by now. "All I know is that I've done my best for you, boy, and so far you've failed me. When are you going to get married? When will I see an heir?" "An heir," Rand repeated, with weariness edging his voice. "I suppose you'll see one when I discover a woman I'd care to mix my blood with. For, great gad, boy, it's not as if there aren't hundreds of prime candidates who would accept you. Have you ever been attracted to a decent woman? The marrying kind?" the Earl pressed. "I don't recall. Damn, am I missing a discussion of Rand's romantic activities?" Colin's smooth drawl disturbed the atmosphere. Might liven up a dreadfully boring afternoon, he sauntered into the room, conscious as always of his appearance with every step he took, for the thin tissue of his slippers made no sound on the floor. He wore a rich purple coat, the back divided into pleated tails that fastened with hip buttons. A brilliant white vest and canary yellow trousers completed the outfit. Colin raised his hand to his forehead, drawing attention to the carefully tousled condition of his blonde locks. Though they were only 2 years apart, it was difficult to see the physical resemblance between Colin and Rand, for it was generally agreed that Colin had inherited the looks in the family, for he was exquisitely made in both face and form. His skin was pale and polished, his eyes a remarkably pure green. Slim and elegantly turned limbs were enhanced by his graceful, cat-like way of moving. The dandies he associated with were often moved to comment enviably on the bounty that nature had bestowed on Colin Berkeley, for every feature, every gesture, every accent of his words was nothing short of perfect. For Rand, in contrast, had been cast in a different, rougher mould. His eyes were the murkier hue of hazel, the green often sullied by an indistinguishable shade of brown. He was much darker than Colin, his skin unfashionably dark, and his hair a deep shade of amber rather than bright gold. Rand was also much taller, his body lean, but built with solid muscles and powerful proportions. For it was a body that was well suited for physical labour, and, as such, it was inappropriate for an aristocrat, who was supposed to be as far removed from work as possible. Physical exertion was a burden for the lower classes to bear, not the nobility. The brothers exchanged an assessing glance, and then Colin smiled slyly. "What is the most recent complaint?" he inquired with relish. "He should be married," the Earl replied, regarding Colin with disgust, "and you should have been a woman. For you're too damned cattish and exquisite to be a grandson of mine. You and your friends usurp your manners, your costume, your values from women. You have a woman's way about you, and I dislike it." Unfazed by the words, Colin raised his nose slightly.
Grandfather, it is a privilege of aristocracy to be an exquisite, and if you care to discuss appearances, turn your attention to Rand, hair cropped as short as a bruiser's, the language of a mill worker. Not to mention skin as dark as a gypsy's.
For Rand's wide mouth quirked slightly.
At least I wear no dandy's corsets, he remarked,
And Colin stared at him coolly, placing long white hands on his nipped-in waist. There was no love lost between the brothers, perhaps because they were close in age and had fought bitterly in childhood. Still, Rand sometimes found in his heart an odd sort of affection for Colin, who was as harmless as he was effeminate. He let Colin's barbs bounce off him, for they did him no damage. "For why have you left your pursuits in London?" Colin inquired. "I'm off to France soon to settle a few business problems, really." Colin viewed him through a quizzing glass with delicately arched fingers, frowning at first and then resorting to a snicker. "Dear me, how entertaining! I wish you good fortune." He walked across the room to a decanter of brandy and poured himself a glass. "What exactly are you going to take care of?" For the Earl handed him the paper, and Colin scanned it idly as he spoke to Rand. "I caught word of your appearance at the gala last week. No tender morsel caught your interest? White dresses, blonde curls, hopeful girls with damp palms, scowling dowagers, simpering mammas. No, nothing caught my interest. Really," Colin said, addressing the Earl, "one can hardly blame him." "Someone can," Rand replied lazily, detaching himself from the scene and pausing at the doorway. "For I have some affairs to take care of in London before I leave." "Why don't you begin to establish some court connections while you're there?" the Earl suggested moodily. "I'll leave Colin to court the Prince. He has a far greater aptitude for humouring the royal inanities than I. Saint Lucifer!" Colin sputtered, brandy spraying over the paper. "Stones in the cotton." "Au revoir," Rand said softly, grinning at his brother's discomfiture, before he disappeared from sight. "For your brother has quicksilver in his veins," the Earl observed when he was gone. "No blood, no sense of family, no morals." "He has morals," Colin corrected, lowering his quizzing glass and removing his attention from the empty doorway. His smile became tinged with saccharine, as if a sweet memory had suddenly turned sour. "His behaviour is consistent with his own set of values, although from where he derived them I have no idea."
I can enlighten you.
"For he behaves exactly like the bucks he runs with, a spoiled lot of Carrazes." "But they do have their own particular set of ethics," Colin said consideringly. "Ones I don't agree with, to be sure. For their object is to carouse, as you put it, whereas mine is to achieve perfection in the subtle arts of life, in everything from manners to tying a cravat. In short, you care about the insignificant and scorn what is meaningful, while Rand and his crowd make it a point to scorn everything in general." The Earl harumphed in displeasure before continuing. "Enjoy it while you may. When I go, you won't be able to afford such dandified luxuries on the allowance Rand will make for you." For Colin lifted his eyebrows, peering down at his grandsire haughtily. I have no doubt Rand will be generous. You will have to depend on that, won't you? The Earl remarked acidly and wiped the slack corners of his mouth with a handkerchief. It is an ironic situation, Colin mused, considering that Rand cares not a whit for money, and you worship it. And you expect, Colin said, that when you pass on, your departed son's offspring will provide a fine show, scrabbling for your leavings as you watch from above. He paused delicately. Or below. I pity us all. He pretended a yawn and left the room, searching in his sleeve for a snuff-box. As soon as Rand arrived in London, he supped with his companions at the club, making last-minute plans to celebrate his journey to France. For he relaxed in their company, as he did at no other time, feeling free from constraints and cares, appearing almost boyish as he participated in the general merriment of the club. Every one of the aristocratic members of originally White's coffee house, were devoted to witticisms and gambling. The Earl of Chesterfield once wrote to his son that a member of a gaming club should be a cheat, or he would soon be a beggar. Here at White's the statement was often proved to be prophetic, for Rand enjoyed plying his luck at the tables. Yet there was a fine edge to his character that guarded him from making such a pursuit an ingrained habit. It was not the loss of money that made him cautious, but rather the prospect of losing his control. And so he played faro and hazard with the attitude of a man who mocked himself. What he forbore to mention to the rest of the Berkeleys was that Colin had no such self-restraint, and that his gambling could some day become something dangerous. For even though Colin had always enjoyed stupendous luck, it could some day vanish with the flick of a card. Huge losses at the tables caused many a tragic end for those who frequented the most popular clubs. Families were bankrupted, lives were ruined and ended, all amid intoxication, excitement, and merriment. White's, Rand had quipped once, will be the undoing of the English nobility. His comment was still passed between the members of the club with delight, for on this particular night there was a mild commotion inside the club, stemming from the collapse of a man just outside the door. They carried him in and laid him out on a mahogany-framed couch, wagers flying thick and furious. 50 guineas he dies, 100 he lives, 100 he's only drunk. Don't call a physician, that will affect the odds. Rand shook his head in disgust and suggested laconically that more amusement was to be had in a disreputable tavern. For half-drunk already, a large group of club members offered to accompany him to the Rummer, once frequented by the recently self-exiled Beau Brummel, and they took off into the streets of London. I say, have you heard that your brother's luck is changing? George Selwyn II remarked Leigh, surely as they established a common pace. Rand slid him a curious glance. No, I hadn't, he replied, with an off-handedness that contrasted greatly with the sudden narrowing of his eyes. For he owes me close to £100. Of course, I am not mentioning this as a point of concern, for it's obvious that the Berkeleys can make good on their debts. I am just making conversation? Rand inquired softly. He continued to lead the way to the tavern with a controlled stride and a mild frown. Colin's gambling was a developed habit. Winning constantly made it acceptable. Losing constantly was quite another thing. Florizelli settled into her seat with excited anticipation, clasping the round shape of her embroidered stocking purse as her gaze flew around the Covent Garden Theatre. I can't believe we're here, Maman. You are so good to me, she said, looking upward to take in the breathtaking appearances of the aristocrats in their private boxes. Most of the women wore diamonds in their hair, around their necks, on their wrists and fingers, for their gowns, for the most part, were diaphanous, shaded in pastel or white, cut so low that Rosalie wondered how they could wear the garments without blushing.
"How did you manage to get permission from Lady Winthrop?" she asked, and Emil smiled placidly.
She is exacting, but not an ogress, Rose. Rosalie kept her opinion to herself, thinking that for tonight she would say nothing derogatory about the Baroness, for escaping into another time and place, into other people's lives for a few hours, was worth all of the frustrations that Lady Winthrop was so fond of ladling out. She sighed in pleasure as the play began. From the moment that the actor Charles Kemble stepped out onto the stage, the audience quieted and watched him intently. For although he was reputed to be a vain man, refusing to play Caesar because of the knobby knees that a Roman toga would reveal, he was also incredibly talented and chillingly dramatic. Othello was one of his finest roles, almost as good as the legendary Garrick's Hamlet. His face was painted a swarthy shade, his hair ebony black, his very stance conveying both the bewilderment and murderous rage of the character. For he portrayed Othello in exactly the way Rosalie had imagined when she had read the play. She gripped Amil's arm tightly as Othello began to suspect that the fair Desdemona had betrayed him with another man. The entire audience witnessed his tortured countenance with horrified delight, already anticipating the fate of sweet, innocent Desdemona. "Put out the light, and then put out the light," Othello rasped, declaring his intention to smother her, and his wife pleaded for mercy. For, oh, how could he? Rosalie whispered, thinking in frustration that the wretch had had no proof of her wrongdoing. Othello clutched a pillow. "He loves her too much. He cannot see the truth," Emile whispered back, her dark brown eyes also riveted on the stage. Pitifully, Desdemona struggled under Othello, her arms flailing helplessly. For suddenly a misguided movement sent the candle on the bedside table, flying to the ground, rolling to a halt underneath one of the heavy velvet curtains that framed the stage. The action on stage did not cease, even though the hem of the heavy drape began to smoke ominously. Uneasy murmurs filtered through the audience. "Maman, wait. They will put it out." Emile reassured Rosalie as stagehands raced to the small fire with a pair of buckets. For Kemble finished off Desdemona and began a lengthy speech, obviously endeavouring to turn his listeners' attention away from the growing blaze. The buckets, however, were fast proving useless, and the lifeless Desdemona suddenly gave a scream and ran off stage. Immediately the entire theatre burst into an uproar, men and women climbing over seats and shoving past each other to escape the building. Rosalie gripped Emile's hand tightly and pulled her out into the aisle.
"Don't let go!"
For Emile cried, but her voice was scarcely audible in the ruckus. The aisle was filled with the press of panicked masses, and Rosalie was pummeled with elbows and arms as people pushed their way toward the exits. The scent of smoke began to tease her nostrils. Rosalie was filled with congealing worry. The danger was not in being burned, but suffocated. "Maman!" she cried, feeling their hands slip and separate, her fingers clutching in vain. For before she could find Emile again, several more people interceded between them. She was being carried by the crowd, jostled until her hair fell down, and it was all Rosalie could do to keep herself upright. Her eyes were wide with horror as she saw people fall and become trampled by frantic feet. Dimly she saw the doorway, and by some miracle was pushed through it, breathless but unharmed. For the crowd was like an uncorked bottle of champagne, forced through the small opening in an uncontrollable rush. Outside, however, the danger did not cease, for pickpockets and vagrants were already taking advantage of the mass confusion. Rosalie struck out blindly as she felt a brief tug at her waist, but it was too late. Her stocking purse had been cut neatly from her waistband. "Emile Bello!" she shouted hoarsely at the hordes of people flying right and left. For there was no sign of her mother. Unconsciously, Rosalie clapped a hand to her mouth and tried to focus on her next step. It was impossible to return inside the theatre. Just then she felt a thick, brawny arm encircle her waist, and she screamed in reaction as she was lifted off her feet. "Let me go!" she gasped, digging her nails into her captor's arm. As he cursed and dropped her, she caught the scent of a foul puff of breath. Rosalie was consumed with revulsion, for it was the first time she had ever been held by a man. She fled down Southampton Street and then took a quick left, ducking into one alley after another, all of them as rank as they were dark. When she no longer heard his footsteps, she leaned against a damp wall and tried to subdue her breathing. Everything had taken the semblance of a disjointed nightmare. In the distance she could hear the screams of others who had not been as fortunate in escaping the vagrants and muggers. 4 tears filled her eyes as she thought of Emil, praying that she was all right. They had never been separated before. In fact, Rosalie had never been in a situation when no one knew of her whereabouts. Suddenly, a hand reached for her, and she gave a cry of terror, discovering that her pursuer had been only a few feet away around the corner. Her fear made her swift as he came after her. Desperately, Rosalie acknowledged that the odds of escaping him were not in her favour, for she was hampered by long skirts and light slippers that did little to protect her feet from the ground. Furthermore, she had no experience of these mustard-bricked London streets, which were becoming dirtier and shabbier as she ran. I must be heading toward the East End, Rosalie thought in panic, knowing that she was approaching the worst crime district in the world. For there was a rotten smell in the air, of corners and ditches filled with foul matter, awaiting the long overdue rain that would wash them clean. If she could only find a way to outmaneuver the man who chased her, and somehow find her way back toward Westminster. Her side ached with cramps. She put a hand under her rib-cage as she turned down yet another soot-dusted alley, and discovered with an inner quake that her luck had run out. For it was a dead end, and by the time she swung around the man was at the entrance. His arms were brawny like those of a dock-worker, his age probably advanced beyond his 30s. "Leave me alone. I can get money for you," Rosalie breathed, trembling profusely. He walked toward her without answering, his face blank of intelligence or mercy. Rosalie was afraid she would not be able to bear what seemed inevitable. She made one last, desperate attempt to run, for he caught her easily as she tried to slip past him. Catching a handful of her hair, he was like an animal, unwashed, uncivilized, without any sort of human sensibilities. To survive in a world such as this, it was necessary to brutalize those who were weaker. Rosalie cried out, fighting the hands that snatched at her gown. Through the nightmarish haze she heard the sound of loud and drunken voices near the entrance of the alley. For her impression was a group of young blades, their clothes a jumble of white, blue, yellow, and black, idling through Fleet Street. Evidently they were celebrating something, for there was much laughter and even snatches of song as they came from a nearby club or tavern. Rosalie continued to scream, knowing that they were her last chance of avoiding the violation of her body and her life. For, as they became aware of the tiny commotion in the dark alley, the man's grunts, the woman's cries, and the swish of her skirts, they began to laugh uproariously and made catcalls, continuing their leisurely pace down the street. Rosalie used her fingernails once more, aiming for her captor's eyes with a viciousness she had never believed herself capable of. Although she didn't succeed in wounding him, he dealt her an open-handed blow, sending her hurtling through the alley opening. For it was indeed a night of firsts, for she had never been struck before. Rosalie fell into the middle of the crowd of elegant extracts, sinking into dark oblivion as she dropped to the ground, her cheek coming to rest on the toe of a soft leather boot. "What have you done that the goddess of chance should cast such pearls in your path?" one of the bucks asked the owner of the expensive boot, and a small gathering formed around the crumpled figure on the ground. "For a nice little piece," Rand commented, kneeling down to lift the delicately curved face off his foot. She was out cold. Her hair streamed everywhere, in endless swaths of silky brown, curling gently across the filthy pavement. Thoughtfully, he cupped her head in one hand as he considered her features. Although somewhat sooty, her face was perfectly symmetrical, her cheekbones high but not sharp, lips deeply curved, for her body was clothed in the simple garb of a house servant, yet the moderate swell of her breasts and the neat turn of her waist were discernible none the less. He found her figure fairly pleasing. Through the dirt it was obvious that her skin was as unblemished as a child's, and he felt an unexpected twinge of sympathy as he saw the tracks of tears on her cheeks. Obviously overwhelmed by such gentle courting, he said, his tone indifferent and yet faintly acidic. For around him there was a predictable chorus of wagers. 20 guineas he leaves her. 25 that she warms the Berkeley damask tonight. 50 that he won't be able to best her companion. Protests and cheers emanated from the rakes as Rand grinned and hoisted her up over one shoulder. Chance had indeed thrown her at his feet tonight, and he saw no reason why he should refuse it. There was, however, still another matter to consider. "You care to challenge me for the wench?" For he inquired calmly of the lout in the alley entrance. He was answered by a bitter stare and a thick accent. "She's mine. I chased her through half of London." "For your trouble, then," Rand said, and flipped a guinea to him. The dock worker caught the shining piece in one fist and remained where he was. "She's mine now," Rand pointed out softly, his dark hazel eyes resting steadily on the man, and after long hesitation the lout slunk away. "For you could get a good whore for half that," George Selwyn remarked, eyeing the trim backside of the body slung so snugly over Rand's shoulder. "And you're not including the cost of cleaning the soot from my sheets," Rand added as he strode away, causing a general round of laughter. "Berkeley," Selwyn said, walking hurriedly to keep pace with him, "you have little need of a woman in the midst of preparing to leave at dawn for France. Never fear, I'll fit her into my schedule somehow. For do me this favour. Send her to my doorstep tomorrow morning, and I'll give you my new bays when you return. Perfectly matched, 15½ hands high, not a white hair between them." Rand slid him a sceptical look. "If she means that much to you, then throw in a cancellation of my brother's debt to you as well." George Selwyn sighed and nodded reluctantly. "I only hope she's worth it." "So do I," Rand said, flashing a wicked conspiratorial grin at his companion, for transporting a limp form, no matter how light or small, was a nuisance, especially all the way back to his apartments in Berkeley Square. Rand laid her across the small seat of his one-horse four-wheel chaise, a light vehicle that was suitable for driving pell-mell through the cobbled streets of London. She stirred not a whit, even as he carried her through the door of his bedroom. Rand's first inclination was to have his valet clean up his new acquisition while he prepared for bed, for this particular manservant was a valuable employee, accustomed to keeping his mouth closed no matter what the circumstances or provocation. But on second thought, Rand decided to perform the task himself. She was so small, so vulnerable, that he was oddly disinclined to let her out of his sight. Gently he laid her on the fine coleraine linen bedspread, stripping her gown and stockings off efficiently and discovering that her underclothes were well worn but scrupulously clean, for dampening a cloth with some water from a white porcelain pitcher. He wiped the soot from her face, revealing tender skin that shone like satin. Her features were a marvel to behold, even robbed as they were of expression or animation. Her body, divested of all but a chemise of thin cambric, was nothing short of magnificent. Slender, yes, but undoubtedly womanly. How had she come to be in the situation he had witnessed tonight? He wondered, removing the grime from her arms and neck carefully, for she did not appear to be a whore, but neither was she a member of the gentry. Her limbs were slim and capable-looking, without the delicate roundness that characterized ladies of nobility. She engaged in some kind of labour, yet it was not overly exacting, judging from the beauty of her hands. Absently he wound a lock of her hair around his fingers. The mahogany silkiness of it gleamed richly in the lamplight, as though it had taken on its own life. "For sweet angel," Rand murmured, "'tis a pity you're unconscious." Rosalie stirred slowly, her mind rising from the incoherent darkness. There was a dull ache that spread over her entire body, but most intense was the pain that stretched from temple to temple. A soft exhalation came from her mouth as she struggled to open her eyes. She was laid out on a mattress of some sort, in a room that was quietly lit, the yellow warmth of lamplight bathing the air. For painfully she tried to recall what had happened, her last memory being the scene in the alley, the echo of her own cries coming back to haunt her. What had happened? Giving a brief moan, she raised her fingertips to her forehead, feeling stabs of pain rebound through her skull. She must have been brought back home, Rosalie thought, becoming aware that she was in a bedroom and that there was a presence beside her. Martian? For, she whispered, and ignored the sharp throbbing of her head as she shifted slightly. Startled, she encountered the sight of a man sitting on the edge of the bed. "So they're blue," he said huskily, looking at her eyes, and she stared at him in wonder. She had never seen anyone like him. About him there was a peculiar appearance of vibrancy, of darkness overlaid with gold. Lurking behind the grave lines of his mouth was the possibility of tenderness. Yet she was not certain of it, for his features were not strictly handsome, being aggressively made and lacking delicacy, and his skin was too dark by far. As Rosalie looked at him, she had the impression of a polished surface that concealed much, and it made her uneasy. Most remarkable were his eyes, dark-rimmed and brilliant gold, and somewhere in the gold was mixed a cool green. They were assessing eyes, she decided, and suddenly the effort of keeping awake became too taxing for her. For it was a dream, she thought, feeling the softness of the bed engulf her exhausted body. Her fancy had been lent life and colour in the imagination of sleep, and in her abstracted condition she was glad it was over. 2. If you would be what I think you, some sweet dream, I would but ask you to fulfil yourself. Tennyson, pouring newly heated water from a silver jug into a matching basin, Rand began his morning ablutions. For slowly he became aware that his overnight guest was awake, for he felt the touch of her gaze on his back. He turned around to look at her. She was regarding him with something far removed from the calm curiosity of last night, her eyes a more brilliant blue in the daylight than any he had ever seen. Her breathing was quick and uneasy, her fingers tense as they twined around the edge of the bed linens.
"Good morning,"
Rand said casually, but she remained mute, for a woman's silence was a novelty to a man of his experience. He soaked a face-cloth in the water, wrung it with a deft twist, and applied it to his night's growth of beard, watching her all the while with cool curiosity. Slowly the atmosphere began to take on the nuances of a confrontation. 1,000 thoughts filled Rosalie's mind, and she began to pull them out in twos and threes, frantically searching for an explanation of how and why she had come to be in a strange room with a man she had never met before. She had been attacked near Covent Garden Market last night, and had run east, probably to the vicinity of Fleet Ditch. She had cried for help to a crowd of passing dandies, and as far as she knew they had afforded her none. Had this man been one of them? For had he decided to intervene on her behalf? She watched him intently, disregarding the fact that such a stare was usually considered extremely rude. He did not look like a Samaritan. He was a young man, probably in his late 20s, without a particularly kind appearance. She would have considered him handsome if his features had not been so aggressively formed. His cheekbones, for example, were blunt and strong when they should have been more delicately drawn, and his mouth was too wide. For as he resumed the preparations for shaving, his very manner seemed to her rife with self-centeredness, for he asked no questions of concern as to her welfare, and gave no genuine sign of interest in her condition. But perhaps she owed him her gratitude. He must have helped her to escape the attacker, since she had no recollection of having been molested. For Rosalie flushed hotly as she came to the discovery that her clothes were draped over a Trafalgar chair in the corner, and that she was wearing nothing but her brief chemise. She had never even been alone with a man before, much less while tucked in his bed wearing skimpy undergarments. And this stranger was also clothed in precious little, although he wore the wine-hued robe as casually as if it were the most complete formal attire. For it made her uncomfortable to realize how large, how very masculine his form was. Had he ever longed for the slender physique so prized by fashionable standards? Somehow she didn't think so. Dazed, she cast her eyes around the room. It contained tortoise-shell cabinets, elegant Sheraton furniture, and cerule chairs, and Grecian motifs that blended the whole with harmony. For a glowing Brussels carpet adorned the floor, and a brilliant-cut chimney-pier mirror gleamed above a table with cabriole legs. If he owned this, then he was a man of some means. It was richly furnished, more luxurious than even the Winthrops' residence. Rosalie's blood ran like ice through her body as she dwelled on the subject of the Winthrops. No matter what the excuse or how extenuating the circumstances, Lady Winthrop would not tolerate the breaking of her rules, for she would cheerfully throw Rosalie and Emil out into the streets right after poor Martha, quicker than a wink, and with no afterthought. Rosalie realized that she had probably lost her job, her future, and every shred of security she had once possessed. She darted a glance to the window. It was barely daybreak, the sunlight just beginning to filter through the sky. Since the Winthrops slept until late morning, there was still a thin chance that she could get home before they awoke. But perhaps Maman had already alerted them of her disappearance. Only if a miller had made it home at all last night. Rosalie's heart pounded with worry. She had to get home as quickly as possible. But what of this man? Interesting, the stranger said, his voice pleasantly modulated, if cool. With each new thought, your eyes change a different hue. Where am I? She asked, her voice coming out in a croak. For ignoring her question, for the moment, he brought her a cup of hot, fragrant tea from a tray on one of the Sheraton tables. She refused to move, eyeing him as if he were about to attack her. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice shaking. "Please tell me what happened last night." "Why don't you take some tea first?" he suggested reasonably. "You look as though you need it." Rosalie hesitated and then accepted the heated china cup carefully, feeling trapped as she looked at him. For the dark-ringed green of his gaze was peculiar, for it was lightened by several brilliant shades of topaz that made his eyes startling as they shone against the burnished tan of his skin. She wondered briefly at his obvious lack of care for the effects of the sun. Any darker, and he would appear quite barbaric. Well-bred gentlemen kept their skin pale. Even George IV, the Prince Regent, was known to apply leeches to divest his face of colour. For perhaps this man was a naval officer or a port official. "Where am I?" "We're at my apartments in Berkeley Square," he informed her. Rosalie relaxed enough to take a sip of the strong, reviving tea. She was not too far from Bloomsbury, where the Winthrops resided. Rand's eyes rested on her steadily as he became intrigued by the incongruity between her unfashionable clothing and her upper-class accent. "What is your name?" he asked, his mouth tilting slightly for the corners at the picture she made, her hair a silky tangle, her bearing demure, her grip on the teacup entirely proper. Immediately alarmed, Rosalie shook her head. Her hands were still trembling from the shock of finding herself in such a predicament, causing a few drops of hot tea to spill on her arm. She could not begin to place any trust in this stranger, at least not until she found out who he was and how she had come to be here. "I would rather not say," she said in a low voice. "Then tell me where you come from." I would rather not tell you that either." "Interesting," he remarked in a light, amused tone, his smile mocking. "To be strictly equal, I suppose, I'm not obliged to reveal anything further. And yet I'd wager you have a few questions to ask." "My name is Rosalie," she said, in a small rush, knowing that as things stood she had to depend on what limited kindness he might possess. Better to try to oblige him if she could. "Rosalie?" He repeated, turning toward the mirror of a mahogany shaving table and dampening a well-used cake of soap. The approaching sunlight gleamed in his hair, touching off cool gold tones in the closely scissored strands of brown. "No last name. You have no need to know it." "True enough," Rand drawled, unconcernedly lathering his face with the hard-milled soap. "Well, since you've told me half your name, I'll be at least halfway obliging." She started as he flipped open a long, well-sharpened razor. His expert manner with the instrument caused her no small amount of unease. "Sir?" she asked shakily. "How is it that I am here?" The razor made a smooth, careful path down his brown throat before he answered. "My companions and I happened to pass by as you were accosted last night. Circumstances made it impossible for me to ignore you. I am glad you didn't. That much was true. For I suppose I owe you a debt of gratitude, mister." Lord Randall Berkeley of Warwick. No, he couldn't be. What an odd trick of chance, of all men who might have rescued her. Rosalie set down the tea and raised her fingertips to her mouth, her eyes widening, just as Elaine had described, except that the romantic image Rosalie had conjured up had little to do with the Randall Berkeley she saw before her. For in her imagination, Lord Berkeley had been an audacious gentleman, perhaps roguishly charming, whereas in reality he was cool and rather haughty, a less charming man she would never hope to meet. "I have heard of you," she admitted cautiously, and he wiped the last traces of soap off his face with the towel. No doubt, a man full of his own importance, Rosalie surmised with distaste, an affliction common among the aristocracy. For she rose from the bed cautiously, placing both feet on the floor and inching toward her clothes.
"Ready to leave so soon? I must get back."
Something in her tone must have indicated her budding disdain for him, for he pinned her with a stare of appraisal that seemed to reach inside her to the very bones. Her shoulders quivered slightly, her hair brushing her hips as she halted. "Get back to where?" he inquired. "I'd rather not say," he finished for her sardonically. "For you might as well sit down, for you're not leaving until I have some answers from you." That sounded distinctly threatening. Rosalie remained where she was, wondering desperately what hour it was. Indecision gripped her. She had been trained by Emil all of her life to do the proper thing in any situation. But what in God's name was the proper thing in this instance? Should she run, scream, talk to him politely? "Is this necessary?" she demanded. "To satisfy my curiosity?" "Yes, it is. For I don't have the time," she dared, and his response was uttered in the most cutting of tones. "Neither do I, but sit down in spite of your overloaded schedule. We haven't yet discussed what you owe me." Holding his eyes resolutely, Rosalie continued to move to the Trafalgar chair in the quest for her dress, stockings, and shoes. The only way to deal profitably with him, she sensed, was to conceal her uneasiness, for he was bred of the same instinct as the creature she had tangled with the night before, quick to take advantage of weakness. "Owe you? What do you think I owe you?" "A few answers, for one thing."
"I owe you nothing,"
she said, her voice sharp in her eagerness to stand up to him. "The hell you don't. Your playmate of last night would have slit your pretty throat from ear to ear after your tete-a-tete." For Rand neglected to add that even if that had not occurred, his own companions would most likely have offered to take the man's place on top of her. It was the wont of the younger bucks to treat life as if it were a selfish folly. They cared for no one, for nothing except pursuing pleasure and maintaining their reputations. A strange kind of honour it was that required payment of gambling debts but made no quarter for simple compassion.
"You fought him?"
For Rosalie asked, a wealth of surprise colouring her expression. Had he been so compassionate that he would have seen fit to exert himself to rescue? "I paid him a guinea for you. How pleasant," she said, unable to tame a wave of indignation at his casual manner, "to discover one's ultimate value. I am overwhelmed by your generous expenditure on my behalf." Inexplicably there appeared a gleam of approval in the strange depths of his eyes. For she had spirit, he surmised, and her attractiveness was increased by the discovery. "Rosalie, petite fleur, vous devrez cacher les épines. Little flower, you should hide your thorns. Un avertissement très appréciable, monsieur," she replied immediately, in an accent as pure as Emil's. "You have French blood in you," Rand observed. "Yes. Obviously not blue." "Apparently not." Rosalie eyed him carefully, having been struck by the particular accent and intonation of his French, for it was entirely too natural to have been learned solely in the schoolroom. Did he also have Gallic blood in him? No, he looked too much the part of an Englishman, large, solid, and affluent, without the slender agility or facile temperament typical of a Frenchman. "You also owe me for a night's rest," Rand remarked. "What?" Rosalie questioned in a faint voice. realizing just then that they had actually shared a bed last night. She felt a leaden weight settle in her stomach, for, as far as the rest of the world was concerned, her virtue was ruined. She tampered down a burgeoning sense of panic. Your tossing and turning kept me up until the sun began to rise. You're hardly an ideal bedmate. You're hardly what I would choose either. She managed to retort, swallowing an unpleasant lump in her throat. Perhaps none of this was real. Perhaps she was having a dreadful nightmare. For surely she, Rosalie Bellow, a girl with a tidy, orderly, and dull life, had not been tossed into the worst imaginable scenario for an unmarried woman to find herself in. Turning her face away, she endeavoured to conceal her confusion. It was almost certain that by now her face was a shade of brick red that would most likely remain permanent. "Yes, I've seen the type of men you prefer to consort with," Rand commented, his eyes taking in her every move. For silently daring him to object, she gathered the sombre material of her gown in her hands and thrust one leg into it. She would not even take the trouble to put on her stockings, as long as she could take her shoes. "I wouldn't bother with that just yet," he said calmly, setting aside the shaving apparatus. Rosalie flinched again, uneasiness clotted in her throat. "I insist you turn around," she said, her tone cold. "I am used to dressing in privacy." For his eyes travelled over the tangled waterfall of hair that looked far too heavy for such a slender neck to support, then touched on the trim, womanly proportions of her body before resting appreciatively on her legs. Her ankles and calves were slender but sturdy, their shape decidedly feminine. Rand smiled in an odd mixture of anticipation and self-contempt as he realized exactly where he desired those enticing legs to be. He was beginning to want her more each minute. For small Rose, all blooms and claws, your vestments do you little justice. I prefer you just as you are. Put the garments down. She began to understand what he intended to do, with or without her compliance. A gentleman would not press his advantage in such a situation. Rosalie breathed, every vessel in her body beginning to reverberate with the increased thumping of her heart. "I agree, but I make it a habit to collect on my debts promptly," Rand assured her. For quickly she shimmied into her gown. "I can return your guinea to you," Rosalie said in panic, backing away as he approached her. A mute plea shone in the sapphire depths of her eyes. "But what of my time? Make a reasonable request of payment. A few minutes of your own in exchange," Rand suggested, grinning suddenly, as Rosalie ducked under his arm and retreated to the other side of the room. "Come, there's no need to carry on like a bit player in a bad farce, for I'm usually told that my company is quite pleasant." "You're not going to bed me," Rosalie informed him grimly. "I'd be as well off with the monster you rescued me from." She felt the edge of the shaving-stand press against her back. A sudden idea lit through her mind. The razor, where was it? She would use it to threaten him and gain her escape. "You would prefer to have taken your chances with your companion of last evening." "I don't think so, for admittedly, he and I share the same sentiment with regard to you. But although the end will be the same, the means will be quite different. That is, if my love-making isn't grossly overrated." "I have no doubt it is. You can review my performance afterward," Rand said gently, and as she scuttled further away, Rosalie spied the shine of the razor out of the corner of her vision. Triumphantly she snatched it up before he could react. "For not unless you care to be shaved a second time," she warned, excitement weaving through her tone like tightly drawn reeds. "And I must warn you, I am far less precise with this than you." Rand halted in front of her, and Rosalie clutched the razor more tightly. It was terrifying to see his expression fade to metallic coolness, all hints of playfulness leaving his tone as he spoke. "A threat which would be made all the more effective if you propositioned me with the sharp edge of the blade. For—" She glanced down at the weapon, and in that instant he caught her slim wrist, easily, in a light, steely grip, easily turning it, until she felt the feathery press of the blade against her own throat. "Oh, I loathe you. Get away from me. Rosalie hissed, furious that she had been tricked, dreading the consequences of her threats to him. He smiled with a faint bleakness, dragging her body so close to his that she was not able to move. "For no matter what value you place on my hide," he said softly, "I happen to cherish it. I don't wish to see if you feel similarly about your own. Let go of your prize." She stared at him with hatred, refusing to loosen her clutch on the instrument. It was her last hope of escape. "Let go," he repeated, and she moved slightly, causing a slip of the razor. Instantly it was lifted from her skin, but its mark had already been made. For gasping, she relinquished the weapon to him, and her eyes filled with unshed tears as she touched the smarting nick. A few drops of blood seeped to the surface, marring the pearl-like whiteness. Never in her entire life had she been threatened in such a manner, and her rage was instantly diluted by surprise and fear. "It's not often I meet someone so unreasonably determined," Rand remarked conversationally, placing the razor out of reach and whipping out a silk handkerchief. "For it's not often that I am held prisoner," Rosalie said, her voice quavering. "What are you going to do now? Strangle me? If I were you, I would discard the practice of making such poorly timed and singularly appealing suggestions." He wound the cloth lightly around her throat, frowning in what might have been regret as his fingertips lingered against her delicate skin. The faintly grey shadow of a bruise marred the pale smoothness of her jaw. "Don't fondle me, for I will retch if you continue. God's truth, Rosalie." Rand discovered that he rather liked the feel of her name on his tongue. "Would it make this any easier to be assured I will treat you well?" Good Lord, he had no end of women, matrons and maids alike, all willing to share his bed. Why did the prospect seem so unappealing to this one? Was she playing some sort of game with him? "For I'd be a fool to believe you," Rosalie said, and as he brushed his fingers over the fabric at her shoulder, she struck him. The slap rang out like a shot through the room. Quick as a wasp, she drew back to hit again, and this time his large fist covered hers to still the movement in mid-air. A spark of anger danced in his clear hazel eyes before he seized her and pressed his mouth to her tightly sealed lips. "For don't," she finally said in a cry that sounded smothered under his mouth, aware that the masculine body so close to hers was powerful enough to break her in two. Inexorably, he dragged her to the bed and tossed his robe to the floor. She gave a little squeak as she realized that he was naked. "I am personal maid to Lady Winthrop, companion to her daughter. For I don't care if you're femme de chambre to the Princess of Wales," he muttered, flinging her across the mattress and spreading her arms wide. Her wrists strained against the confinement of his warm hands until her fingers were numb. Rosalie could feel every detail of him through the thin material of her underclothes. The solid heaviness of his chest and shoulders was a burdensome weight on her breasts, and she writhed in discomfort. For quaking, she shrank from the taut pull of muscle across his waist and stomach, the resilient strength of the legs that eased hers apart. Most unfamiliar of all was the bold heat that branded her as his hips pressed into the cradle of hers. Fear spread through every pore like a delicate liquid, causing her pulse to rocket, her thoughts to crash against each other. "Don't do this to me! You could have anyone!" Rosalie panted, trying to escape the heat of him between her legs. For Rand responded by settling more deeply against her, hard and impatient for the softness of her body. The light feminine scent of her, the young warmth of her flesh, caused a hunger inside him that he had not felt in a long time. It was unexpected, the strength of this desire for a reluctant maid. "Please, I've never been with a man," she whispered, pulling out her last card, and he stilled. Hazel eyes met brilliant blue in a split second of challenge. For momentarily, Rand allowed himself to wonder if what she claimed was true. But it couldn't be. Someone in her position and with her looks would have lost her innocence years ago. Comely housemaids were readily accessible and very desirable targets for men of almost any means and station. "I don't believe you," Rand replied flatly. "It's true, damn you," prompted by painful arousal and the inexplicable necessity to have her. Rand closed his mind to the possibility that she was not lying, for it must be, he reasoned, that she was afraid he would not recompense her well for her favours, or perhaps she was merely playing the tease to heighten his desire for her. He was well used to that game. Then he drawled insouciantly, "It seems I'm called upon to find proof of your claim." He transferred both of her wrists into one hand. Her fingernails curved into fragile, translucent claws. Desperately Rosalie fought, but even in her fury there was little she could do to stop him, for he stripped her garments off easily, with an offhand attitude that was as much an indignity as a physical violation. Her naked body quivered in reaction to the cool air and the unfamiliar experience of being revealed completely in the daylight. Sickly Rosalie closed her eyes as Rand inhaled slowly. He placed a warm, gentle hand on her finely structured rib cage, his reverent touch drifting upward along the velvet skin to the fullness of her breast. For as he took its weight in his palm, the expert caress of his thumb brought the tender softness of her nipple to complete arousal. At the same time he bent over her other breast and took it into his mouth, the heated flick of his tongue sweeping over her again and again. Her soft skin, her quivering flesh, was so sweet. As Rosalie struggled against him, she realized he was 10 times stronger. His body was hard and invulnerable, built for aggression, so very different from her own. For the hair on his chest brushed against her skin like rough silk, the abrasion feeling unutterably strange. "I don't believe it is happening," Rosalie thought, frozen with shame as she pictured the scene from above. Herself, pale-skinned in the morning light, stretched out on the rumpled luxury of the bed, the man devoting his attention to the most private parts of her body, as if he owned them. For his dark amber hair, gleaming immaculately, his large hands cupped around her, one of his legs insinuated between her tense and parted knees. She could barely hear through the laboured rushing of her breathing and the drumming of her heart. "This is disgusting," she choked, and he dragged his mouth up to the fragile line of her jaw, careful not to disarrange the silk kerchief around her neck. A wounding observation. "For usually my services are more highly recommended," Rand said, his mouth curving in a momentary touch of humour. She turned her face away from him, clenching every muscle in rejection of what was occurring. She merely succeeded in imprisoning his leg more securely between hers. Then her breath caught in her throat as his hand stroked over the lowest part of her abdomen.
If you would relax, I believe this would all be more
"Tolerable to you," he suggested gently, and Rosalie thought she would die of shock as his fingertips drifted in an idle pattern through her soft, light curls. The world was spinning crazily, its humming whirl resonating in her head. The scents of bare masculine skin and sandalwood soap drifted seductively to her nostrils. "Don't," she choked, yet still the strange, undreamed-of caress continued while she lay under him like a block of ice. For it deepened, intensified, until he was stroking the snug, shrinking tenderness of her virgin flesh, watching her stiff expression curiously. He continued until 2 wavering tears of humiliation wound their way down the sides of her face, yet still he did not appear satisfied with her response.
When are you going to stop?
The words fitfully issued from her lips, and Rand's mouth thinned. He discarded all efforts to make the act more pleasurable for her.
You would prefer a fast-paced finale?
"For I'll endeavour to oblige you," he said, and before she could take another breath, he thrust into her, hard and demanding, rending her feminine softness without restraint. Rosalie cried out in surprise and pain, her body arching sharply into his in immediate reaction. The disembodied feeling returned as she realized that he had penetrated inside of her, that he remained there and was suddenly still as he stared into her dazed face. For Rand whispered something, a trace of some undefinable emotion in his tone. He remained unmoving as Rosalie endured the uncomfortable sensation of being filled too much and too deep. He held her face between his hands, but she would not meet his eyes or accept the touch of his mouth. She had not wanted to be possessed by him. Neither did she want his consolation. For patiently he let her adjust to the feel of his body, allowing the first shock to wear off before he began to ease in and out of her with exquisite care. As remorse mingled with his desire, Rand's manner changed entirely. He was extraordinarily gentle, trying to soften the stiffness of her body with his touch, brushing the lightest of kisses across her face. For although she lay underneath him like a stone, he continued to make love to her in a way that ordinarily would have given a woman unimaginable pleasure. But she was a virgin, and not only her body, but also her spirit was wounded. She felt no gratification from his touch, only degradation. Rosalie's arms, freed now, drifted down to her sides as she felt the control and the power of his movements echo through her body. For each thrust aggravated the burning discomfort between her legs, and she felt as if she had been scorched by some inner fire. Now I know what it's like, she thought dully, her quivering thighs locked on either side of his. It was just what Emile had predicted it to be, full of pain, embarrassment, the baseness of physical desire. She had been told that women were created to serve man's needs, to give pleasure with their bodies. For but how, Rosalie wondered miserably, did a man find pleasure in this? She doubted, now that she would ever submit to someone voluntarily, not to this kind of invasion, this insult to her innocence, her dignity. Finally, mercifully, he stopped, tensing as he pressed into the feminine sheath of her, then breathing out with a taut sigh. Exhausted, Rosalie lay beside him in misery, turning away as soon as he moved off her, for she could feel rather than see the unnerving gaze that swept up and down her body. Rand glanced at the sheet, shaking his head slightly at the fresh stain of bright red. Even with such obvious proof, it was difficult to believe that she had been an innocent. He had never taken a woman's virginity until now. Baffled and disquieted, he rose on one elbow and contemplated her forlorn figure silently. For at age 28, Rand had known a considerable number of women, yet not one of them had provided such acute pleasure as he had just experienced. Somewhere in the midst of possessing her, his lusty enjoyment of her body had changed into awareness of her fragility. How vulnerable she was, how delicate the feel of her body clasping him, how crude his pleasure had been in comparison to her tender inexperience. For she should not have been used so, and he felt a shame in the realization, a shame he covered up with his customary brusqueness. "You were telling the truth," he admitted quietly, and as Rosalie quivered with hatred, she refused to look at him. "Let me go now," she said in a whisper compacted with emotion. "Where exactly are you proposing I let you go to?" he questioned, wondering now about the situation she was in. Damn it, now he was uncomfortably aware of feeling responsible for her, for to the residence of my employers, the Winthrops. Rand frowned. He recalled having made the acquaintance of Lord and Lady Winthrop. Miserly, overfed, patronizing, both of them sycophants to anyone of a higher station. It was doubtful that either the Baron or his wife was magnanimous enough to extend any sort of mercy to a transgressing housemaid. "I have had the opportunity to meet both of them," he said finally, "as well as their daughter Elizabeth," for he remembered her as a vapid creature, traditionally pretty, hardly interesting. "Elaine," Rosalie corrected, feeling a sudden mad and illogical desire to snicker at his mistake. She had often wondered if others found Elaine as undistinctive and bland as she suspected. Now the truth was out. They did not strike me as being exceptionally understanding. You won't be welcomed back by them, not with the overabundance of women willing to take your place. For Rosalie did not know how to respond, acknowledging inwardly that he was right. "I don't care where I go. I just want to get away from you," she said in a small, bitter voice. Suddenly Rand wanted nothing more than to be able to leave the scene, disliking the necessity of facing what he had done. But he could not wish her away, and if he simply cast her out, the memory of her would linger in his mind in the most tormenting way. For of all mornings to wake up with a conscience, he muttered, "This is probably the most inconvenient." His straight brows drew together in an intimidating scowl. "I have no desire to see you further misused," he continued, "but I have no time to settle things here. As she turned toward him and opened her mouth, he cut her off. Furthermore, I have no confidence in your ability to fend for yourself. I don't give. I know. I understand your feelings. For, and believe what you may, I sympathize with them. Hardly, Rosalie said, with accents of loathing, unless you have a taste for suicide. Suddenly Rand's white teeth flashed in a grin, a slight frisson of amusement at her testiness, causing his remorse to subside. He didn't blame her for wanting to kill him. In fact, he was beginning to admire whatever it was that caused her spirit to rejuvenate so quickly instead of remaining humbled and crushed. For many women in her current situation would be flinging themselves out of the window, not eyeing him with a brilliant glare of hatred. The thought crossed his mind. She would certainly enliven an unexciting trip. His first inclination had been to pay her off and let her make her own way in the world. But for some bewildering reason, he did not want her to become a whore, and that was one of the few options that a ruined virgin of her status could contemplate. For perhaps the most convenient solution was to offer her his protection for a while, at least until he could set her on her feet again. It's obvious that what has already been done cannot be repaired, he said, his eyes measuring her reaction to his words. It was necessary to make her completely aware of what her circumstances were. And unfortunately, there are further consequences to the events of the past 24 hours, the loss of your employment, for example. For, as she made no response, he continued flatly, I believe we can reasonably assume you will not be able to return to the Winthrops. Yes, Rosalie said, her voice low. I mean, no, I will not return, and the state of your finances is also apparent? She nodded slowly. She was utterly penniless. Any family? My mother, she admitted, averting her gaze from his as she industriously gathered the sheet around her. But she works for the Winthrops, and I will not compromise her position. For Rosalie thought of Emil and covered her eyes with a hand in a weary gesture, unshed tears causing her head to ache. I was separated from her last night when a fire broke out at the theatre. I don't know what became of her. She might be out in the streets this very morning. You appear to be educated, Rand commented absently, ignoring the worry threaded through her voice. His concern was for her, not a mother who was most likely capable of taking care of herself, for it will be easy enough to find respectable employment for you, as a nanny, if nothing else. The problem lies in that I have to leave this morning for France. I don't need your help to find employment. Unless you want the events of last night and this morning to occur all over again, you need my protection until you are safely established somewhere, Rand said, rising from the bed and padding over to the pitcher and basin. For he seemed unaware of the magnificence of his body, uncaring of his own nakedness. Quickly, he scrubbed himself down with a square of damp linen. Then, as he brought the water to the bedside table, he saw Rosalie's red, flushed face and bowed head. A fleeting smile crossed Rand's lips as he pulled on his robe in consideration for her fierce embarrassment, thinking that his past acquaintance with such innocence had been limited. Your protection, for Rosalie murmured in a strangled tone, making a useless effort to keep the sheet over her body as he pulled it from her. I'll have to take you with me to France. It should be nothing longer than a few weeks. When we return, I'll settle you and your situation. No, Rosalie glared at him. What arrogance he possessed! She would die before becoming his mistress, allowing him to use her for his own pleasure. After what he had done, how could he have the gall to suggest it? For suddenly she gasped at the feel of the cold, wet cloth he applied to her body, and she made a feeble attempt to escape the brutal intimacy of his eyes and hands on her naked body. Washing every inch of her skin industriously, Rand brought a rosy glow to the surface. She shivered at the chilly friction of the material, her flesh shrinking at yet another bout of unwanted intimacy with him. Good God, did he have to handle her as if she were a prostitute he had rented for the night? For I can't believe you dare to propose it, she said, her teeth chattering. I would rather walk the streets than submit to you even one night. I would not make any demands of you, he said, plying the dampened cloth with strong brown hands. Inexperienced girls with sharp tongues are not usually to my taste. Call this morning a moment of weakness. Rosalie snatched the cloth from him as she felt the coldness of it between her legs. I can do that myself. For, she snapped, waiting until he turned his head before she completed the ablutions. Tell me, what would happen if your desire was reawakened, and I was the most easily available woman? Would I still be so unpalatable to you? Exactly how often do you have these moments of weakness? Her tone made it clear that she considered him to possess all the discipline of a rutting dog. You will not be the only woman in France. For when I feel the need for female companionship, I'll have plenty to choose from, so you may rely on my future discrimination. Rand was sincere in his pledge not to touch her again. His pleasure in her had not been inconsiderable, but it was completely marred by the guilt afterward. A willing whore was far preferable to an outraged virgin, that much he was certain of. Rand handed the chemise to her, and she slipped into it with fierce eagerness to cover herself. Rely on your discrimination? For, she repeated sceptically, when you have shown none so far, do you think I'm an idiot? Look, I would prefer not to think of you at all, and I would rather not waste more time talking, so make a decision. Walk out the door so I can be rid of you, or come with me, and I won't spare you a thought, much less try to crawl into your bed. Either way, I won't feel guilty, do you understand? But if you opt for the second choice, at least you have the certainty of being well fed and lodged while you look for new employment. I don't know what to do, Rosalie whispered, her defences crumbling in the face of his hard manner. But I don't want to be with you. Rand was almost startled at how young, how naive she sounded. It should have irritated him, yet somehow she had gently disarmed him. When, if ever, had he wanted to take a woman in his arms merely to comfort her? For Rand was suddenly certain that he had become debauched, for not only did he want to cradle her as if she were a little girl, he also wanted to join her on the bed and show her what sexual pleasure was. His gaze moved over her face, her damp, smooth skin and rose-kissed mouth, the gentle curves of her cheekbones, chafing at the unfamiliar nagging of remorse. Rand sighed heavily. For make the choice, little one, he said gruffly, knowing that if she decided to leave him, he would take her with him anyway. It was clear that she had never been on her own before. Clearer still that she would be forced to grow up fast if she hoped to survive. Even on his best behaviour, he would not be a good influence on a sheltered girl, and no matter what he promised, he could not absolutely guarantee that he would not touch her again. For I would expect nothing less than this from someone of your birth, Rosalie said bitterly. You think that a few good meals and a few days of luxurious lodgings are going to pay for what you've done? I hope your conscience tortures you. You won't ever be able to repay what you owe me. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Rand found himself enormously irritated by the imperiousness of her tone, and even more by the fact that a mere girl could affect him so. For that I owe you anything is a debatable question, he said cuttingly. The virginity of a woman of social consequence is a thing of some value. The virginity of a housemaid is usually dispensed of quite easily, and therefore of much less worth. If you have even a shred of common sense, you'll accept my protection before I withdraw the offer. I suppose, Rosalie said, trembling with outrage, that you think I should be prostrate with gratitude. For, I think, he replied levelly, his voice quiet, that you are very young, and that you've been taken advantage of due to an unfortunate set of circumstances. And further, I think that if you don't accept my offer and you decide to try taking care of yourself, you'll end up flat on your back by nightfall, either in an alley or in a brothel. Now, for some reason that I don't understand and don't especially care to examine, I don't want that on my conscience. But if you refuse me, I will consider myself absolved of all blame, whatever your fate happens to be. How convenient for you, Rosalie choked, bending her head in an effort to keep from breaking into violent tears. Again, Rand felt that maddening twinge of guilt. Look, "It is impossible to change what has happened," he said slowly. "But I'll try to make up for it by finding you a respectable position when I return from France. However, in the meanwhile, I cannot leave you here alone. For come with me." "I don't trust you," she said unsteadily. "I'm afraid you'll have to." Rosalie felt herself weakening. It was a temptation to relinquish herself to the situation. She was afraid of facing the world alone, especially in a city as dangerous as London. She did not want his protection, but she had to make the best of her present circumstances. The prospect of going to France with him actually began to seem like a sensible proposition, for, one thing, he could do no further harm to her. In the eyes of society, the worst that could happen to a young woman had already taken place. People would probably be able to see that she was no longer unspoiled, for she was certain that it was branded on her for all the world to see, and she would be blamed for it, no matter what explanations she gave. What did she have to lose? What difference did it make if she went to France or starved in the streets of London? For nothing Maman could do would save her now. For the first time in her life, Rosalie was utterly aware of being alone. "My mother does not know where I am," she said, her throat tight. "Your mother," he repeated, a furrow digging into his forehead. He felt as if he had robbed a cradle. "God, how old are you?" "20," she said, and his expression became clearer, although there was still the residue of a frown in his strange-hued eyes. "But I must let my mother know. Write a note," he said, with flaring exasperation. "I'll have it sent to her." She went to her clothes and slipped them on, feeling more like herself as she was enveloped in their protection. "Am I making the right decision?" she asked herself in consternation. It didn't really matter. There was nothing else she could do. Then Rosalie sat down at the mahogany French writing desk and accepted a sharp quill from him. For Rand began to dress, sliding a perceptive glance at her stiff back. She was frozen in indecision. "I have little experience with mothers," he remarked, "but I would suggest that you make it somewhat positive, unless you would like to severely upset what peace of mind she might have." "Little experience with mothers," she repeated. "I suppose your own refused to acknowledge you." Rand grinned lazily, fastening the waist of his trousers and strapping them over his boots. For it probably would have come to that had she lived. "Oh, hurry. We don't have much time. Dearest Maman," Rosalie wrote, distractedly, drawing the end of the soft feather quill across her nose as she thought, "please be assured of my safety and well-being. This will shock you, but I am going to France with a man." She glanced up at Rand Berkeley as he slid his arms into a well-cut coat of navy blue. He looked eminently more civilized in the conservative garb. For a man like none she had ever seen or imagined, wry, violent, cool, passionate. He had been right. She detested him, but was unafraid of him. He was a man, not a monster, and his treatment of her had been no different from what she would have received from any other. Something in her, perhaps the French part, caused her to look at the situation in terms of practicalities. What had been done was done, and now she intended to collect on the debt he owed to her. "For I'll find some way to make you pay, Rand Berkeley," she whispered inwardly. He would be sorry for what he had done. Then she lowered her eyes to the paper hastily, afraid he would see her thoughts. "I will see you when I return. I am not the same, Maman, but I will love you always, Rose." She addressed the note and handed it to him silently. Conscious of the soreness between her thighs as she approached the mirror, Rosalie regarded herself critically, for there were dark smudges under her eyes and a faint shadow on her jaw where she had been struck the night before. Touching the place, she found that it was tender, but not acutely so. It would heal soon. Frowning, Rosalie lifted her hair, which was a mass of tangles and snarls, and let it fall. It would take hours of work to repair the damage. Meanwhile, she had no pins or hats to confine it. "I need a brush," she said, and Rand paused in the middle of tying his cravat, for it was made of black silk, more informal and practical for daytime wear than starched white. "The armoire," he directed, and she picked it up with determination, brushing at her hair until at least the surface was smooth. Somehow she managed to separate it into 3 tangled bunches and made a thick braid that fell over one shoulder and hung to her waist. Feeling his eyes on her, Rosalie glanced upward with vexation in her expression. "I'll have to cut the snarls out," she said. "For you do, and I'll lock you in a room until every strand grows back," Rand said tersely, folding his collar over the cravat and ushering her out of the room none too gently. "A predictable reaction from you," Rosalie said, pulling at her imprisoned wrist as he dragged her through the door. She would learn soon that it was often difficult to tell when Randall Berkeley was serious or jesting, for any other man would have expressed concern or regret at having taken her innocence, most likely with the bluntness that came with sincerely expressed emotion. But Rand had discussed her plight with mocking verbosity, as if he were conducting a tea-time chat. He had a habit of mocking the trivial nature of most conversations by treating the banal with utter seriousness, for he used intellectual words to discuss things of a highly unintellectual nature, and then utterly confused Rosalie by treating the most weighty subjects with irreverent lightness. They left from Dover to cross the Channel in a 40-ton sloop. The sea was glassy and smooth on the first afternoon, and Rosalie slept with the deepness of exhaustion that night, curled up on a heavy chair in the compartment Rand had booked. For the next morning, however, she woke up depressed and confused at the quickness with which her life had changed. The ocean was disturbed by huge swelling waves, enough to send Rosalie into the miserable state of seasickness. Rand forced her to come up from below to stand on deck for an hour with him, enduring her complaints until he could stand no more. For if you stop badgering long enough to take a breath of fresh air, you might begin to feel better, he pointed out with irritation, and Rosalie lifted her pale face to him to deliver a cold blue stare. She envied his perfect health and composure. Her stomach had relieved itself of its contents several times over, and unbelievably the waves of nausea kept breaking over her. "If it weren't for you, you'd be rotting in an alley. For forgive my lack of gratitude," Rosalie began acidly, but Rand cut her off sharply. "For being a former companion, you lack the talent to provide tolerable companionship. Petite fleur, all right. You can go back to the cabin. In fact, see if you can get as far away from my sight and hearing as possible on this unhappy little craft." He looked across the rolling water, his face turned away from her. For Lord, it was tiring to have to worry about her comfort, her needs, when he was used to taking care of no one but himself. He was experiencing the beginnings of regret at the entire idea of enduring her for a few long weeks in France. What had possessed him to take her along? Rosalie began to leave in relief, anticipating the prospect of lying down in privacy. When her hands left the railing, however, she realized with humiliation that she was not capable of walking by herself, for she had never imagined it was possible to feel so sick and miserable, and it further galled her to ask him for anything. Reluctantly, she placed a hand on his arm, her grip tighter than she knew as she fought off the throbs of pain in her head. Rand looked at the hand on his arm, and then at her face, a question on his lips. She looked ghostly white. "Please take me below," she muttered, and he knew it had cost her no small measure of pride to ask. For suddenly Rand felt a bewildering twinge of tenderness as he saw what was in her eyes. She was intimidated and a little afraid of him, trying to conceal it by arguing with him. Finally driven to ask for his help, even while hating him for what he had done to her. He knew of nothing to say that she would not take as condescending, and so he remained silent, brushing away the hair that stuck to her damp forehead and sliding his cool hand behind her neck. For Rosalie sighed, as the feel of it momentarily eased her sickness a degree. Then his hard arm slid behind her back, and Rand helped her to the cabin with a consideration that most who knew him would not have recognized. The cliffs and receding hills of Havre rose before the sloop like a massive gateway, white and brown and green. At low tide, the port was inaccessible to any kind of naval craft, congealed with soft, heavy mud. However, now in late morning it was possible to enter the lock, for Havre was the seaport at the mouth of the Seine, the wide river that narrowed at Quillebeuf and continued to flow past Rouen until it reached the teeming city of Paris. Paris, the capital of wine and silk, fashion and fragrance, art and decadence, less than 110 miles away from Havre. The quay was crowded with officials who boarded the boats before anyone was allowed to disembark, for the ship and its passengers were checked for contraband and smuggled goods, and only then were they free to enter the country. Rand watched the process of inspection with interest, his hazel eyes taking in the various scenes being enacted in and around the custom house. At a readily visible distance were native coastal merchant ships waiting for the signals from shore to bid them admittance, for somewhere among them was a Berkeley frigate, all 800 tons of her waiting, with futile patience for permission to dock, her belly loaded with English textiles and suspect American cotton. "Welcome to France," Rand murmured to Rosalie, who looked about with wide eyes, her ears pricking at the fluid sounds of the Gallic language that came from every direction. The quay was buzzing like a disorderly hive, people quarrelling, gesturing, waiting, moving, for no one seemed to be certain of what was going on. In a strange way, Rosalie found the dirt, the colour, and the action of the scene fascinating. Nearby, a child waited on the dock, with one hand clasped in her mother's, the other clutching a brioche. The sight of the soft sugar-glazed roll caused a distinct rumble of hunger in Rosalie's stomach. Feeling the excitement and unease of being in an unfamiliar place, she remained silent as they took a coach to the inn where they would stay, for the vehicle bumped and jostled along the roughly paved roads, clattering past rows of stone buildings and open cafes. The Laterre, a small elegant inn of 2 floors, displayed its name by means of a sign with small wrought-iron brackets, and a small porch settled beneath the entrance doorway was sided with more beautifully turned iron. For the assembly room, or long room, where political and social meetings were sometimes held, was located on the first floor, as was the newly installed coffee room. Flanking it was a corridor with a large window through which luggage was unloaded from the top of the coach. Rosalie was to find with delight later on that inside the inn reposed a tiny ballroom shaded in white, pink and gold, with a marble fireplace and a musician's gallery. For beyond the yard was a small walkway lined with coloured sand and porcelain ornaments, and a small kitchen garden from which the warm breeze brought hints of mint and thyme, dill and ripening vegetables.
"You'll like it,"
Rand said, helping her from the coach, her elbow caught firmly in his hand. "It's as much English as French. Every convenience is available. I'm certain it will be fine," Rosalie answered, thankful for any place in which she could find a bed and a bath. But didn't you mention yesterday that we were going to the Hotel d'Angleterre?"
"I was given a tip on board the ship that they've been having a few problems."
"Poor service?"
"Bugs," he said.
Devilries sparkling in his eyes as he watched for her reaction of consternation. Although Rosalie shuddered inwardly, she refused to gratify him by allowing any dismay to show on her face. They were to occupy a suite, 2 bedchambers flanking a central room. For it was fit for a husband and wife on familiar and unromantic terms with one another. Rosalie supposed it would also be suitable for 2 strangers who wished to keep their lives and their beds separate. The Rococo style, of short-lived popularity in England, had enjoyed a much healthier and fruitful existence in the architecture and the furniture of France, for it was predominant in their suite, its main characteristics being those of Baroque curves, gaudiness, a voluptuous sense of movement, and a peculiar lack of symmetry. All of the pieces, even the gold-framed fire screen, contained designs of shells or birds, leaves, flowers, wings. The carpets beneath Rosalie's feet were of the finest Venetian make, the windows adorned with delicately sculptured grating, for the beds were covered with soft down mattresses, icy linen sheets, and Marseille quilts and counterpanes. Rosalie had never slept in such an elaborate place. She hoped suddenly that it was not something one could become accustomed to easily, for it was unlikely that she would ever have such an opportunity again. "I assume you're in the habit of bathing regularly?" Rand inquired, having ordered a high-sided tub brought up to the suite. For frequently Rosalie answered immediately, having always had the desire, if not the opportunity, to develop such a habit. For the servants in the Winthrops' employ, soap was expensive, time was rare, and heating enough water was a difficult process. She was by nature, however, a fastidious woman. Good! I don't mind perfumes or sweet waters unless they are intended to camouflage a stronger scent. For Rand strode over to the window and crushed out the musk and civet pastilles that had been recently lit in order to fill the suite with their odour. They were intended to ease the unpleasant fragrance of unwashed bodies. I also don't like the rooms I frequent to smell like a harem, although Rosalie agreed with him. She disliked his high-handed manner. Then would you mind locating a place where I can have my clothes washed? For, she asked, picking up her soiled skirts and displaying them in all their disreputable glory. Else I will undoubtedly drive you to check into the Hotel d'Angleterre. Rand half smiled at her impudence. It seems that we'll have to purchase something for you to wear during our stay here. She didn't like the idea of him buying the clothes she would wear. It was far too personal, and she realized that she was dependent on him in a way that only a kept woman should have been. But it wasn't my choice to be kept, she reminded herself. Rand sensed the course of her inner debate with unnerving acuteness. Think of it as part of the reparation I owe to you, he said, and if it's still unpalatable, content yourself with the reasoning that you can hardly go about naked unless you'd like to, of course, he tacked on with perfect politeness. Suddenly Rosalie could not resist smiling back at him. You'll dress me like a whore, no doubt. For like a butterfly, he corrected gravely, and slowly her amusement faded. I am no butterfly, Lord Berkeley. Not a whore, nor a lady, not a wife, nor a maiden. I wonder that will have me dressed suitably at all, for I have no idea how to explain myself. Rand looked at her with a sort of baffled irritation. Then I'll leave you to reflect on the matter, he said, and scowled for good measure before he left to prowl around the inn. For as the bath was being prepared, steaming buckets laboriously emptied into a porcelain tub in the central room by two chambermaids, Rand encountered her in his bedchamber. She had procured his brush from the dresser, and sat on the bed while working vigorously at her tangled mane. Her face was flushed from the tugging of the hairbrush, her eyes smarting with tears from the painful exertion, for unaware that he watched. She took the most obstinate snarl between her fingers and lifted a pair of scissors to it. Don't! His voice suddenly cut through the air. Rosalie glanced at him in surprise, the scissors remaining in her grasp. I can't get them out, she explained impatiently. Tangles the size of mice. I've tried for hours. It won't show if I— Not one hair, Rand warned, walking over to the bed and sitting on the edge next to her, for the scissors were removed unceremoniously from her fingers. Try if you like, she said with resignation, holding still as he lifted a lock from her shoulder. A few moments later, detecting no sign of progress, she made a timid move toward engaging him in conversation. I've been wondering what to call you, my lord. No inoffensive names have yet come to mind, he inquired with suave politeness. Rosalie flushed and smiled slightly. Something like that? Would you care to make a suggestion? For it was a delicate point to consider. It was not often that Christian names were used, even between the closest of friends. Among the higher-bred classes, husband and wife properly called each other Mr. and Mrs., while one addressed a father as Sir and a mother as Madam. Undoubtedly they should have referred to each other as Lord Berkeley and Miss Bellow. However, in this peculiar situation, such formality seemed excessive. My dear Miss Bellow, for Rand drawled, completely aware of the multitude of distinctions between one form of address and another. He paused as if testing the sound of it, and then shook his head in negation. No, that doesn't feel right. You're Rosalie to me, and there's no help for it. I'll have to use your first name. Why not? She responded dryly. You've taken worse liberties. I assure you my preference doesn't imply a lack of respect, he began mockingly. I'm certain it doesn't. Rand. For she nodded at his correction, deciding that she liked the shortened version of his name. Brusque, masculine. It suited him far more than the elegant Randall. She half smiled with the novelty of being able to call a man by his given name. It felt odd to address someone, especially him, so casually. "Why did you decide to come to France?" Rand hesitated before replying, reflecting ironically on the fact that he rarely bothered to acquaint himself with a woman on any terms except sexual. For this woman, this girl who lacked so much in sophistication, was the last sort he would turn to as a source of conversation. Yet she was not silly or giggly as most of the debutantes her age were. Probably she had never had the freedom to talk alone with a man. Lord, what different worlds they came from! "Have you come up with any theories on the matter?" Rand inquired, deftly untwisting several silken skeins. "It's not for social reasons, or you wouldn't have brought me along with you. It's for business," Rand began, and then he sighed. "Well, for personal reasons as well, I suppose." As she remained silent, he persisted in the task of unbinding her hair, becoming absorbed in the methodical process. Her quietness encouraged him to continue. "The Berkeleys have many sources of income, but the most well-known besides Berkeley Square is the shipping company, for we are trying to cut into the business done by the East Indiamen, now that Europe is recovering from the economic havoc of Napoleon's rule. According to my grandfather, the Earl, managing it all requires a staunchness of character and an affinity for responsibility that I've shown no sign of possessing so far, and unfortunately the Earl is quite old." "You'll inherit everything?" For Rosalie could not help but be impressed by the immense power and the weighty obligations that would eventually be passed on to him. How could he speak of it so casually? "If I am not capable of resolving the shipping problems that have sprung up between Boston and Havre, he'll find some way of giving a large portion of the estate to my younger brother." Rand suddenly gave a soft, dry laugh that rasped pleasantly along her nerves. "For if he has to bury me alive, he'll do it to keep as much as possible of the Berkeley fortune intact. And your brother has this staunch character and responsible nature that your grandfather desires for you." "No, but he has talent with money." Rand had a head for facts and figures, but he had never shared an affinity with Colin in the way he regarded currency. Colin prized money not for what it could buy or accomplish, but for itself, for he worshipped a metallic goddess, constantly seeking ways to make the coins multiply. Rosalie absorbed the information silently. Something in Rand's voice indicated that his was more of a personal quest than he wanted her to believe. Perhaps he was trying to prove something to his grandfather. She wondered what kind of man his brother was, and why he spoke of him with such an odd, sardonic note in his voice. For slowly the strands of sable were freed from their woven prison, 2 or 3 at a time, until finally he was satisfied that they were all gone. Rosalie sighed in gratitude, and then she felt his fingers slide under the hair to her scalp, massaging away the soreness and tension that had built up. Hardly daring to move, she allowed his strong hands to ease away her weariness, wondering guiltily if she should be enjoying it, unwilling to stop him. For Rand felt himself pulled into the curiously erotic sensation of liquid silk flowing through his fingers. When he realized the effect it was having on him, he stopped abruptly and let his hands fail from their task. "I think the bath is ready," he said. "You can use the water first." As if coming awake from a brief dream, Rosalie blinked a few times and then stood up, throwing him an uneasy glance before she left the bedchamber. Forand closed his eyes until the quickly awakened and slow-toady fire left his body. He had been wrong. He hadn't been sated by her. He wanted her still, wanted her even more than he had a few mornings ago. A wave of something between surprise and dread swept over him as he recalled that she was the one woman in the world he had promised not to touch. "For Rand, you fool," he muttered, wiping damp palms against his hard thighs, and wondering if there was anything else he could do to further complicate his life. Unwittingly, he had set himself up in his own particular hell, in which he was left with the thirst of Tantalus, Worse than the desire to take her again for his own pleasure was the knowledge that he'd left her unawakened, afraid of a man's desire, empty of the anticipation of love, and he had promised to leave her so, and so he would, for he had a debt to face, the price of his passion. 3. He that hath no mistress must not wear a favour. He that woos a mistress must serve before he have her, anon. The innkeeper's talkative wife, Marie Queneau, had been adamant about recommending Madame Mirabeau's as the only draper's shop worth mention in Havre. Rand had deposited Rosalie there after putting in a perfunctory appearance as her benefactor. Tout ce qu'elle veut, he had said, for as the words, all she wants, danced through her mind, Rosalie had smiled at him wickedly, endeavouring to cause him as much unease as possible about what she would spend. Rosalie did not relish playing the role of his mistress, but she found that the unspoken title had given her a certain status. Even though the clothes she wore had become filthy and ragged, it seemed that the mistress of a wealthy man had more influence and importance than even his wife, at least in Madame's viewpoint. For Madame attended to Rosalie personally, strewing designs, fashion babies, and samples of cloth and lace in front of her. After years of conservative clothes and serviceable colours, Rosalie found herself in the midst of a minor predicament. Trying on Elaine's cast-offs was one thing, but actually purchasing such high fashion for herself was both unnecessary and pretentious. Pastels were the rage, delectable shades of carnation, coral, cucumber, powder blue, and lavender, for they were colours that would be quite useless for a servant who came into occasional contact with soot and dust. There was no need for her to order a ball gown, since Rand would obviously not have the time or desire to take her dancing, even though balls were held frequently in celebration of Napoleon's defeat, and the delicate mouth-watering laces and frills, the ruching and edged scallops on her, they would be like peacock's feathers on a pigeon. For don't dress yourself like a maid, Rand had warned her mockingly, and his words remained in her ears as she looked uncertainly at one sketch after another. But that's what I am, she thought, despairingly, a maid and a companion. She should select things that would last long after Rand Berkeley had faded from her life. I want to live. Her own words came back to haunt her. I want to dance and flirt. She could almost hear Amilly's reply, Rosalie, toss my head, for make eyes at handsome men. Don't dress yourself like a maid, Rosalie, a voice said in warning. Mademoiselle Belleau, Madame Mirabeau inquired with exquisite tact. Would you like me to help you choose? Oui, Rosalie said, her brow furrowed in concentration. Make me as elegant as you can, s'il vous plaît. 4. They spent all morning and part of the afternoon choosing, discussing, measuring, fitting a simple gown that had been stitched quickly by many pairs of hands for her to wear, until the rest of the lot was finished. For the total order included scandalously fine underwear, stockings, slippers, bonnets trimmed with feathers, gloves, 2 pelisses, one with sleeves, one without, and some chemise dresses, light and closely fitting, trimmed with wide bands of embroidery around the bodice and hem, or pleated frills and ruching, with deeply scooped necklines. Rosalie wondered at the differences between the French and English versions of the classical style, for it seems to me that the French make much more of a production out of the breasts than the English, she remarked, looking uneasily at the display of cleavage one of the gowns would reveal, and for some reason Madame Mirabeau burst out into gales of laughter. By the end of the session, Rosalie was feeling daring enough to ask for the formal wear designs, and she found her interest caught immediately. The Valois, Madame explained, her voice faintly excited, for no longer the cool, pure lines of the classical style. This is more for a woman, do you see? I see, Rosalie said, peering at the sketches curiously. There were puffs and slashes in the sleeves and skirts, longer waists that were nipped in to small proportions, wider shoulders, fuller skirts. Some of the sleeves were gathered several times down the arm, finished at each gather with bows or tassels. I gather corsets are coming back? Pa, Madame exclaimed, for they would have come back years ago. Had it not been for the war? Women have been letting great rolls settle on their stomachs without the laces. They've also been more comfortable, Rosalie wanted to point out, but she was not experienced enough to be a critic of fashion. "Then make this one for me," she said, indicating a design with a peculiarly shaped neckline, a V that reached down to between the breasts. "In silver blue?" "For justament," Rosalie agreed, and they grinned at each other. "But, Madame, tell me, is this an extraordinarily expensive order?" Madame Mirabeau picked up a bolt of silk and fingered it idly as she fastened Rosalie with a speculative look. "Monsieur seems to be a generous man." "Yes." Rosalie nodded doubtfully. Rand was generous, perhaps, but philanthropic.
No.
For she would not dare complain if he decided to cancel half the order. For she and Madame Mirabeau had most definitely picked out more than she had need of. It took most of the day for Rand to convince the customs officials at the port to allow Lady Cat to dock. They were convinced that the cotton shipment she carried was fraudulent, and none wanted the responsibility for it. For the close-minded attitude they all shared was a result of the trade barriers Napoleon had established during the worst of English and French hostilities. In order to defeat the British, Bonaparte had banished all trade with England by setting up a formidable customs network. The plan had backfired, nearly ruining the French merchant class and agricultural system. Without a sympathetic French Minister of the Interior to ease the bans, it would have been an even greater disaster. For, even though the former emperor was now languishing on a small island in exile, there was still a residue of hostility toward the British on the part of the customs officials. The captain of Lady Cat, a weathered man in his mid-40s who went by the name of Willie Jasper, assisted Rand in checking the first few bales of cotton as the customs officials watched. Jasper ran his ship like a man-o'-war with discipline and efficiency, for he was dependable and self-assured, for the job he held was equal to a similar position in the Royal Navy, and he possessed a large amount of pride in what he did. In return for his excellent service, he was granted several tons of the ship's total weight capacity to use for private trade. It was no secret that he intended one day to retire and use the money to buy his own ship. Jasper and Rand worked their hands into the fragrant Georgia fleece, and predictably the bales were rife with stones. For a flurry of conversation ensued among the Frenchmen, so fast that Rand could understand only one word in 10.
Sorry about this.
Jasper apologized in a low monotone. The bloody American buggers swore they weren't cheating any more. What do they think we are? Bloody idiots. It would seem so, Rand replied, his face carefully neutral as he flickered a glance toward the customs agents.
Send it back?
No. Despite the extra weight, there's still some valuable cotton here. For send. Back a message instead. Cargo lost at sea, too heavy to float. Jasper chuckled suddenly. Aye, sir. I doubt our position could be much clearer. The problem is in getting the next shipment through. Rand turned to the chattering officials and tried to clear the situation with his laborious French, for he had little doubt of his ability to persuade them to see reason, for post-war France was not in much of a position to upset the fragile, newly established trade channels with England. Slowly, the French market was beginning to recover, and they had need of both raw and manufactured cotton, guns, wool, leather and saddlery, and especially coffee and sugar. For the best and most luxurious goods in the world came from England at a massive volume as steam power was being developed and made use of in the tide of Britain's industrialization. Rand intended to take as much advantage as possible of France's hunger and England's overabundance. Much later in the day, as the sun was beginning to lose its tenuous grip on the darkening sky, Rand pulled the smart, fast, curricle-hung gig to a halt in front of Madame Mirabeau's shop. For impatiently, he entered the small building and stood near the doorway, wondering how his one-time mistress had fared. Madame Mirabeau peered at him from a curtained-off room. "One moment, monsieur," she said, and there were muffled sounds of giggling as her head disappeared. Obviously, they intended to stage some sort of production for his benefit. He could hear Rosalie's voice, although it sounded as if they were trying to keep her quiet. "He won't care which slippers. For, yes, I know he's paying, but you don't understand." In another few minutes, Madame came out and flung open the red curtain, dramatically, gesturing for Rosalie to follow. Rand smiled slowly as an elapse of several seconds occurred. When she finally emerged, the smile left his face. The colour of his eyes changed from tiger gold to green. Rosalie stopped in front of him, feeling unaccountably bashful as he viewed the results of their day-long handiwork. She waited in vain for him to speak. For did he like it? It doesn't matter what he thinks, she told herself, as he said nothing and continued to stare. Rosalie lifted her chin slightly, her attitude becoming faintly regal as she gathered pride around her like a mantle. The gown was of the softest, palest pink imaginable, glimmering like the inside of a shell. The small puffed sleeves caressed the tops of her arms, and the neckline plunged so deeply that it merely clung to the tips of her breasts before cupping them underneath and falling in thin folds to the floor. Her figure was youthful and slim, but the full curves of a woman were undeniably there, enhanced by the soft clinging material. The only jewellery she wore was a small gold pin, which gleamed and winked from the pale velvet ribbon fastened around her neck. For Rosalie's skin flushed slightly at Rand's intent perusal, her eyes shining a clear daylight blue. They had trimmed her hair in the front so that what had formerly been wisps were now fashionably curled bangs, but the rest was pinned in a heavy, gleaming mass at the back of her head. "I hardly recognize you," Rand said huskily. The sight of her had hit him like a blow, leaving him unprepared, defenceless. He looked at her as he wavered between desire and resentment. For she wasn't covered enough, he thought, relentlessly tearing his fascinated gaze from her breasts. Yet the rational part of his mind insisted that she wore no less than any other fashionable women. A question stung him suddenly with painful accuracy. Was he going to be able to bear keeping his hands off her? His pride, his word, was involved in the matter, for he had promised not to take her again. Good Lord, how had he devised such a trap for himself? For I didn't know, he thought with hungry discontentment. I didn't know then that I would want her so much. "You look very nice," he mumbled, aware that an approving statement was expected of him from the women. Although Madame Mirabeau had apparently expected a more flamboyant compliment, Rosalie appeared to be satisfied with it. She gave him a small smile and looked down at herself, and in that moment Rand saw the actions of someone else, a moment of startling clarity too brief to grasp. For immediately his physical craving subsided, as he focused on the surprising realization. Somewhere, somehow, he had seen her before. "Where did you get the pin?" he asked, his gaze thoughtful as it rested on the small circlet of gold. The initial B was carved in the centre, surrounded by tiny etched leaves. It was a gentleman's stock pin intended to anchor the intricate folds of a cravat. "It belonged to my father, Georges Belleau," Rosalie replied, fingering the circlet absently, "for it was given to me by my mother on my 18th birthday." Why in the world had he asked about her pin, she wondered with vague irritation. Had he even looked at her dress, her face, her figure? Was he so unaffected by her? Not that she cared a whit for his blasted opinion, but after spending all day. "You are pleased with the gown?" Madame Mirabeau inquired coyly, and Rand's green-gold gaze swerved to her. "For Madame," he said slowly, "your artistry is equalled only by the materials you were initially given to enhance." They were polite words of admiration, spoken so perfunctorily that they were meaningless. Rosalie was annoyed more by them than if he had kept his mouth shut. "Ah, somehow I think you do not speak of the cloth," Madame Mirabeau simpered, hedging for further snippets of praise in a manner that only a Frenchwoman could. For Rand adroitly cut short the exchange by alluding tactfully to the bill. "Such a transformation is of course worth any price, chère madame." "Ah, yes," she said instantly. "You will notice at first glance the economy of my work, monsieur. You are a foreigner, but I do not take you for a fool. I charge you only the bare minimum." For, now feeling uncomfortable at the prospect of having a man pay for the clothes, the slippers, even the chemise she wore. Rosalie remained silent until they left an eminently pleased Madame Mirabeau in the shop. He owes it to me, she told herself over and over. Because of Rand Berkeley, she had lost her innocence, her employment, her home. A few clothes were the least he could offer, for still the sensation of unpleasantness remained with her, as if the exchange of money between the man and the dressmaker had somehow labelled her as his possession. As they drove home, Rand was the first to speak. "So you've had a profitable day," he remarked. Rosalie nodded, reaching an experimental hand to touch the newly shorn curls at her forehead. "I see they cut your hair." The displeasure in his voice was heartening, for at least he had noticed something about her that aroused more than polite blandness. "Just the front," Rosalie replied casually. "No more decisions without consulting me first. I'm not your servant, Lord Berkeley. I take no orders from you." "No orders, just my money. You were the one who suggested the clothes in the first place." "I suggested clothes, not cutting your damned hair. It's my hair. I belong to myself, not to you. And snapping at me isn't going to bring those few little snippets of hair back. And why do you care any?" "I don't care," he interrupted sharply, gritting his teeth in an effort to control his temper. They said nothing for a few minutes as the horses' hoofs and the cabriolet wheels rattled over the uneven road, and then Rand sighed in an effort to release some of his pent-up frustration. "We can't live like this for the next few weeks. We'll end up killing each other. For, as far as I can tell, our differences are uncompromising," Rosalie said flatly. She also had no idea of how they would be able to survive the stay in Havre. Rand's disturbed expression was suddenly lightened by a wry and fleeting smile. "If France and England can make an effort at coexistence, I think you and I can work something out." "What exactly do you suggest?" she inquired warily. "What would you say to calling a truce?" "A truce." For Rosalie toyed with the smooth fabric of her new gown as a debate raged in her mind. A truce, a cessation of hostility. But it would be dishonest to agree to something like that while she still felt hostile toward him. It couldn't be changed easily. At times, she merely had to look at him to feel the same anger and helplessness that had filled her as he had stripped off her clothes and taken her. For he was the only man who had ever had intimate knowledge of her, and she hated the fact that while there might be others in the future, he would always be the first. She would never be able to forget that sunlit room at Berkeley Square and what had happened there, and that alone was reason to despise him. Possibly he saw her now as a person with feelings, but once Lai had looked on her as only a body from which he was entitled to steal his pleasure. For it would be pointless to try, she said in a low voice, looking out at the rows of dirty houses they passed. She felt a weight settle on her shoulders, and she continued while feeling horribly guilty at refusing his overture. "I wish I had a more forgiving nature, but I don't. It wouldn't work." Rand nodded slightly, his face implacable, his mouth grim as he clicked to the horse and increased their pace. For obviously the thought had not occurred to her that the situation was glued together only by his often neglected sense of honour. He could leave her on any street corner and never be bothered with the sight of her again. Then he discarded the thought of pointing that out, disgusted with himself. Frightening a defenceless woman gave him no pleasure. In the ensuing moments of silence, he was free to analyze his odd mixture of reactions to her words. He was offended at her refusal to cry truce. For the worst part of him suggested rather snidely that, considering who was who and what was what, she had no right to refuse his tentative offer of friendship. Another part of him was vaguely hurt, as if he had extended a hand to a fluffy kitten and received a scratch for his trouble. And yet, overall, his regard for her had increased, for she had made it clear that she would play neither the saint nor the martyr by mouthing words of forgiveness that she did not feel. For he wondered how to deal with her. The only solution to the problem seemed to lie in staying as far away from her as possible. From then on, it seemed that the lines were drawn, for Rand made no more approaches and Rosalie made no concessions. A day passed, and then another, and their pattern was repeated until a week was behind them. For despite the brief snaps and arguments, the long silences and oddly tense, watchful conversations, Rosalie knew that she would remember those days at the Lothair as being idyllic. She slipped into the French language as if it were a fitted glove, the lilting accents often reminding her of Emile Rand, left her alone a large part of the time as he went either to the docks or to check on properties that the Berkeleys owned, and she nestled in the cosy haven of the inn with contentment. For Rosalie had never experienced this kind of leisure time, in which she could choose whatever she wanted to do and know that there would be no interruption. For she practised her music, sat in a velvet nook reading novels by Jane Austen, wandered through the kitchen garden and chewed sun-warmed mint leaves, sat in the meeting room and chatted idly about the contents of the thrice-weekly continental newspapers with the other guests of the inn, two of whom were girls from the American colonies touring Europe with their parents. For the only time that she shared regularly with Rand was when they breakfasted in the coffee-room on hot café au lait and flaky rolls, and once again in the evening when they shared dinner with the Quinault family and the other guests of the inn. They all sat in the salle à manger and ate huge meals that included fresh herbs and vegetables from the garden. For after the main course the top tablecloth was removed to reveal an even finer one beneath, and then decanters of claret, port, and sherry were set out for them to imbibe as they partook of the hothouse fruits for dessert. Rosalie never dared to ask Rand why he never took more than a sip of wine, but she watched him every night and found his lack of taste for it very curious indeed. For slowly the choice food, the cider from Normandy, the fresh air and sun, the leisure, the freedom, caused her pale skin to bloom with colour and health. Rand said nothing about the change that was taking place, but at times he would look at her with eyes containing a bewildering mixture of craving and bleakness. Although Rosalie continued to avow that she disliked him, she found that he aroused a great deal of curiosity in her, for she began to know exactly when he had been brawling, gaming, or engaging in some adventure, because sometimes he would walk in with a reckless and irresponsible gleam in his eyes. It seemed that he enjoyed himself only when he was doing something that the rest of the Berkeleys would undoubtedly have disapproved of. It was difficult to understand him, however, because he was more complex than a typical amusement seeker, for the more she became acquainted with him, the more surprised Rosalie was by the fact that he had bothered to rescue her from her attacker on the night of the Covent Garden fire. Although he could occasionally be kind when the moment suited him, Rand was certainly not a humanitarian. Often he was given to mocking and heartless moods that both awed and dismayed Rosalie. One night he came back to the inn unusually late after spending the day journeying to Louvieres and back, for having made up his mind to forage out additional trade partners. Rand had engaged in negotiations and obstacle-ridden conversations the entire day, with a fair measure of success. He wanted a piece of the French wool business, and he was also willing to take the risk of investing in what promised to be an explosion of development in the silk industry. Now that Napoleon was rotting in St. Helena, industries that rested on the whims of the upper classes would undoubtedly flourish. For he strode into the suite wearily and was confronted with the sight of Rosalie submerged in the high-sided tub in the centre of the room. Candlelight played over her features, causing delicate shadows to lurk deliriously behind her earlobes and in the gentle hollows under her cheekbones. Wisps of steam curled around her neck, wafting around her head and floating toward the ceiling, working soap into her hair. Rosalie looked toward the intruder calmly, for when she saw that it was Rand, her eyes widened slightly. He had always remained in his room while she took her bath, not having once seen her unclothed since that morning in London. "I thought you were the maid," she said, her voice higher than normal. "She's gone to get some towels. Don't be an idiot," she told herself instantly. "It's not as if he hasn't seen you before." A powerful tension immediately filled the room and shimmered almost visibly in the air. For Rosalie had not been this aware of him as a man since that morning in London, and she sank a few inches lower in the water as unwanted memories tormented her. Rand stood as if nailed to that one spot on the floor, his mouth having gone dry, his bright greenish eyes unblinking. With a superhuman effort, He tore his attention away from her and regarded his nails intently.
Sorry.
I spent longer in Cannes than I thought I would. Did you get many things accomplished? For it took much contrivance to keep her voice casual.
Yes, well,
I'll be finished with the water soon, Rosalie said, and Rand took a step or two backward until he felt the carved door against his shoulders. His pulse picked up speed until its rapidity caused every inch of his skin to prickle in awareness of the fact that her naked body was only a few feet away. "Don't hurry," he said, finding it a miracle that he hadn't choked on the words, "for I'm heading out again. More business to take care of."
what about dinner?
Rosalie inquired, frowning, and he shook his head hastily.
I'm not hungry. I'll be back later. Lock the door behind me.
Disgruntled, Rosalie watched him leave, and then she slumped against the back of the tub in relief. After finishing her bath, she ate alone and went to bed early. Her ears pricked for the sound of a key turning in the main door of the suite, for it seemed that for most of the night she remained in a semi-wakeful state, waiting for the release of knowing he had returned. He finally arrived when the morning did. Groggy, her eyes puffy from lack of sleep, Rosalie awakened to the muffled sounds of someone entering the apartments, and she pulled on the pelisse that matched her white nightgown before opening her door. Rand had just come into the suite. She looked at him first in surprise and concern, then in disgust, for she could smell some cheap harlot's overly sweet perfume. Its scent distilling through the entire room. His clothes were dishevelled, his face as haggard, his eyes as bloodshot as Rosalie's. His condition hinted more of exhaustion than drunkenness, as if he had been awake most of the night. Rosalie could not help picturing him rolling and rutting in bed with another woman, and she felt indignation catch in her throat. Promiscuous wretch! Well, we make a pair this morning, don't we? For, he said, his words overly soft and carefully enunciated.
You are appalling,
Rosalie stated, in a low, taut voice, and he focused an unsteady golden gaze upon her. Why, pray tell? You look and smell as if you have slept with every prost whore on the western coast. Very possibly, Rand agreed, pulling his coat off and letting it drop to the floor. But if you'll remember, that was part of our little understanding. If I feel the need, I find some other outlet for my attentions. Or would you rather I had shared your bed after all? Rosalie could feel an unbecoming sneer form on her face. She was powerless to remove it. You're revolting. I'm an unmarried man with no commitment to any woman. What in hell is so revolting about it? That your wandering lust, troubadour that it is, will apparently perform for any female capable of lifting her own skirts. For growling, Rand made a move as if to shake her, but she stood her ground even as his large hands closed over her fine-boned shoulders, his mouth twisted in self-contempt. What was wrong with him? What had caused such inexplicable desire that could not be satisfied by any other woman's touch or talent? He could not allow this to continue, or he would become as mad as King George. For I wonder why you lead me on in fruitless bickering, he questioned softly, his fingers curling slightly into the softness of her upper arms. Rosalie flinched at the bite of his grip. Could it be that you remember how easily I am led from words to action? If you are implying that I am trying to provoke you, Rosalie said, unsteadily, her blue eyes blazing, you are mistaken. For I was moved to speak only because living in such close quarters makes it difficult to hide my disgust at your promiscuity.
Hide it,
Rand advised, jerking her an inch closer so that their bodies were almost touching. She was so small that her head didn't even reach his chin. Or I could be tempted to forego my attempts to satisfy myself discreetly and focus my attentions on the nearest reasonably palatable wench around, which most of the time happens to be you. Reasonably palatable? Rosalie wanted to slap him across the face as hard as she was able, but she remembered what had ensued the last time she had done it. She held herself stiffly, her hands clenched. Then force me again, she said between her teeth. It won't be anything out of the ordinary. Abruptly, He let go of her shoulders and framed her face with his palms, holding her head in an unbreakable clasp. "Tell me what appeal you could have for me," he invited gently. For a woman who offers all the warm comfort of a crusty winter snow, tempting and haughty in manner, every impulse to draw away from me as if the merest touch is loathsome. You've been content in your solitude. But I am not so self-sufficient. I was imprisoned for years in such a wintry abode until finally all that made me human drove me to seek warmth. You, however, are the first that I've hurt in the quest. What are you talking about? For Rosalie whispered, but he continued as if he hadn't heard her. My attraction to you is ironic. A mad desire it is to sweep away the snow and melt the ice with my hands, and yet I dare not, for it seems that there is nothing underneath the crust, and you would melt away to nothing. You're mad, Rosalie breathed, finding that she was trembling as he brought her closer, her breasts quivering against the solid hardness of his chest. For as he saw the flicker of dread in her eyes, Rand swore and let her go with a groan. Out of my head, he agreed. Would to God I didn't want you. Abruptly, he disappeared into the bedroom and slammed Greatby door, shocked and amazed. Rosalie discovered that she had lost her tongue. How safe was she from him? Exactly how much self-control was he prepared to employ? Could she count on him to keep his promise? For they met each other warily that night before dinner, silently, tacitly agreeing to forget the past 24 hours. Rand approached Rosalie as she sat in a corner of the main room, her hair shining in the lamplight while she bent her head to read. Slowly she looked up, ready to resume the careful antipathy they had shared during the past several days. The sight of him caused a sudden fluttering in her stomach. Hunger pains, she assured herself, for he wore a navy coat and a shirt and pantaloons of pristine white, his long legs encased in black Hessian boots, a starched white cravat gleaming immaculately at his throat. Somehow Rosalie had become accustomed to the dark golden hue of his skin, for it no longer struck her as odd or unattractive. Although he was not handsome, she knew now with utter certainty why many women would want him, for there was something peculiarly magnetic about him. The faint roughness, the vibrancy, the lavish masculinity of him that made a woman sharply aware of her own femininity. His unpredictability only served to make him more intriguing. His dark-rimmed eyes would change so quickly from coldness to laughter, and then to shining opaqueness that dared her to guess what he was feeling. For Rosalie knew that most women must have been sorely tempted to try to tame him, to coax him to place his trust in them. Yet she knew also that not one of them had succeeded. "You've been kept in this place like a little bird in a cage," he said quietly, and Rosalie stood up as she answered him. "It was not your responsibility to provide entertainment." For his eyes swept over her, seeming to catch and retain the glow of the lamp as he surveyed her slender figure in an eggshell-shaded gown trimmed with an intricate leaf pattern. "This small corner is all you've seen of France. I'd like to show you more of it." His attitude was matter-of-fact, but somewhere in his tone was a touch of apology. Rosalie regarded him uncertainly. Why would he care if she were enjoying herself or not? Her presence here was merely for convenience. "For you planned to begin tonight?" she questioned, indicating his clothes with a nod of her head.
That depends on whether or not you'd like to go out for supper. There is a place.
"First, I'd like to ask you something," Rosalie said, her even teeth catching at her full bottom lip as she contemplated him. She had decided in his absence that she would be better off as Rand's friend. She was not strong enough to last as his enemy.
Is your offer of a truce still open?
For Rosalie held out her hand as she spoke. After hesitating, he did the same, but instead of shaking her hand, Rand held it for a long moment, his eyes narrowing as he tried to read her thoughts. Rosalie was deeply surprised at the warmth, the security, the satisfaction she experienced at the simple clasp. What disturbed her was that she did not want him to let her go, and that when he did, she could barely restrain herself from continuing to hold on to him, for her fingers still retained the warmth of his. I have some free time in the next few days, Rand remarked, helping her to slide her arms through the long sleeves of the pelisse. I thought we might pay a visit to an old acquaintance of mine. As he pulled free a straying curl that was caught under the pelisse, he smiled down at her with blinding charm. Oh! Rosalie had difficulty in focusing on what he was saying. So enmeshed was she in the sense of well-being that began to wash over her. For Rand, she was beginning to discover, could be very nice when he wanted to. Who? Some call him the King of Calais. Who is that? B. Brummel, of course. Rosalie doubted that much of what Rand told her of Beau Brummel was true. She quizzed him the next 2 days during the coach ride to Calais, her expression full of delight and incredulity as Rand regaled her with colourful stories that seemed to have been spun by an active mind and fertile imagination. For she began to suspect the gleam in Rand's eyes that belied his perfectly grave countenance, but he assured her repeatedly that everything he had said comprised merely the bare facts of Brummel's existence. For there were some things Rosalie could not dispute. The fact that Brummel had fled London amid scandal and a tremendous debt was well known for his Sèvres porcelain. His library of fine books, furniture, wine collection, and works of art had all been auctioned off by Christie in a very public manner. For his friendship with George IV, the Prince Regent was also famous, for His Highness and the most elegant members of the beau monde had often visited Brummel at No. 4 Chesterfield Street, begging for his opinion as to their apparel and their style. Brummel, or the Beau, as he was most well known, had a legendary way with a cravat, having invented the method of starching the neckcloth in order to make it gleaming and immaculately shaped. For it is rumoured, Rand told her, that he has 3 people make his gloves, one for the thumb, one for the fingers, one for the palm. "I don't believe it!" Rosalie exclaimed, and she leaned a fraction closer, her eyes fixed on his. "Did you meet him often?" she inquired. It was all Rand could do not to plant a kiss on her soft mouth. He smiled, his dark brown lashes lowering slightly as his gaze flickered unnoticeably to her mouth. "A few times, for he would not deign to walk anywhere with me, however. He said that it was obvious by my stride that I would undoubtedly splash his boots." Rosalie grinned. He didn't want to get his boots dirty. He had the soles of them polished, as well as the tops and sides. Such a man must have a very inflated opinion of himself. For 18 years he's been the Prince of England, much more so than the 4th George. I imagine his fall from grace has had a humbling effect on him. But I wouldn't be surprised if it hasn't. Are you certain he'll welcome visitors?
You don't think he moved to Calais for no reason, do you?
He has strategically located himself to receive all the English visitors to the continent as they cross the Strait of Dover. Anyone coming to or from Paris practically trips over his doorstep. The Beau lived near the Hôtel de Ville, the centre of town, at the home of a French printer named Leleu. For, as was proper etiquette, Rand had previously sent a messenger with a calling card to inform Brummel of the visit. To express the greatest amount of consideration and attention to the nicety, it was customary to write EP en personne at the bottom of the card. It had not occurred to Rosalie until near the end of their journey that there existed no proper or acceptable explanation for her relationship with Rand. For Brummel would conclude that she was Rand's mistress, since she was obviously not his wife or his sister, and the lack of a chaperon indicated that she was not of a respectable family. Many would regard her as a creature of weak morals, without respect for the sensibilities of decent people. It did not matter that those who condemned her hid equal, if not worse, vices behind the privacy of their doors, in the concealment of impressive titles and polished reputations. For appearance was all that mattered, and if casting stones was in order, she stood in plain view of those hypocritical eyes. She worried silently about the situation, hoping that Brummel would not hold such a thing against her. She need not have worried. Rosalie would never again meet someone with manners as exquisite as Brummel's. He ushered them into his apartment as soon as they arrived, as if there was not a moment to lose in making them comfortable. For his present home, consisted of 3 perfectly decorated rooms, one for conversation, one for dining, one for sleeping, furnished in a manner that was not at all what Rosalie had expected from a man heavily in debt. As Rand explained later, the beau was an expert at borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. He procured almost limitless credit by employing his bountiful charm. A valet named Selegue was his only servant, a quiet little man who bustled about unobtrusively as Brummel welcomed them in. "For I am rejoiced that you have made it here," he exclaimed, his eyes on Rand. "My apartment is humble, nothing like what I'm accustomed to, but in such a crude setting one must shine all the brighter, eh?" Rosalie stared at him in fascination, having never seen a man more carefully attired. She could well believe that it took him 2 hours each day to tie his cravat, for each blinding white fold, each tiny crease, was a detail that bespoke care and consideration. For he wore a blue coat with a velvet collar and a buff waistcoat, black trousers, and matching black shoes that were polished until they reflected his stock. Brummel was 38, exactly 10 years older than Rand, yet he looked so much older and so different that it was impossible to compare the two. "It frizzles the mind," the beau said pointedly to Rand. "How brown you've become! Have you no care for your complexion? Foreskin as dark as a peasant's, and judging from your brother's fairness, you cannot use the excuse of heredity." As Rand murmured something apologetically, Rosalie smiled, knowing full well that her erstwhile lover had no intention of staying indoors to hide from the sun. She observed Brummel's white, clear complexion admiringly. She could well believe the rumours that he buffed his skin carefully each day with a flesh brush and rinsed with milk and water. For he had a pleasant round face and bright blue eyes, a face reflecting a wealth of vanity and innocence, charm and entreaty. He loved beauty and simplicity. He believed that those 2 virtues were embodied in himself, and it was said that he tried to encourage them in others. So this was the man who had humbled a prince and presided over English society for so long. I had found the most charming Chinese cabinet for over there, for he was explaining to Rand, and as he spoke, those bright eyes turned in her direction. Rosalie felt an odd quake as Brummel stared at her in silence. For several long seconds blue eyes met blue, caught, holding, wondering. Then Rosalie smiled hesitantly. "I think your apartments are beautiful," she said, simply. Rand cleared his throat. "George Brummel, let me introduce you to Miss Rosalie. Bellow," she interceded. "Miss Bellow," Brummel spoke in a moved tone, bowing deeply. "For I speak in humblest sincerity in saying that I have seen few that have ever come close to your beauty, none that have ever excelled it. The angels must look down as you pass by and weep in envy." "Kind sir," Rosalie replied, smiling at his verbal flamboyance. "Surely your precious words are wasted on one so undeserving of them." Unknowingly she had tilted her head in a halfway flirtatious manner as she spoke, and as she stood before him, Brummel suddenly wrinkled his brow in confusion. "For Jeremy," he called, his voice impatient and anxious, and as the valet shuffled hurriedly into the room, he caught sight of Rosalie and stopped completely. Feeling herself the object of 2 shocked and intent stares, Rosalie moved closer to Rand protectively. He let his fingertips rest lightly on her back. "Is something amiss, Brummel?" "No, no, my good man, no." The beau recovered himself quickly and patted his valet on the shoulder.
Fetch it, Jeremy.
"For dear Miss Bellow, please excuse my taxing rudeness, but I hope to explain my actions to you momentarily. I have never seen such a likeness, not in all my born days." "A likeness?" Rosalie questioned, her curiosity aroused. As she became aware of Rand's hand on her back, she tried to keep from moving or changing position, oddly aware that it was a pleasant sensation. "Before your arrival," the beau replied, "she was the fairest woman I had ever been blessed to meet." For his pleasant face became gradually doleful as he continued, "My heart belonged to her, as the stars do to heaven. Surely they all faded a bit when she and I parted." He sighed. "The saddest tale in the history of love, if not one of the better known." Rand smothered the smile that twitched the corners of his lips as he saw the pity and interest leaping in Rosalie's expression. For she was not aware that Brummel had a warehouse of tales and fabrications, of love, adventure, scandal, tragedy, all of which were carefully preserved and frequently pulled out to entertain his guests. It was one of the marvels of Brummel that he could find a story to absorb the interest of any listener. "Shall I continue over refreshments?" Brummel inquired, and solicitously led Rosalie to a small damask-covered table on which reposed a silver tea service. For without interrupting his monologue, he assisted her into a small Windsor chair and indicated that Rosalie pour the tea. By the teapot there was a small platter of red currant cakes, gingerbread, gooseberry tarts, scones with Corinth raisins, and biscuits de Rheims, expensive almond-flavoured cookies. Her name was Lucy Doncaster. Brummel began the tale, her appearance startlingly close to yours, except that her eyes were the blue of the mist on an English morning, for her hair was the same hue as yours, and it. He cleared his throat meaningfully. I had the occasion of discovering that it reached nearly down to her waist, which was a polite way of saying Rosalie recognized that he had been very intimate with Lucy Doncaster. What a charming way to reveal the character of their relationship! She had the gentlest nature of any woman before or since. She would never contradict, never complain, never reveal a shred of impatience. For, as the bow continued, Rosalie turned to her left and met Rand's eyes, which held a fair amount of wicked amusement. And it was not possible for our hearts to resist the silent importunings of love. At 16, I made the acquaintance of the Prince Regent, was given a cornet's commission in the 10th Regiment, and thus began a celebrated and regrettable friendship that has lasted the past 2 decades or so. For, as you are aware, I have recently lifted the blinders of this friendship with Prinny, and seen that his shortcomings are too unbearable for a man of my ilk to tolerate. But getting back to the story, we met at Brighton, as Prinny was in the habit of ordering our regiment, the Hussars, back and forth from the Pavilion to London, for she and her parents were guests at one of many splendid balls at the Pavilion. And it was love at first glance, Rosalie said with certainty, her young heart feeling as if it had expanded 2 or 3 times over. She could hardly believe that here she sat, being entertained by the flattered companion of royalty as he sought to entertain her. Brummel spoke in an extravagant, leisurely manner, as if the world had stopped to allow him as much time as he desired to weave his romantic story. For love, what a trifling word that is for what I felt. I was born anew the first time our eyes met. She was innocence itself, come to life in human form. The beau picked up an almond biscuit and nibbled it carefully, seemingly lost in his reflections. Rosalie watched him silently, not daring to speak a word. But having discoursed with Brummel before, Rand knew that he was waiting for the prompt of another question. Your sentiments were mutual? For he inquired dryly, and the cue was picked up instantly. I had her kind assurances that they were, but alas, there were obstacles before us that no mere man could overcome. Suddenly, I sense an overbearing father entering the scene, Rand said. Rosalie sent him a quelling look, which he managed to ignore. He knew she disliked his tendency toward irreverence, but at times it was impossible for him to resist. For how perceptive, the beau commented, accepting a cup of tea from Rosalie with gratitude. I hope you were liberal with the sugar. Bless you, my dear. You are as gracious as the Duchess of Devonshire herself, another good friend of mine. Now to continue with my recounting. Ah, yes, the father, Sir Reginald Doncaster, a well-meaning but misdirected man, who had ruled beloved Lucy with exacting discipline all of her life, for Doncaster felt that no man was fit to husband his daughter. And while I agreed, I also felt that I came as close to being worthy of the honour as any other. Despite my petitions, her hand was eventually promised to the Earl of Rotherham. At the same time, the regiment was sent back to London, and during our enforced separation, disaster occurred.
She committed suicide,
Rand guessed.
No, what a silly idea,
Rosalie exclaimed. for not when she had everything to live for. She was young. She was in love. I know what I would do. I would pack my belongings and leave, which is precisely what she did. The beau affirmed, his attitude becoming sad and puzzled, except that she did not run to me. She virtually disappeared with her governess. No one knew where she went. There were rumours that she had gone to France, but no one knew for certain. For the days, the weeks, the months marched onward, and in the blackness of my despair I sensed that I would never see her again. The story ends a year later. She was found here in France. Shaking his head, he reached for another almond biscuit. "What happened?" Rosalie asked urgently, and as the beau chewed and swallowed the confection, Rand answered for him. "She committed suicide." "No!" she contradicted. For yes, Brummel said, reaching out a hand to receive a small ivory box from his valet. "Drowned in the Seine."
It doesn't make sense that she would just give up hope,
Rosalie said, feeling tremendous pity for the unknown Lucy Doncaster. She herself had never experienced the pain of star-crossed love, yet she knew it must have been unbearable.
Ah, for you, perhaps not, the beau said,
Withdrawing a miniature from the gleaming box and staring at it reflectively. For to understand, you would have to have made the acquaintance of my beloved, so fragile, so in need of protection. She was strong enough only to flee, not to fight. "I'm afraid Rosalie would not understand such a reaction," Rand said, his voice shadowed with laughter, and he stood up from the table to peer over Rosalie's shoulder as Brummel handed her the likeness. For, at first glance, Lucy Doncaster appeared to be very young, a quaint child, her face rounded sweetly with youth, her hair powdered with pale gold white and pulled up into an elaborately curled, immensely tall heap on her head. Her skin was fair and almost translucent, a tiny black heart-shaped patch applied near the corner of her mouth. Her lips were quirked with a delicious hint of a smile. For the delicately etched face, the pert nose, the eyes as dark and clear as fine sapphires, caused Rand to whisper something in amazement, his breath gently stirring Rosalie's hair. She shivered, having no idea if the chills in her spine were because of the picture or his presence behind her. "It's Rosalie," Rand said, and the beau chuckled triumphantly. "I told you the similarity was remarkable." "Yes, it is," Rand agreed slowly, his tawny eyes fixed on Rosalie as he returned to his chair. For were it not for the previous existence of Georges Belleau, he would had sworn she was a Doncaster byblow, as if she knew what he was thinking. She met his gaze defiantly. "Just imply that I'm some nobleman's bastard child," she thought while clutching the miniature, "and I'll make you sorry. What a kind twist of fate it was that you decided to visit Calais," Brummel commented, breaking the heavy silence, and Rosalie turned to him with the determination to enjoy herself. For, "And how kind of you to receive us," she said. I felt assured that any company Rand Berkeley brought with him would be enjoyable, as usual. I was correct.
Thank you,
Rosalie replied.
Ran.
He? Lord Berkeley. Suddenly unable to decide how to refer to Rand in front of Brummel, she hesitated in confusion. Both men were silent, one of them out of politeness, the other out of some inscrutable, mocking impulse to let her flounder on her own. "For he mentioned to me," she continued, with a spark of anger toward Rand, "that you had previously made acquaintance." "Yes," the beau said, an ironic smile crossing his face. "The first time that we met, I was obliged to thank him." "Thank him?" Rosalie glanced toward Rand sceptically. "Whatever for?" "It was on Berkeley Street that I found my lucky sixpence. I picked it up from the gutter, with a handkerchief, of course, and ascertained that it had a hole in the middle, for a battered token, but worth Aladdin's lamp. From then on I had the most unremitting luck a man has ever dreamed of, hardly because of any contribution he made," Rosalie pointed out, indicating Rand with a movement of her head. He smiled innocently at her. "I take credit whenever possible, and I lost the coin," Brummel continued, oblivious of the exchange, "when I inadvertently paid it to a hackney coachman. Hackneys, I've always harboured a distaste for them, for from then on my life plunged on a downward course, until I came to the straits in which you see me now. Before my move to France, however, I had had the occasion to attend a hunt or two at Berkeley Castle. Rand, how goes the present Earl? My grandfather is sickly. There was a flash of bitterness in Rand's eyes, so lightning quick that Rosalie might have imagined it. I spoke with his physician before we left London. There is doubt as to whether he'll last another year. For a pity, Brummel murmured, yet there was no regret in his voice. Aside from Rand, he had always disliked the Berkeleys. A solemn and pretentious lot, prone to value their money and possessions above everything else. A miserly lot, a cold family, basically an unsociable family, which was to the beau unpardonable. Then you will assume the earldom soon. For an unappetizing prospect, Rand stated, swirling his cooling tea in the bottom of his cup, his eyes absorbed in the motion of the liquid. Yes. Brummel looked at him with a trace of sympathy. I would not welcome the responsibility. I don't mind the responsibility, but it is a title with many deep and unattended stains. Surely not beyond your capability to wipe clean. Rand smiled suddenly, looking at Rosalie's uncomprehending expression. For all she had were kitten's claws, sharp enough to dissuade, but useless for real self-defence. She was indeed an innocent, one in dire straits, if all she had to protect her from the civilized savage world was him. His gaze did not swerve from her as he spoke. Unfortunately, he drawled, I tend to follow in the well-worn tracks laid out by my family, and the sins of a Berkeley are sometimes impossible to make adequate reparation for. For Rosalie tried to steel herself against the faint curl of feeling that had begun to insinuate itself into her heart. Alarmed by it, she lifted the teacup to her lips, nearly choking on the smooth sweetness of her next sip. She mulled over her distressing reaction to him in silence. Rand Berkeley was a man who did what he pleased regardless of the consequences. That was not unusual for someone in his position. But Rosalie was becoming aware of the surprising fact that he had some sort of conscience. From the way he sometimes looked at her, she had the feeling that his mockery and sarcasm concealed a wealth of far gentler emotions, and when his hard, handsome face contained that peculiar mixture of bleakness and amusement, as it did now, Rosalie wished that she could reach out to that deeply buried part of him that was still young and vulnerable. What is happening to me? For she wondered, and mildly panicked. She took another swallow of tea. 4. Lovers they knew they were, but why unclasped, unkissed 7? Why should two lovers be frozen apart in fear? And yet they were. John Crow Ransom. They arrived at the Lothair at such a late hour the next night that Rosalie did not stir from her bed until mid-morning, for she was lifted out of slumber by the heat of the sunshine that gleamed through the windows of her bedroom, and the muffled sounds of knocking, low voices, and the closing of a door. Sliding into a light robe, Rosalie opened her chamber door and rubbed her eyes as she regarded the scene before her. She was quiet, uncertain of whether or not to interrupt Rand's thoughts. Unaware of her presence, Lai sat at the Sheraton table with his broad, firmly tapered back toward her, for he opened a note and scanned it quickly. Then his shoulders sagged slightly, as if in relief. Rosalie tilted her head in sleepy curiosity, for she seldom caught him in an unguarded moment. He whispered something to himself, the words indistinguishable as they were borne to her ears on a warm breeze from the window. Rand, immediately, his head turned, dark amber hair seeming to come alive and then settle back into place as he stared at her. For weariness flashed in his hazel eyes, and then was replaced by a smoky look of rapidly deepening interest. Following his gaze, Rosalie stared down at herself, and then hastily jerked her robe around her body, realizing that the pink-hued peaks of her breasts shone through the silk of her nightgown in the brightness of the morning light. In silence, she sat down at the table, folding her hands primly in front of her body. For Rosalie could not help turning red in consciousness of her reaction to him. for she had found lately that she was spending a great deal of time thinking about the occasions when he had touched her, about how warm his skin was, how large and firm his hands were. And when the light shone on his hair, illuminating the golden streaks in the dark amber mass, she wondered what it would be like to let her fingers play through the well-cropped thickness of it, for his hair shone like satin and would surely be a delight to the touch. At first, Rosalie had been horrified at her own thoughts, but after having lived with them for weeks, she was becoming accustomed to her own insatiable curiosity about him. "Bad news?" For she asked, as his fingers half crumpled the letter. "No, not at all." Although his words were positively spoken, something in Rand's manner revealed an opposite emotion as he threw a quick glance down at the paper in his hand. "Very good news, courtesy of this morning's packet ship. I've received authorization from the Earl to take care of something I've wanted to do for a long time." "Oh!" Her one word was loaded with encouragement for him to continue, for Rand smiled reluctantly at Rosalie's expectant expression. "You're obviously determined to find out everything." His voice was softer now, curling at the edges, with the beginnings of wry amusement. "I'm interested," she acknowledged. "Or do you have a monopoly on the enjoyment of good news?" She continued to stare at him in silent entreaty until he relented. "I've wanted to sell off some family property here in France, the Dangu estate, for most of the land has been divided and leased to tenant farmers. I want to sell it to them. It's of little use to the Earl, but it's been a battle to obtain his consent to break up the holdings. Why, if the Earl doesn't need it, because it belonged to my mother, Helene Marguerite. She was the daughter of the Marquis d'Angoult, the last of the line. The Berkeleys, the Earl in particular, have certain notions of family obligation for now that my mother is no longer alive, we have no ties to the d'Angouts, but grandfather has insisted for years on keeping the d'Angoult estate." Rand smiled rather grimly. "Since I'm the eldest grandson, it's been dangled in front of me for years, but you don't want it. I'd rather have a ball and chain manacled to my neck." "Oh!" Rosalie frowned as she considered his darkening expression and decided to pursue another subject. "So, you are half French?" For, when he nodded, she smiled with a hint of self-satisfaction. "I knew you must be partly French. Your accent is so clear. My mother spoke French more often than English." Rosalie hesitated for several seconds as she contemplated him. How bewildering his manner was! 1 moment ago he had been amused. Now suddenly he was preoccupied and distant, for although it was not unlike him to sometimes jump from mood to mood in the manner of a foraging honeybee, he was unquestionably disturbed about something, and she wondered why the subject of his mother's estate would have this effect on him.
You were fond of your mother?
She asked daringly. Rand shrugged. "I don't remember much about her. She passed away when you were very young?"
I wasn't that young.
He sighed and absently dropped the note onto the floor. "For she didn't have much to do with Colin and me. She and my father Robert lived in London while we were raised in Warwick by a staff of servants." One side of his mouth lifted in self-mocking humour. "Colin and I ran wild in the country, barely fit to be seen by anyone in polite society." "So that's where you learned your manners," Rosalie said gravely. Rand glanced upward with quick suspicion, and then he smiled lazily as he realized that she was teasing him. For Rosalie was so entranced by his slow smile, the sunlit twinkle in his hazel eyes, that her breath caught in her throat. If given the option, she would have sat there all day merely looking at him with a new sense of feminine appreciation. It was an effort for her to continue the conversation. "And your mother, she liked to be in London more than with you?" she asked. The concept was not an unusual one, but Rosalie felt that it was unnatural for a woman not to want to be with her children, for it was more common among the upper classes to have their offspring raised by servants and strangers than the lower classes. It was better with her there, Rand assured her, and then the sketching of humour left his face. "For that matter, it was better with my father in London as well." but he moved to Warwick permanently when I was in my early teens. He wanted to be with... He had gout, severe gout, for he was in agony most of the time, in so much pain that a mere sheet over his leg would make him howl, understandably, that made him unfit to stay in London. He became a drunkard because of it. "Is that why you don't drink often?" Rosalie asked, wondering why his face was becoming shuttered as she delved further into the subject. "I've never seen you take anything but a sip of wine. Do you know what I find interesting?" For Rand parried, his eyes looking more green than usual in the morning light. "You're unusually direct for a woman. I've never met one that dares to look a man straight in the face quite like you do." In his experience, a gaze of uncompromising straightforwardness came only from whores who eyed a man with brassy promise, or from little girls who had not yet learned the artifice of flirtation. Rosalie's cheeks coloured, and her glance flickered away to focus on the window. "I know. It's unladylike." For yes, it is. It was impossible to discern whether he approved or disapproved of her directness. "Why are you trying to change the subject?" she persisted. Their eyes met in challenge, hers questioning, his unfathomable. Suddenly Rosalie felt like a bumbling detective who had stumbled onto a significant clue. Something was important about her question. There was something he was reluctant for her to know about. It became immediately imperative for her to discover what it was. "For it's nothing you would care to hear about," Rand said dismissively. "You care so much about my opinion of you?" Rosalie inquired, her soft words taunting. She knew that he rarely, if ever, explained himself or his actions to anyone, but perhaps she could gain what she sought if she provoked him enough. "You expect a Bromelian tale?" Rand said with a grim smile. "All I have to offer is a mundane recollection of childhood, sordid enough in its own way. For no, I don't think you would be interested. Sordid backgrounds come by the baker's dozen, anywhere you'd care to look." As Rand heard the hint of challenge in her tone, he suddenly felt the inexplicable need to shock her, to peel away the covering from his wounds and witness her disgust. "You wonder why I never drink?" he asked, his tone light and honed like the blade of a steel knife. "I used to, quite a lot, like a swine at a trough, as the Earl so tactfully puts it. For when I was younger, my father was told by a quack that red wine would cure his gout and prevent the affliction in someone who hadn't developed it yet. He needed little encouragement to develop an already established habit of drinking constantly. And then father affected a sudden concern for me, although I suspect he was mainly looking for some activity to ease his boredom. The gout would come and go, and when the pain had eased, he would become restless. I remember the first night it happened, for he cornered me in the library with a wine bottle in his hand. Rand looked down at his hands and unclenched them as he continued. I took a swallow to placate him, and found to my immediate discomfort that he intended to pour half the bottle down my throat. I struggled, but he was a large man. Being of smaller stature, I wasn't in much of a position to disagree with him. The same thing happened daily, as long as his gout wasn't with him. I used to thank God when his pain would start again, for Colin was next in line. But most of the time he managed to hide as I was getting my share of father's attention. Rosalie flinched at the way he spoke, his voice self-mocking, his face blunted with a mixture of emotions too complex to untangle. The awful, wrenching pity of it trickled steadily through her veins. "Your mother?" she asked in a voice as raspy as aging leaves. "Did she know?" She knew she didn't take it upon herself to say anything, for, as I said, she preferred not to become too involved with us. She refused to leave London except for her occasional trips to her family's chateau in France. "Your grandparents. Only suspected. They lived on the Severn at Berkeley Castle, not at Warwick." How long did this last?" Rand smiled, his expression tainted with the poison of memories that were never far from the surface, until I stopped resisting. And then I began to drink without hesitation. For I drank freely. I wandered through the next 2 or 3 years in a sodden haze. You can imagine the types of situations I was in and out of. Then in 89, the first year of the French Revolution, my mother died at Château d'Angoulême in childbirth, taking the baby with her. My father might have mourned her more deeply had the child she carried been his. "And you?" Rosalie questioned softly. No wonder, she thought with compassion, no wonder that his eyes were sometimes so bleak, for no wonder he had cut such a reckless swath through London. Some memories left no quarter for anything but the need to escape. I drank myself into a 2-day stupor as all the relatives gathered together at Warwick for the funeral. When I woke up, I was with my grandparents on the way to the castle. They attributed my problem to the liberal amount of French blood in my veins. As soon as I dried out, I was sent to school, while Colin stayed with the Earl. A year later, my father was gone, for Rand sent her a look filled with self-disgust. I was born to follow in such a lofty tradition. I'm sure you agree I've shown the potential of living up to it. They were silent for a few minutes. In an effort to subdue the compassionate ache in her chest, Rosalie breathed in and out in a regular pattern. Frozen to her chair, she sifted rapidly through ideas of what to say to him. She didn't know how to respond, how to act, for the realization pounded through her head that he had trusted her enough to have confided in her, and the knowledge made her exultant and afraid. "Rand," she cried silently, "how can I help you?" They both waited in the tense stillness for someone to make the first move. Gradually Rosalie came to the conclusion that any offering of sympathy on her part would be disastrous. He was a proud man, and in this moment he could be humiliated, for in her confusion and concern, it didn't occur to Rosalie that now was the perfect moment for revenge. That one cutting remark could scar him deeply.
"I can understand a little of why you would be glad to get rid of the Doango estates," she said carefully.
It will be good to cast off reminders. She had the impression that there was much that he had kept back from her, but Rosalie did not want to risk anything more by prying. For slowly, Rand raised his head, and she saw the trace of relief in his gaze at her matter-of-factness, her lack of pity.
"I'd like to leave today and get it over with."
Of course, Rosalie agreed instantly, her voice betraying none of her inner turmoil. You'll be safe here for a few days while I make some arrangements. I'll be perfectly content. Take me with you, she wanted to beg, and she bit her lip to keep the plea unheard. For Rand took a deep breath and stood up from the table, drawing his shoulders back to stretch them.
"Do you want me to order coffee or chocolate for you?"
No, please, go on ahead. I have some things to do. Smiling slightly, Rosalie waved him out of the suite, toying with the end of her long braid. When she was certain he was gone, she went into her bedchamber, releasing the emotion that had been trapped so tightly in her chest. For her heart was trembling with anguish, her cheeks becoming wet, even before she closed the door behind her. As soon as the latch clicked, a sob broke from deep inside. "How can you weep for him?" She berated herself, wiping the tears from her face with one hand, sitting on the edge of the canopied bed. She tried to remember all he had done to her. Rand would not allow himself to feel the same for her or anyone else. She wondered if he had the capacity for tears. Furthermore, he would be repelled by her sympathy, but still the unwanted tenderness seeped through her veins like a drug, diffusing gently, softening the thick barriers by which she had sought to hold him away from her. The farewell they exchanged was a hasty thing. They mouthed conventional words and exchanged brief, unconcerned smiles, and as the coach left the inn, Rosalie felt immediate dejection.
"I feel like a sea wife,"
She thought morosely, for I bid him hello and goodbye without knowing him, and he leaves so easily. But why shouldn't he? I am not his wife, she reminded herself, not even a mistress. I have no right to feel empty, no claim to force him to keep me. She had no right to feel as though she belonged by his side. Château d'Angoulême was the former home of Helene Marguerite d'Angoulême, although Rand would readily have argued that the term home had little to do with such a structure, for it had ruled the landscape with stern simplicity for 4 centuries, built on the ruins of a castle that had challenged many an invader as far back as the 10th century. Careful efforts to soften the harsh grey of its countenance had been made. The lush ground had been allowed to produce flowers and vines of ivy that clung protectively to the edges of the bare, cone-topped towers, and small streams lined with trees wound in a seemingly artless pattern around the chateau, for the gardens were splendourous, filled with rose-beds that connected in intricate figures and thickets of brilliant blossoms, yet the building still gave the appearance of a warrior waiting patiently for the battle. A small staff of servants had been retained to look after the chateau, and Rand alerted them to his presence before he prowled in the house and around the grounds. For the panicked alarm that the master had come to stay was whispered rapidly from ear to ear, and from time to time Rand heard various scufflings of feet as they sought to prepare for him. Chateau d'Angot had been beautifully kept. Still, merely being in the place where his mother had been born, courted, and married left a sour taste in his mouth, and he could not appreciate the beauty so lavishly presented, for he walked up the marble staircase, trailing his fingertips curiously along the gilded bronze railing. The Renaissance tapestries of wine-red, ochre, black, green, and blue were of such immense proportions that Rand felt dwarfed by them. Having been here once before, he had a sudden flashback of how it had felt to look at them with the eyes of a child, and the result added to his unease. Then, in one of the upstairs rooms, he discovered a portrait hung precisely between two heavily framed mirrors, for from the canvas Helene d'Angot stared out into the room with an aristocratic tilt to her head, her golden hair soft and gleaming, her eyes glowing a cool, unearthly shade of green. Her lips were thin and finely drawn, stretched in a smile so soft that it looked as if the artist had caught only the premonition of humour in her expression. The house was filled with her presence, and as he strove to ignore a sense of smouldering airlessness, vague snatches of memory assailed him. For closing his eyes, Rand could almost smell the violet scent he had always associated with her. His recollections were those of a boy, Helene, a beautiful, elusive creature, a woman full-grown with the soul of a deceitful child. She had possessed a spirit of Mercury, enchanting one moment and poisonous the next. No matter how fierce his efforts to win her affection, she never stayed. She touched, but never embraced. She gave enough to make what she withheld more painful. Rand opened his eyes once more, and as he stared at her face, it was the same as always. She smiled, but did not speak. She looked at him and seemed to recognize the darkness that seethed inside of him. She was dead, and yet her spirit filled the house like an invisible web, catching at him, binding until he could not move. For Chateau d'Angot had been her sanctuary. She had come back here periodically to hide from the consequences of the mischief she had wrought, and for that reason alone Rand disliked the place. He swerved his gaze away from her and flinched as he felt the protections he'd built around himself tear like old parchment. In all those years between her death and now, he thought he had succeeded in destroying the fruitless need of love. It was still there, stronger than before. For Riley, he thought that those who enjoyed life had somehow managed to circumvent the workings of the heart. What had happened to the man he had been only a month ago? He remembered how orderly, superficial, and amusing life had been. He had once been forced to seek out feelings when the pattern of his days became too dull. He would find a new woman, spend the night gambling, roam around the city with his companions. For it had been an empty life, one which had left him unable to recognize innocence when he had seen it. But somehow, unwittingly, he had stumbled onto his salvation the moment he had encountered a hapless housemaid in a London alley. Rosalie, who had survived the careless crush of his touch and the trial of being forcibly transplanted. He thought of her at the little country inn, and wondered how she fared without him. For Rose he sighed, doggedly trying to ignore a persistent yearning as he turned from the portrait. Revelling in my absence, no doubt. Enjoy it, for I won't leave you again. Rosalie had never dreamed that time could drag so slowly. She did not know why or how everything had changed. All that was obvious to her was that each minute of solitude had once been a treasure, for now she bade the minutes fly, her heart full of impatience, her mind in need of something more stimulating than ink and paper or serene landscapes. The guest list at the inn changed at a laconic pace, and when the colonial girls and their parents left, there were no more prospects of even mildly entertaining conversation. The Lothair was as quiet as the green slumbering fields nearby. Safe? Rosalie fumed occasionally, remembering what Rand had said to her, for she couldn't have been safer if he had hidden her in a monastery. She read over the few books he had brought to France, a few volumes of Shakespeare, some political analyses, an album of poems inscribed in a female hand. It was obvious from the inscription on the inside of the morocco cover that the snatches of sonnets and Byronic verse had been collected for Rand by a former mistress. At some point the giver's name had been blotted out, whether by accident or intention, it was not clear. For 1 day passed, 2 days, 3 days. It could not be much longer, could it? She pored over the French newspapers, which came out only 3 times a week, unlike the English ones, which were printed in daily editions. Taking pity on her boredom, the innkeeper's wife, Madame Queneau, took Rosalie out on her daily excursion to the marketplace. For shopping began quite early in the morning, and they took a break from purchasing vegetables, ripe fruit, eggs and meat in order to have breakfast at 9 o'clock. As they sat in an open-air cafe and ate pain au chocolat, chocolate-filled bread dusted with sugar, they watched the activities of the inhabitants of Havre. The retail stores, which had opened at 6 in the morning, were beginning to swarm with customers, for the streets were filled with peasant-driven carts, housewives and housemaids, all engaging in the sharp, fluid bickering of buying and selling. There was even a fortune-teller on the street corner doing profitable business as a result of the current popularity of spiritualism. "You would like to have your fortune told?" Madame Queneau inquired in friendly curiosity, noticing Rosalie's eyes on the woman. Rosalie laughed and shook her head, for since Madame Queneau could not speak English well, they carried on a conversation entirely in French. For a few minutes it almost seemed to Rosalie that she was speaking to Emile, so familiar were the wise eyes of the older woman and the perfectly intoned language. "No, I do not have the money, and even if I did, I don't believe she knows my future." "How can one be certain?" Madame Queneau asked prosaically, her delightfully round face wearing a whimsical expression. "Because men, and women, choose their own fate." Rosalie smiled a little sadly. "Because I have made choices that have changed the direction of my entire life from what it was supposed to be. It was not my original destiny to be here in France, madame, nor to be with—" As Rosalie's voice trailed away to nothing, Madame Queneau's delicately set wrinkles deepened in curiosity, then lightened in sudden understanding. "No matter what brought you together, I do not believe Monsieur regrets it. For I don't know what he feels," Rosalie admitted. "It is not easy to read him." "This I agree with," Madame Queneau said, taking a deep sip of café au lait. "He does not play the fashionable man. It was in style for the French bucks to imitate Byron, to sigh constantly with passion and disappointment, to go about with long hair, pale skin, to hint of longings and of weary souls." Rosalie almost smiled at the thought of Rand compared with them. He had no patience for such affectations. "For madame, I would be frank if it pleases you. Certainement. I enjoy frankness most of the time." "You have not remarked upon my relationship with Monsieur de Berkeley. Do you think very badly of me for the kind of woman I appear to be?" "Mais non." Madame Queneau appeared to be surprised. "Not at all. In France the aristocrats like him cannot find love in anything besides the kind of arrangement you two have. But even knowing he won't marry me. Here, young men have marriages de covenants all the time. After the first year, the husband and wife spend little or no time together. They have different friends, different activities, sometimes different homes. No, your kind of love is respected by most and cherished, for the human needs are met, not in the exchanging of rings, but of hearts." Rosalie absorbed the statement in silence, and then she could not resist a question. "But what of morality?"
Morality!
Madame Queneau mused out loud.
I make a pact with morality, mademoiselle. I never take it to bed with me.
What she said made sense, but Rosalie wondered unhappily, is that all I'll ever be able to expect of love? Am I destined to be the third in a triangle, kept by a man, hated by his wife, sneered at by his friends? She wanted her own husband, her own life. But what kind of man would settle for a ruined housemaid? For 5. You have been mine before. How long ago I may not know, but just when at that swallow's soar your neck turned so, some veil did fall. Jay knew it, all of you. Dante Gabriel Rossetti. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Annette Queneau had arrived home from school only a few minutes before. Annette was a quiet child, not given at all to her parents' assertive pragmatism. She appeared to daydream often, especially as she played music. For Rosalie did not wish to interrupt the child's reverie, and so she enjoyed the light, rhythmic music of the polonaise and the waltz while sitting in the tiny ballroom nearby, perched on the railing of the musicians' platform, with her eyes closed as the pianoforte rang with music. The ballroom, with its ornamental pink and gold, seemed like something out of a fairy tale to Rosalie. For it had not been an unexpected find at the inn, for there were ballrooms everywhere in France, reportedly more than 700 in Paris alone. Dancing had never been so popular or so necessary to the morale of the public. Rosalie imagined what the room would look like, filled with dancing and music. The accented strains of a romantic, bittersweet melody floated into the room, trembling in the chandeliers, falling through the air like invisible rain, until Rosalie could resist its call no more. For she stood up and whirled to the centre of the floor, her slender arms and filmy blue and white skirts wrapping around her body gracefully, her hair coming loose, the pins flying in every direction. Then, amid the blur and the freedom of her private rapture, she sensed someone's eyes upon her. Rand stood in the doorway, his throat strangely tight, for he had never seen anything so lovely as she was in that moment, pirouetting like an exuberant spirit, her dark hair tumbling down to her slender waist. She came to an immediate halt as she saw him, her eyes so bright and vivid a blue that their colour shamed the sky. Her heart clenched in resistance to a great pull of longing. "Rand!" For Rosalie picked up her light muslin skirts and rushed to him impulsively. For a moment they both thought that she would fling herself at him, but she stopped a few inches away from him, her cheeks flushed a bright pink. Rand felt curiously bereft as he looked down into her face, realizing that for a split second he had anticipated the feel of her in his arms, for faintly dismayed that the time away from her had not lessened his need of her. He gave in at last to the undeniable truth of his desire. He would want her until he lived and breathed no longer.
"Hello,"
he said, his voice soft with some emotion. Rosalie could not identify, and she let her eyes travel over him hungrily. His tall, powerful frame was shown to advantage in top boots, buckskin breeches, a brilliant white shirt, and well-cut coat. For how impossibly vibrant he appeared, as if he were prepared to meet the relentless world with sword drawn. It was good to see him again, so good that as Rosalie looked over him, she had the sensation of being nourished after a long time of fasting. "Did everything turn out the way you wanted?" she asked, and he smiled down at her. "For the most part, the land has been sold to the tenant farmers at a fair price, for there's still the chateau and the parcel it rests on, but there are prospective buyers for it." "I'm glad." He looked different. Rosalie decided slowly. Open, less guarded, less troubled. The magnetic quality about him had increased many times over, or perhaps it was just that she was more attracted to him than ever. "Dancing to a waltz," Rand said, as they stared at each other, his mind sifting busily through ideas to find any excuse to hold her. "Scandalous behaviour, for I hadn't anticipated the existence of a witness. What about an accomplice?" Before she could utter a word, he caught her hand irretrievably in his and coaxed her out onto the floor. The music drifted around them, enticing, urging, drifting in a tempting pattern. "We can't," Rosalie protested, laughing and pulling ineffectively at her hand. "Why not? You can't deny you're in the mood to dance? Because—" for a nervous expectation filled her as his hand settled at the small of her back beneath the wondrous curtain of hair. "Because it would be dangerous for your toes. I've never danced with a man before. I practiced with Maman, and she always let me lead." Rand laughed softly, amused but not dissuaded. He held her with a proper distance set between their bodies. "If the attempt becomes too abusive on my toes, we'll abandon it," he said, and turned her very slowly. For the waltz was circumspect, and leisurely their feet, moving at an indolent pace. He was a marvellous dancer, guiding her so firmly that there was no chance of a misstep, and Rosalie dreamily followed his smooth movements, while gradually relinquishing all control to him. His eyes contained the myriad hues of an autumn forest, green, gold, amber, so intense that they seemed to glow. She could not break her gaze from his. "All right?" he questioned huskily, and Rosalie nodded mutely. For dancing with him was the most seductive experience she had ever encountered. An embrace, almost an excuse for holding each other, a socially sanctioned reason to clasp hands and entwine fingers. Their bodies were close enough to brush together occasionally, and each time they drifted toward each other unconsciously. Rosalie felt as if fire had flickered over her skin. "I'm surprised your mother let you learn how to waltz," Rand said, one corner of his mouth lifting in a half-smile. For although the dance had become the rage in France at the end of the previous century, it had been acceptable in England for only a year or two. The intimacy it allowed between two partners had originally shocked most of English society, which had decried the waltz as vulgar and demoralizing. "She didn't think I would ever have the occasion to practice the knowledge, not even when the Winthrops gave a ball?" Rand questioned, his eyes alight with an odd tenderness. "Well, for even Maman agreed with Lady Winthrop that it was not suitable for me to dance with any of the young men there. It might have encouraged them to. Well, it might have encouraged me. So I stayed by Lady Winthrop and the dowagers, who, as she trailed off uncomfortably, it seemed to her that his hold on her tightened, and that during the next turn he urged her the slightest bit closer to him. For, imagine, Rosalie resumed a trifle breathlessly, unable to keep from chattering. "If I had never gone to the theatre with Maman that night, and you had attended one of the Winthrops' balls, and I had seen you from afar dancing with Elaine. We never would have met, but Elaine would have told me everything about you." Silly as her prattle was, he appeared to consider it thoughtfully. "I would not have been dancing with Elaine," Rand said, and I wouldn't have let you sit with the dowagers." "Oh, I would have found someone to make the necessary introductions and then made you waltz with me until your slippers were worn through." Rosalie giggled at the thought. "You wouldn't have given me a second look," she accused, "taking into consideration the fact that I avoid a gaggle of dowagers whenever possible. I might have taken an hour or two to notice you. But eventually I would have seen you in their midst from far across the room, and in one glance I would have drowned in a pair of great blue eyes," Rand murmured. The low huskiness of his tone flustered her to no small degree, and Rosalie stared up at him, spellbound. I might have danced the quadrille with you," she said, perhaps a little wistfully. For, swallowing, she suddenly realized that it was imperative for her to break the mood before she melted in his arms, and her voice became brisker. "But I wouldn't have waltzed with you, no matter how often you asked. Wise girl! Although I think all the criticism of such a harmless little dance is hardly well deserved," she finished in a sensible tone. "Obviously, you've never read Salamo Wolf." "Who?" "A German writer. 2 years ago he published a best-selling pamphlet. For the title was something like Discussion of the Most Important Causes of Weakness of Our Generation in Regard to the Waltz." Rosalie laughed up at him. "You're not serious. The sequel was even worse. I fail to see what's wrong with waltzing." "Ah, now you're daring me to show you." "Show me," she repeated, in a challenging way, with a dazzling smile. Rand accepted, for he was never above playing the rogue. "For the trick of it is all in the timing," he said. his hand drawing slowly across her back and pulling her inexorably nearer. This pace is slow, sedate, appropriate for when dowagers and chaperons lend a watchful eye to the activity of their charges. But this is the French waltz. Their steps became more theatrical. The half-turns became deep circles. For expertly, Rand turned her in a pirouette with one hand, and Rosalie's eyes widened slightly as he caught her again in his arms, this time so closely that she could feel the hard, smooth coordination of his thighs against her own, her soft breasts pressing against his kebest. She dared not say a word, for their mouths were almost touching, and she felt the warm caress of his breath against her cheek. The dance echoed some ancient impulse buried deep within. For the man to guide, the woman to follow, to submit. The momentum and the circles forced their bodies together, and as they moved together, Rosalie felt herself become pliant and responsive to him, her insides tightening in an unfamiliar pulsing which she would recognize later as the beginning of desire. Forand closed his eyes briefly, his control undermined by the clean feminine scent of her skin, the waterfall of wondrous satin hair that flew around them, her soft body brushing against his, the closeness of a delicate earlobe which he longed to nip lightly with his teeth. "And this," he said with difficulty against her temple, letting his lips press there almost unnoticeably, "is the Viennese waltz, the worst of them all." For he whirled her around the room so quickly that Rosalie had no time to breathe or think, crushed against him in an undignified but exhilarating madness, her skirts wrapping around his legs during each turn, and then falling, clinging, falling, clinging. She began to giggle in dizzy jubilation, her very soul on fire as he laughed huskily in her ear, his arms firm around her. She was on the edge of a spiry precipice, yet he would not let her go. For finally he began to slow down, and Rosalie clutched at his shoulders unsteadily, feeling as if she were drunk. "Rand," she said in the midst of her merriment, gasping for breath, "I'm going to fall. I'll catch you." He looked down at her in a way that he never had before. Rosalie's smile vanished slowly as she realized that they were not dancing any longer, and that he was still holding her. For carefully, Rand stroked the curls away from her face, and with butterfly lightness brushed a kiss on her forehead. She stared at him in shock and extreme awareness. It had been a brotherly gesture, but he stared down at her, not with the eyes of a family member, but of a lover. Why did you do that?" she whispered, and Rand blinked as if he did not know the answer. He resorted to quoting a well-known writer. How was it once said, "For I were unmannerly, to take you out, and not to kiss you"? Shakespeare, Rosalie guessed, following his cue and making light of the kiss. King Henry IV. King Henry VIII, Rand corrected, and let go of her with reluctance. "I see you've been doing some reading." "I've been quite busy between Shakespeare, Hume, and sordid love poems of dubious origin."
Oh, those!
Rand flashed her a grin, turning and wiping the sheen of dampness from his forehead with a sleeve. "For I hope you didn't place any significant meaning on any of them." "At one point, someone obviously did." "I barely knew her. His face is fair and heaven." Rosalie recited wickedly. "When springing buds unfold, oh, why to him was given, whose heart is wintry cold." Rand smiled slightly as he beheld her, wondering suddenly at the bright inquiring gaze fixed so intently on him. He would have sworn in that moment that Rosalie was curious about his past romantic involvements, for it was an auspicious sign. "This isn't the kind of discussion appropriate for you to engage in," he said. As he had intended, Rosalie's curiosity deepened to a conspicuous level. "Appropriate?" she repeated. Was he seriously suggesting that her maidenly modesty would be offended by such a subject? "Heavens above, you sound as if I've just arrived straight from the convent." "Ah, yes, forgive me," Rand said, and abruptly his mood changed from subtle amusement to caustic mockery. "You know all about matters of passion, don't you?" Rosalie knew that he was thinking about that morning in London, and suddenly she felt hot and uncomfortable. Backing away a step from him, She lifted a hand to smooth her hair, trying to think of another direction to steer the alarming turn of the conversation. The music slowed, stumbled, halted as Annette Queneau ended her practising.
Rand,
Yes. She swallowed painfully before broaching a question. For, are we going back to England soon? No, not yet. Not until the next shipment from New Orleans is delivered here. And I want to pursue the matter of a contract with a local silk manufacturer. Why do you ask? I know that we're not going to stay here forever. I just wondered when we were leaving. A few more weeks. Rosalie nodded, her expression becoming pinched. It makes no difference to me. I have no pressing need to get back immediately. For Rand wished he had not let go of her. Are you unhappy here? He asked hoarsely, and 1,000 answers came to the tip of Rosalie's tongue. No. Yes. I was happy a few minutes ago. I'm happy when you smile at me, and when I first see you in the morning after a long night apart, and when you look at me and try to guess what I'm thinking. I'm happy being this near to you. I'm unhappy knowing we're so far, apart in every sense, and realizing all of that makes me miserable. For Rosalie kept silent, looking down at the floor. Then, with a short sigh, she left him. He raked a hand through his hair and walked over to lean against the baroque door frame, staring vacantly down the hallway. The next morning, Rand mentioned to Rosalie the possibility of calling on Brummel in Calais, as he had hoped. The suggestion revived her good humour, for despite the inconveniences of the long journey, she looked forward to the lazy, comfortable hours they would spend with the beau, hours spiced with targeted gossip and delightful stories. Wanting to look her very best, for she knew that Brummel paid meticulous attention to his visitor's attire, Rosalie dressed her hair carefully and pulled out a dusty blue gown. For all of the clothes made by Madame Mirabeau were impeccably styled and perfectly fitted, but this one was especially fine, covered with ornate scrollwork in silver and gold at the sleeves and hem. The skirt was also trimmed with satin ribbon and flounces of satin and muslin. The problem that Rosalie encountered in dressing herself was that the gown had been fitted to her as she had worn a tightly laced corset of dimity and whalebone, hence it was now necessary to wear one. For she ventured out into the central room of the suite, the dress gaping widely in the back as she held it up to her shoulders.
Rand,
Immediately his head appeared from behind his bedchamber door.
what?
Rand's eyes flickered over her silver and blue-clad form intently. Finally, he brought his gaze to her face.
That's a beautiful gown,
He said, after a few moments' silence.
I know.
Rosalie said, irritated at her own reaction to the way his eyes had seemed to strip her bare. For I can't fasten it. A slow smile pulled at his mouth. Have I been feeding you too much? No, I can't lace this bloody corset tight enough. Rand continued to smile. How can I help? Silently she presented her back to him to display the criss-crossed lacings. She heard his soft footsteps, then felt the light tug as he took hold of the cords. Rosalie held on to a doorframe and gasped as the whalebone prison cinched more securely around her ribs and waist. For I think that's enough, Rand said doubtfully. She shook her head. I'll never get the gown fastened if it isn't tighter. Go on, pull. He hesitated, aware of a vague unpleasantness in his stomach at the thought of compressing her body with the laces any more. Due to the sensibly styled empire gowns, corsets hadn't been necessary for more than a decade. Binding a woman's figure in the contraption seemed like an unnecessary form of torture.
why don't you wear another gown?
He suggested. For am I going to have to call for one of the maids to do it? Muttering under his breath, Rand pulled the cords again, watching her waist diminish another inch to an unbelievably tiny size. Rosalie took several shallow breaths and held a hand to her midriff. Can you? She began to ask, but he cut her off sharply. No, no more. I'm already battling an urge to look for a pair of scissors. He pulled the back of the dress together and fastened the buttons efficiently as he spoke. For why you women insist on bringing back a fashion that should have been outlawed in the last century? I've heard some men are doing it. Even the Prince Regent, supposedly. Yes, the ones who frequently overindulge their taste for wine and food. But you don't need it, Rosalie. How can you be a judge of? I've seen you, Rand reminded her, and as she stiffened, he lingered over the last 3 buttons. It's a crime to alter your shape. For Rosalie closed her eyes, heat rushing to her face as she felt the warm, sensitive touch of his fingers at her neck. Suddenly it seemed as if he had just touched her for the first time. The memory of their naked bodies entwined was distant and no longer clear. Sometimes she could recall briefly the hardness of his body over hers, the flexing of heavy muscles, the deep shudder that had racked his limbs as he had thrust into her. But strangely, it seemed that 2 other people had been joined in that bed, that she had never met Rand until they had arrived in France. In self-protection, Rosalie dragged herself to the present and bunted for a way to break the intimate silence. "Coming from a connoisseur, I suppose I should be pleased at the compliment," she said. "I'm not a connoisseur," he said quietly, looking down at the top of her head. "You're right, for the term connoisseur implies a certain respect for the subject of your interest. A hobbyist, then." Rand stifled an urge to close his hands around her throat and throttle her, wondering grimly why she was determined to antagonize him. "If you're a hobby of mine, I must have a peculiarly masochistic idea of enjoyment." She turned around to face him. "I have only my experiences with you to examine, and the obvious conclusion is that you have no respect either for me or for women in general. For, if that were true," he said in a dangerous tone, "we'd be in that bed right now, regardless of your prickly little thorns, Rose. I do respect you." "Then I don't understand," she began, and her voice diminished to nothing as she stared at him. The shape of his mouth, a touch too wide, finely made, expressive, had altered slightly with his irritation. For a flash of memory curled insidiously through her mind. How hard his lips had once felt as they had demanded access to hers. How soft and tender as he had brushed her forehead with a kiss after their dance together. I'm lost, she thought, realizing in that moment that she was beginning to care for him. You don't understand what? Why you did what you did in London, Rosalie muttered, desolation encasing her heart like hardening plaster. For Rand's irritation evaporated immediately. Bleakly, he searched for an answer and found it impossible to speak. How could he explain it to her? The world he had been raised in had been one without compassion, without patience. He had learned his lessons well, the main one being that pleasure was something taken, not given. It was a conditioned reflex that when he discovered a need he satisfied it without considering the consequences. And how could he further explain that, because of her, he was beginning to change, that he had learned to feel regret? "I didn't know you then," he said slowly. "All I knew was that." "Oh, hell, Rosalie, you were beautiful, and you were there at a time when I wanted a woman." He expected her to fly at him in anger, and he would not have blamed her for reacting in such a way. But instead her expression twisted in bewilderment, her voice became quieter. "I don't understand you," she whispered. "Why are you so kind sometimes, and then so—" She could not find the appropriate word to use. How could mere words describe his changeable nature? And how could she ever hope to trust someone who was cold, sweet, gentle, selfish, without explanation, without warning, without consistency? They were both subdued as the carriage rattled on its way to Calais, avoiding each other's eyes as they were jostled along the poorly constructed roads. For their stops for food and rest were too infrequent to break the tension, or relieve their growing weariness of travel. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was so stifling, watchful and restless that Rosalie almost leapt out of it when they reached Brummell's residence. It was all she could do to accept Rand's assistance docilely. Visiting Brummell again, however, was well worth the trip, especially when Rosalie detected a shadow of loneliness leaving his face as they crossed the threshold. For despite the constant flow through his door of the best of English society, including the Duke of Argyll, the Duke of Gloucester, the Duke of Beaufort, Rutland, the Duchess of Devonshire, the Lords Alvanley, Craven, Bedford, Westmoreland, and Eresby Brummell's social life was a mere fraction of what it had once been. He could not help but sorely miss the popularity and the activity he had until recently enjoyed. For que fait une éternité qu'on ne vous a pas vu, he exclaimed, beaming at them, and Rosalie felt an answering smile curve her lips. It has been a long time, she agreed, allowing him to help her off with the pelisse and lifting her skirts slightly as she walked to an armless upholstered chair. Have you received many guests since the last time we met? Dozens, me dear, all bringing the latest news from London. I'm afraid, however, that the quantity of visitors exceeds the quality, for they brought pleasant news, I hope. Some of it was. It is always pleasant to be missed, and I gather Prinny's unpopularity has been on the rise since I took my leave of England. What is your opinion, Berkeley? Rand somehow refrained from observing that Prinny's unpopularity was due to more than the end of his friendship with Brummell. The Prince Regent was a notoriously corrupt individual, a spendthrift of horrible proportions, an inept politician who was often given to drunkenness. For he is indeed an unpopular individual. Just as I thought, Brummell said in a self-satisfied way. Without my advice, his extravagance will lead to disaster. I've heard that he's already taken to wearing pink satin and jewelled shoe buckles. He shuddered delicately at the thought. Good taste is understatement. Don't forget it. A good cut and fit, cleanliness, dignity, changing the gloves at least 6 times a day. For eager to prevent a long discourse on the beau's principles of style, Rand sought to interrupt him with tact and haste. News of the pavilion has been in the English papers of late, also stirring up public displeasure. Since John Nash was hired to work on it last year, many costly additions have been built. Oriental rooms, cast-iron towers, steam-heated kitchens, the pavilion, a tasteless toy, but to give Prinny his credit, quite impressive in a vulgar way.
Mr.
For Brummell, Rosalie inquired, her forehead creasing in a frown, is there a chance that you will ever reconcile with the Regent? I doubt it, the beau replied stalwartly. As they say, too much water has gone under the bridge. I believe the dissolution of a spectacular association. My wit and his title began when his weight almost doubled. Eve heard he's something of a stout fellow, Rosalie said, and Brummell nodded emphatically. For the last time I saw him, he was well over 300 pounds. It took a platform, a ramp, and a chair fitted with rollers merely to get him into the saddle to take some exercise. Oh my! It was shocking, without a doubt, so much so that Prinny reminded me of a huge, ungainly porter at Carlton House, whom we all nicknamed Big Ben, since Mistress Maria Fitzherbert, the celebrated, for associate of the Regent, was also stout of girth. I naturally began to refer to her and Prinny as our Ben and Benina. He paused, as a smothered laugh was heard from Rand's direction. It was not well received, though my jest was delivered in an affectionate manner. Rosalie looked at Rand, and they exchanged a fleeting smile. Charming though George Brummell was, he did not possess a considerable amount of tact. For the next wedge, the beau continued, was hammered into place when Prinny exhibited the grossest piece of rudeness I have ever witnessed, ignoring me completely at the Dandy Club masquerade. The final blow occurred as I was walking down Bond Street with Lord Alvanley. We happened to accidentally meet the Prince and Earl Moira, and after a few minutes' conversation, during which the Regent again ignored me, I quipped to Alvanley, "Who's your fat friend?" For, oh my! Rosalie gasped again, wondering how anyone could possess such daring and audacity to say something like that in the hearing of the ruler of England. It was merely a poorly timed jest. But eventually a few debts forced me to quit England before the breach had healed. I see, Rosalie murmured, concealing her sympathy behind a polite nod, for the great Beau Brummell was impressive and entertaining, but there was something about him that aroused a strangely protective feeling inside her. He was like a child whose vanity made him excessively naive. She wondered what would become of him. for it was obvious that he had no source of income that was great enough to support the style in which he lived. There was no trace of worry or caution in his face, nothing to indicate that he was aware of his unstable position, for Miss Belleo, Brummel said, unfolding his moderately sized form from an upholstered chair, "Would you care to see the album I have put together? It is quite sizable, having contributions from many of my present and former acquaintances. There is a verse in particular I would like you to see penned by that marvellous woman, the Duchess of Devonshire. It begins with the line, 'I have valued the charms of the rose as I plucked it all fresh from the tree.' I do not remember the rest, for I would be honoured to see it," Rosalie said gravely, and he muttered something in satisfaction before going to a built-in bookcase and hunting for the album.
"Selig!"
Brummel called imperiously, and the little valet came scurrying. "I can't find my album," he explained, and Selig nodded vigorously before waving him back to his chair.
"I'll fetch it, Mr. Brummel, if it's too much trouble."
Rosalie began. "No, no, not at all, me dear, for it is a very special album, with unique verses that only my favoured guests are invited to regard." "We're very flattered," Rosalie said, as she and Brummel smiled at each other with the same degree of beguiling charm. Rand suddenly froze, the idle tapping of his fingers on a hard thigh stilling. He looked at the pair of them and leaned forward, his eyes flickering from one to the other and then widening in astonishment. For nothing in the world could have induced him to say a blessed word in that moment, for his mind was spinning with suspicion, wonder, curiosity, disbelief. Brummel must have regarded himself in the mirror often enough to recognize the vague echo of his own expression, for his smile dimmed in puzzlement as he walked toward Rosalie. The album was forgotten. Then he turned pale, and his gaze focused on her throat. Uneasily, Rosalie remained where she was sitting.
"Mr. Brummel."
"For," she said hesitantly, and he appeared overcome.
"Where did you get that pin?"
He finally was able to stammer. Her fingers flew protectively to the small gold ornament that was attached to the ribbon fastened around her neck. "It was my father's stock pin. He died when I was young. My mother gave it to me so that I would have something of his. May I see it?" The words were taut, brittle, almost breaking in the complete silence. For confused, Rosalie untied the ribbon and handed it to him, the tiny gold circlet dangling from it like a teardrop. She was amazed to see that his hand was shaking. Darting a glance at Rand, she saw that his gaze was focused completely on Brummel. After she had relinquished the stock pin, the men seemed to have forgotten her very existence. "What is the matter?" she asked. No answer was immediately forthcoming, for Brummel walked over to the window and held the pin up in the sunlight to examine it closely.
"Selig!"
he shouted strainedly, and the wiry little valet came running back into the room,
"Here is the Selig began."
stopping as he saw the oddly stooped posture twisting Brummel's normally upright frame.
"What happened?"
he asked, and Brummel handed him the pin wordlessly. A minute of silence ensued as the valet scrutinized the object with care. "For, tell them," the beau muttered, as if the effort of speaking were too great to allow more than those 2 words. "It is the stock pin your father, William, had commissioned for your 16th birthday," Selig said matter-of-factly. "The same pin that you gave to Lucy Doncaster before you were parted from her. The B stands for Brummel, the leaves patterned after those that adorn the walls of your family estate, the Grove. The B stands for Bella Or," for Rosalie interrupted, smiling although her voice was slightly shrill. "I told you, this is my father's pin. Georges Belleau." "Georges Belleau," Rand repeated softly. "George Brummel. A strange coincidence that the initials are the same." "Stop it," Rosalie snapped, her chest rising and falling rapidly. "Please, Miss Belleau," Brummel said, making an effort at calmness. "I'm sorry to distress you. Let us clear this matter immediately." "At once," she agreed sharply. "For then would you relate to us the circumstances of your birth?" "Certainly. I was born in 1796, the year I was 18, Brummel interjected, in France. My mother and father moved to London soon afterward. According to Maman, my father was a confectioner. He was killed by a stagecoach as he crossed the street from his store. You have been brought up solely by your mother? Yes. I have lived with her all of my life until I made the acquaintance of Lord Berkeley. For your mother's occupation? The beau pressed. She is governess to a respectable. Her name. Her name. Rosalie stared at him, transfixed by the urgency in his face. Unreasonably frightened, she stood up from the chair and backed away a step. She could hardly speak.
Émile Belleau?
She said, her throat dry. Before she was married. Silently, Rosalie shook her head. She had the premonition that he already knew the answer. Somehow she forced out the name. Émile Courtois, for a death-like pall fell over the room for so long that Rosalie thought she would cry out from the tension. Then Salegue broke the stillness. That was the name of Lucy Doncaster's governess. "What are you saying?" Rosalie demanded unsteadily. "She must have... Lucy Doncaster might have borne you in Europe after she fled England?" The valet replied gently. "It is quite likely that you are a product of the relationship of George Brummel and Lucy Doncaster, for there is not only the pin to consider, but also the amazing likeness between you and her." Brummel clutched the pin in his fist, bending over and pressing it to his chest. "No!" Rosalie felt indignant tears well up in her eyes. "My mother is Émile Courtois Belleau. My father was Georges Belleau. You're mistaken. You're terribly wrong." She stumbled backward, everything in the room looming toward her at odd angles. "Forgive me my pin," she sobbed, and as she turned blindly, she felt hard arms close securely around her. "Rand!" she wept, pressing her face into his shoulder. "Rand! Tell them. This cannot be possible." Brummel rasped, hiding his face. "I cannot think. I cannot. For God's sake, let me alone to think. 6. I speak not, I trace not, I breathe not thy name. There is grief in the sound, there is guilt in the fame." For Lord Byron, although there were only 4 people in the room, it was crowded with confusion, tears, and panic. Quickly, efficiently, Rand and Selig worked to dispose of the situation, since father and daughter were both unable. The valet guided the distraught Brummel to a chair, speaking in a soft undertone. Rand held Rosalie's trembling form against his, letting her draw from his strength and stability, for his sensitive fingers curved around the vulnerable back of her neck in a calming touch.
"Rose, there's no need for this,"
he said, sounding so utterly practical and in control that it helped to dispel the queer aura of unreality clouding her mind. "Take a few deep breaths and relax." Rosalie listened to him and obeyed automatically, forcing deep gulps of air in and out of her mouth as she stared at Brummel's hunched figure. For as soon as her trembling lessened, Rand dragged her from the room, pausing only a moment at the door to deliver a low-voiced comment. "I'll be back to straighten out this mess in a day or 2, if you 2 have distressed her unnecessarily." "I assure you this was entirely unexpected," Salegue interrupted apologetically before bending to speak to the beau. Brummel was muttering brokenly about. Lucy lost in his own world, for his head was clasped in his hands, his elbows braced on his knees as he stared at the floor and began to weep. Rand cast the pair of them a dark look before pulling Rosalie's arm through his. She followed him blindly, stumbling a little over the hem of her skirts. She was dazed at what had just taken place, her mind completely occupied with replaying the scene over and over again. For everything she had taken for granted, the person she was, and the background she bade come from, had suddenly been wrenched away from her. It could not be true. None of it could, for Emile would surely have told her about it. How could Emile not be her mother? How could George Brummel be her father? It was all some trick of coincidence, for the carriage that would take them to a local inn was outside the building, the French driver leaning against the vehicle as he turned the page of a daily periodical.
"Allons,"
Rand said tersely, and the man looked at Rosalie with vague alarm before leaping to his seat with alacrity. Inside the carriage, Rosalie felt a wave of sickness lurch through her body. She held a hand to her middle and closed her eyes, her lungs feeling as if they had shrunk to a condition of airlessness, for as she fought to draw a breath, her chest tightening. She looked at Rand in panic. She was being methodically crushed to death by the garments that bound her. Muttering a curse, he drew her halfway onto his lap and worked at the tiny fastenings of her gown. "Damned corset," he said, buttons flying as a result of his efforts. "The last time, the very last, that I ever let you wear one." As the cords loosened and her waist expanded, Rosalie inhaled with relief, her head swimming dizzily. Ferrand also took a breath, realizing that he had unconsciously held it until she had been freed from the laces. Gently his fingers slipped under her chemise and stroked the red-scored flesh of her back, soothing the delicate and ravaged skin. Gradually her illness began to subside. "Thank you," she whispered, and then burst into fresh tears when she had garnered the strength. For clutching the sleeve of his coat in a death grip, she stared at him with a tormented expression, her eyes brilliant and wet. "They think that Maman isn't my real mother." "I know," he murmured soothingly. "Breathe deeply. Listen to me. It's not true. He is not my father. I'm Rosalie Bellowo. You believe it, don't you?" As her words broke into sobs, Rand hesitated uncomfortably and then cradled her against his chest, his mouth tender with sympathy, for he felt peculiarly helpless. The other times he had been faced with women's tears, they had been an artifice and not the product of genuine misery. No woman had ever needed him simply for comfort, and he was not used to such a demand being made of him. Rosalie pressed her wet face to his shoulder, her nails curling into the lapels of his coat like kitten claws. As Rand felt her small form against his, he felt part of her pain, an odd tugging at his heart. For this wish to soothe, to offer refuge, was brand new, gleaming brightly as a candle flame, and without questioning it further, he sought to warm her. "It's all right," he whispered, his hand stroking her back in a gentle, repetitive motion. "I'm here. It's all right. Rand, what am I going to do? Relax for now. We'll talk about it later," he said, and she subsided against him, accepting his touch as if it were her due. For as time spun on steadily, and her weeping faded, Rosalie felt a fragile trust crystallize between them. An invisible web clung tenuously from one heart to another, a bond so frail that it could be destroyed with one easy blow. Rosalie came to her senses gradually, becoming conscious of how intimately he held her, how the warm strength of his body enveloped her, his masculine scent pleasant to inhale, his breathing even and steady as it disturbed the curls at her forehead. For she knew that she should move away from him. Surely by now Rand knew that she had recovered herself enough to move to the other seat. But Rosalie did not want to move at all. His body was solid and hard, yet strangely comfortable.
"Don't let go."
She pleaded silently, closing her eyes tightly. He did not say a word during the short journey to the inn, allowing her to remain in his lap. For both of them were fully conscious, wondering what the other thought, sharing in the mystery of an attraction that neither of them understood. I swore I wouldn't touch her. I wish he would kiss me. I wish I didn't want her. Then, as they both had dreaded, the carriage swayed to a halt. Avoiding his eyes, Rosalie unpeeled herself from the warmth of his body, slowly, her limbs stiff. "My dress," she said, and he handed her his coat. For warily Rosalie trod through the front door and up the narrow stairs that led to the suite, pausing as Rand unlocked the door.
"Get into a robe,"
he said, pushing her inside.
"I'll order up a bath and some dinner.
I'm not hungry. Lock the door behind me."
"All right,"
she said, her voice nearly inaudible.
"Whatever you say. You don't have to be so agreeable,"
Rand said, amused, in spite of the situation, at her uncharacteristic docility. For although her eyes were still lowered to the floor, Rosalie managed to summon a brief and tremulous smile. She felt unbearably alone. This was her problem. This entanglement was centered around her. It had nothing to do with Rand, and she could not allow him to assume all of her burdens. Rand's gaze was caressing as it rested on her down-bent head. "Close the door. Rose Epineuse," he said, and was gone. Thorny rose. For his voice, the softness of his accent, had fallen on her ears like a slow stroke. Bewildered, she slipped his coat from her shoulders. It was scented of him, and she inhaled the subtle male fragrance of sandalwood as she carried it to his bedchamber. Had she imagined the possessiveness in his manner, the caress of his voice? Was she so unnerved that her imagination was colouring everything in deceptive hues? For when Rand returned, he bullied her into downing a glass of cherry brandy, which burned pleasantly as it rilled her with false courage. Her energy depleted, Rosalie found that she was ravenous at the sight of the simple fare set before them: thick, crusted bread, the soft sweetness of camembert cheese, succulent fruit, and a bottle of wine. As she ate, she felt Rand's approving eyes rest on her, and as soon as her initial hunger passed, Rosalie set down a piece of bread and met his gaze squarely. "For better?" he inquired, ascertaining that her strength had returned. "Much better." Rand's attention flickered to the chambermaid, who was in the midst of emptying the last bucket of scalding water into the metal tub. It would take some time to cool enough to bathe in. Hurriedly the woman finished her task and fled from the room, reading the impatience in his tawny eyes. For Rosalie's heart began to pound nervously as she realized that they were about to discuss what had happened, and all that she had eaten seemed to rise threateningly to the base of her throat. "I don't think I'm ready for this," she said, and an agitated laugh stuck in her throat. "I don't think I'll ever be." "All we have in front of us," Rand replied reassuringly, "are a few pieces of circumstantial evidence. Nothing's been proven. But what about the pin? For it's not all that distinctive. The initial B and the motif of a leaf pattern are nothing unusual. It could be pure coincidence. And my mother's name! What if she really had been Lucy Doncaster's governess? That doesn't necessarily mean you were Lucy's illegitimate daughter, no matter how much of a resemblance there might be. It's possible that this whole situation is a Bromelian tale that has gotten out of hand. For, as you've already gathered, the beau is not the most reliable source of information. He is romantic, he's fanciful, he's been weakened by a recent ordeal. I would sooner trust a London wine merchant not to water the claret than to take Brummell's word for anything. Rosalie sighed, at once grateful for his rational scepticism and unconvinced by it.
Besides,
Rand continued, there is no motive for keeping the existence of such a child secret, for Lucy Doncaster had several options more feasible than giving this hypothetical baby to her governess to raise. Her first reaction, I suspect, would have been to approach Brummell with the news and garner his support. Failing that, she could have married the Earl of Rotherham and pretended the infant was premature. "Why do you seem to know so much about it?" Rosalie could not resist asking dryly, and Rand smiled at her. Not from personal experience. But it is hardly an unprecedented dilemma. She nodded and chewed on a crust of bread meditatively, finally shaking her head and frowning. "I have a bad feeling about all of it," she said. "The only way to refute or prove anything is through a mille courtois bello." "No." Before Rand could say anything, Rosalie spoke in a vehement rush. "She has been my mother for the past 20 years. If any of this were true, she had her reasons for keeping it from me, and I'll abide by them. For if I can't trust her judgment, the judgment of a woman who has fed and clothed and cared for me my entire life, then I can't believe in anyone or anything." He stared at her in a perplexed manner. "But how could you not want to know? What if Brummell were your father? I would gain nothing, and think of what it would do to a mill. Don't you see? George Brummell is incapable, and I suspect unwilling to be a father to anyone." Her expression darkened with hurt. "For he didn't exactly open his arms to me this afternoon." Rand bit off an agreeing reply, and searched for something to offer in solace. He was shocked. He is too vain to want a child. He is a dandy, and it's common knowledge that men like him resent growing old. They don't want reminders of their age. Rosalie's expression became haunted as she continued. And as for Lucy, if she was my natural mother, I don't know or care why she wouldn't want me. For Emil did, and that's what matters. Rand nodded slowly, sensing that now was not the time to try to change Rosalie's mind. She was tired, and she was not ready to be honest with herself. He knew her well enough to be certain that she did care about her past, and that she wanted desperately to know more about Lucy Doncaster. But Rosalie was afraid of the secrets that the past held, and it would take time to build her courage. Then we'll let the subject rest for now. For you don't agree with my decision, Rosalie said, her eyes questioning as they searched his face. She couldn't tell what he thought. He lifted his shoulders in a slight shrug. It's not my right to tell you what to do. It was her right, Rand mused, to approach her past in any manner she cared to. God knew that he hadn't been eager to deal with his own. His comments suddenly amused Rosalie. May I ask what prompted this change of policy? For deciding not to reply, Rand smiled, looking lazy and oddly content. The sky was dark outside, but the room was filled with hazy candlelight. The glow of the flames picked up the gold in his tousled hair and his eyes, and gleamed across the darkness of his face with a metallic sheen. Rosalie was momentarily engrossed in his movements as he stretched his arms back and locked them behind his head, his muscles swelling and then smoothing under the whiteness of his skirt. For what a strange sight he was with his gentleman's attire and his swarthy skin. It was an incongruous combination, but oddly attractive nevertheless. As Rosalie looked at him with inquiring sweetness, Rand felt an aching hollowness gather in the pit of his stomach. He wanted to hold her again. He wanted to taste and touch her, and he realized that he had run out of pretenses to lure her into his arms. What recourse was left? For he looked at her in hungry contemplation, and felt some part of himself give way to a stronger demand. "Rose, what would you do if I asked you to come over here?" he asked quietly, his intent stare urging her to trust him. Rosalie blinked in immediate confusion, wondering if she had heard him correctly. I don't know," she said, her forehead creasing. "I suppose it would depend on why. You know why?" His voice was softer now, more coaxing. For a long pause ensued before he spoke again. "Come here." It was impossible not to obey. As if she were being drawn by an invisible rope, Rosalie stood up and walked around the table to him, stopping as she reached his chair. "He wants to kiss me," she thought distractedly, and the delight and dismay of it tumbled inside her chest like a pair of hard-thrown dice. They stared at each other, hypnotized. "Why do you have to be so beautiful?" Rand whispered, for her blue eyes were dark with wonder and disquiet as they met his. Still, she stood by him, every instinct clamouring for her to stay.
Don't give me a reason to.
She began to warn, but Rand interrupted her huskily.
I will never hurt you again, Rose. I will never do anything you don't want. You must know by now that my word is good.
She nodded slowly, suppressing a tiny shiver at the honey-soft way he spoke.
I believe you. Then come closer.
The air was fraught with suspense, for after several moments of inner debate, she moved hesitantly to sit down on his thigh, feeling the hard muscles flex beneath her as he shifted to accommodate her. His hands settled at her waist, their pressure light and firm, a steady influence that served to keep her secure, still, close. Suddenly trembling with the awareness of what she was doing, Rosalie extended her hands and placed them on his shoulders, for her fingers spread over their breadth and strength, her thumbs detecting a strong pulse through the thin material of his shirt as they pressed into the shallow hollows beneath his collarbone. She was nervous. A quick impulse to pull away from him seized her, but something caused her to remain. Perhaps it was the curiosity to bat pulsed inside of her, or the odd waiting look in his gold-green eyes. Perhaps the insane feeling that he deserved the right to hold her in this way, for his fingertips rested on her body with gentle lightness, promising magic. "I've tried to take kisses from you before," Rand said huskily, drawing her further between his spread knees. "But you would not yield to me." "You were different then," she whispered, thinking of how his mouth had crushed hers. "I remember. Don't." Rand's gaze was edged with bleakness. "Don't remember any more. Let me replace your memories." For the stillness stretched between them, surrounded them, seemed to press her slowly toward him. His words, his gaze, the strange new leniency about his mouth, all of it tempted her beyond reason. Slowly, Rosalie lowered her head, finding his mouth with her own, shivering slightly as they first touched. His lips were warm, firm, undemanding. She knew that it was an inexpert kiss, for she did not know what to do except to press her mouth against his. For surely a man of his experience would not be satisfied by her unworldliness. But when she lifted her head with a shaky breath, Rosalie saw that Rand had also been affected. His gaze was soft and hot with desire, his chest rising and falling a degree more quickly than before. Underneath her hands, his pulse had increased in strength. The silence was broken only by the faint sputter of a candle flame. Rand was unaccountably touched by the innocence of the chaste caress. For as Rosalie watched him with the wary courage of a kitten, he fought hard to tamp down the violent strength of his response to her, and he won the inner battle by only a hair. "Is that what you—" she breathed, her hands tightening an inch or two closer around his neck, her body tingling as the tender surface of her inner arms brushed his skin. Was that all right? Rand longed wildly in that moment to drag her into his bedroom, for the feel of her, as she perched on his lap, was unbearably tempting, like a kitten begging to be cuddled. She was so soft and feminine, so easy to hold. The insistent pressure of need in his body increased, and he lashed down his impatience ruthlessly. "Yes," he rasped, a sultry glow emphasizing the gold in his eyes. Then he smiled, his teeth a brilliant white against the copper of his skin. "But too fast." Rosalie smiled as well, shaking her head slightly as she looked at him, for leaning forward until their noses nearly touched, she felt his muscles tighten into unyielding hardness. "Let me try again," she offered, and tentatively she sought the tender fire of his lips once more. Now Rand allowed himself to respond with careful eagerness. "Open your mouth," he murmured, his large hands coming up to frame her face. Uncertainly she obeyed, finding that as her lips parted they were held open by the increasing pressure of his kiss, for his tongue touched hers. In confusion she tried to jerk her head back, and he followed her movement. Their lips still fused. Slowly Rosalie subsided, an incredible yearning heat suffusing her body as his mouth slanted over hers, demanding access, finding it, rewarding her with undreamed-of pleasure. She felt marauded and cherished at the same time. Rosalie sank down into his lap, her body becoming boneless, sinuous, pressing against him of its own accord, for the boldness of his masculinity throbbed against her, and she felt an answering pulse in her midriff as she yielded to his embrace. In Rand's arms was a world of luxurious sensation that she had never dreamed of here. Was safety, here were warmth, light, and colour, here was enchantment that nothing could dispel. Their mouths moved together deeply, and a tremor flitted through Rosalie's veins in response to the barely restrained urgency of his kiss. For Rand cradled her head in one large hand, his other fumbling blindly with the belt of her robe. As she felt the slight tugging, Rosalie stiffened and turned her face away from his. "Stop!" she gasped, her senses groggy with arousal, blinking as if she had just risen from a deep slumber. She could hardly remember who she was. "I've no wish to lead you on a fruitless rand. I don't want there." Was not one trace of apology in the fever-bright green of his eyes only a wealth of need? "For I understand," Rand said hoarsely, and then he couldn't help but smile wryly at the strange sound of his own voice. "I'm sorry," she said, making a move to get off his lap. and he kept her there by tightening the circle of his arms.
Rosalie?
The way he said her name caused her ears to burn. Little siren, you've lured me between Scylla and Charybdis. It doesn't matter if I crash against the sharp rocks or sink into a bottomless whirlpool. Either way, my fate is sealed. I want you. And the curse of it is that I only want you if you're willing. She moistened her lips nervously, feeling restless and empty, rather as if she were the one being drawn into a whirlpool. Reluctantly, she searched for an alternative to offer him. Maybe someone else. There could be no one else, Rand said honestly, flatly. Their encounter in London had been an equal exchange. He had taken her virginity, she had taken his freedom. He had no desire for any other woman, for Rosalie stared at him unhappily. Although she was relieved by his refusal to go to another woman to ease his needs, she was conscious of her own limitations. She couldn't help thinking suddenly of the discomfort, the fear she had experienced in his bed. His mouth became twisted with a bitter wistfulness. "Do you think I don't understand how it was for you?" he asked in a haunted voice. "Don't let the memory rule you, Rosalie. You have no idea of what it could be like. Please," she moaned, her eyes becoming damp. "It's not a question of what I fear or remember. It's a question of independence. I don't want to need you. Please let me go." Instantly he let go of her as the last glow of arousal faded reluctantly from his loins. Rand walked over to the bathwater and tested it with his fingers. "Go ahead with your bath," he said, sounding vaguely weary. "Call me when you're out." "Rand, we can't leave it like this. Aren't we going to talk about—" "Not now," Rand said tersely, walking toward his bedroom door. His unsatisfied desire was slowly transforming into a deep-rooted frustration that nothing could ease. One more minute around her, and he would undoubtedly regret what it would prompt him to say and do. "He's not feeling well," Selig offered apologetically. "Because of him," Rand said softly. "I've never had a worse night's sleep. I'm not feeling well myself. Let me in." For the door to Brummel's apartments was swung wide, and Rand strode into the drawing-room. The beau reclined in a built-in cushioned nook, fingering an object which Rand instantly recognized as the gold pin, still fastened onto Rosalie's velvet ribbon. He didn't appear to be surprised at Rand's presence.
Amazing,
Brummel murmured dolefully. "Prinny and I each sired a daughter in 1796. For his Charlotte and my Rosalie would most likely have been fast friends had my own relationship been—" "If Rosalie is your daughter," Rand interrupted sharply, "I'd say she's been far better off away from the lot of you. There's no doubt that she is mine. She's the living image of Lucy, and I fancy I saw a little of myself in her." "Not much. Enough," Brummel insisted, and Rand became increasingly annoyed as the other man continued to stake a claim to Rosalie. For now, whether she wanted to or not, Rosalie belonged to Rand himself, not to an aging fop whose name spelled certain trouble for her. "Aren't you going to ask how she is?" Rand inquired with unnatural calm. The romantic aura of loneliness dropped from the beau's facade as he smiled with anticipation. "Yes, do tell. Come to think of it, why didn't you bring her?" "She's confused. She's unhappy. She doesn't know who she is, and she's afraid to find out. And if you care a whit for anything besides the condition of your cravat, Brummel, you'll erase every trace of yesterday afternoon from your mind. Dear man, have you gone spoony? She's my daughter. I have no family, Berkeley, at least none that will admit connection to me. She's all I have, and there is an entire heritage I must tell her about, the legends I have left behind. Accepting your name would ruin her," Rand said bluntly. "For you left England with scores of creditors snapping and sniffing over the pittance you left behind. What would she inherit from you? A legendary debt and a lengthy sojourn in debtor's prison while you cool your immaculately polished heels in France. I suppose it is far better for me to leave her in your hands, sir. Far better for her to be your hummingbird, and then to be cast off to some other pup when you've tired of her. For you forget that I have previous knowledge of your reputation. Berkeley, you use the ladies lightly, and then you cast them aside like soiled gloves. I wouldn't call them ladies, Rand replied, and his expression became inscrutable. And I would not cast a waif out into the street. I'll take care of Miss Belleau, Brummel Belleau, Rand stressed gently, meaningfully. If your neck means anything to you, for her sake, not yours or mine. For I know about the flood of visitors you receive, and moreover, about your fondness for gossip and sad tales. But this will be a secret you carry to your grave, or else I will consider your loose tongue an invitation to hasten your demise. For a moment, Brummel appeared to be suitably impressed by the words, for he was one to religiously avoid the threat of physical confrontation. Then he managed to put on a show of unconcern. Picturesque words, he scoffed, for a dangerous gleam shone in Rand's eyes. Don't forget a single one of them. Does my daughter agree with you? The beau inquired stiffly. She doesn't know I'm here. Rand began to leave, and then stopped as if remembering something. As of now, only 4 people know of the possibility of her connection to you. If the rumour ever gets out, it will spread like wildfire, and I'll know that it wasn't started by me or my hummingbird. He emphasized the last word with light sarcasm, for I would advise both you and your valet to hold your tongues. Selig, show our visitor out, Brummel commanded, striving to attain an imperious tone. I know the way, Rand assured him, but hesitated before he left. One more thing, Brummel, the pin. I want it back, in the event that Miss Belleau decides she would like to have it. The beau suddenly flushed in distress, shaking his head and meeting Rand's eyes directly. I can't give it to you. It's not yours to withhold, for the pin was given to her by her mother. My God, man, Brummel said slowly, the first real traces of emotion lacing through his voice. Are you really as heartless as your reputation would indicate? She's my daughter. I'll go to my grave believing it, and from all appearances I'll go without ever having known her. The pin is the only proof, the only sign that I have of her existence. Rand went through a brief inner debate before nodding reluctantly. For once they had returned to Lothair. Rosalie found her dilemma growing worse daily, for she was trapped in a situation that she had never anticipated, confronted with 2 unacceptable alternatives, either to have Rand or not to have him. She tried instead to find a middle ground. That proved to be impossible. She had decided at first to treat him with casual friendliness, studiedly ignoring any spark of the sexual awareness between them. For the ploy failed, because any hint of amiability between them seemed destined to turn rapidly into intimacy. A simple exchange of smiles turned into a long look of shared desire. A touch of the hands threatened to become a much warmer embrace. She thought all of the time about kissing him, and wound up blushing guiltily whenever their eyes met. Finally, Rosalie resorted to her old antagonism, which was an even worse tactic. For the arguments, the sharp, fast exchanges they engaged in so readily, held a powerful undercurrent of excitement. In those moments, they wanted each other the most, and so Rosalie began to feel helpless against the oncoming tide of her feelings for him. But what would happen after she gave herself to him? Rosalie was afraid that the old saying was true, that what attracted a man in a woman rarely bound him to her, for she did not want to touch heaven and then settle for less. Much better never to know what she could not have. Rand did not make the situation any easier. At times he looked at her so intently that she flushed in pleasure and confusion. How heady it was to be desired by such a man, for she had not allowed herself the right to feel possessive toward him. But when they walked down the streets of Havre, pausing to look at the gaudy merchandise displayed in the store windows, Rosalie was aware that many envious eyes were on her. Rand, with his tall, well-built form and exotic colouring, was a highly visible prize. Helpfully, Rand left the Lothair during the moments when the closeness became unbearable, for Rosalie made the disagreeable discovery that she spent most of the time that they were apart wondering when he would return. Steadfastly, she refused to mention their oncoming departure from France, even though it was obvious that business affairs would be resolved soon. A new life in London, new employment, being able to see and talk companion to a kindly widow, or nanny to young children of an agreeable family. But Rosalie found no gladness in anticipating the end of their stay in France. To be strictly truthful, she wondered how she would bear never seeing Rand again. For when she was old and grey-haired, she would still be able to cast her mind back to the time when the not-yet Earl of Berkeley had wanted her passionately, had danced alone with her in a little ballroom, and kissed her once with the warmth of a blazing noontime sun. She would live the memories over and over, keeping them worn bright with use. On the dreaded day when the American cotton finally arrived at port, Rosalie sipped her chocolate and watched Rand shave. For after becoming accustomed to the small intimacies of living together, such as helping with dress fastenings and the tying of cravats, Rosalie's habit of creeping into his room to watch him perform the morning ritual of shaving caused little comment from Rand. For after their first week in Havre, Rosalie had admitted to herself that she enjoyed looking at him so casually dressed in the wine-shaded robe, the long, powerful muscles of his calves, the light golden skin at the back of his neck, the sparse glinting fur visible at the part of his chest that the robe didn't cover. She had never had the occasion to pursue the body of a man with such leisure before, and Rand Vass undoubtedly a prime example of what was most desirable in a man, for he did not have the slender, elegant physique of many of the admired and celebrated bucks. Instead, he was tall and substantially built, well conditioned from riding and hunting. His body was hard, muscular, and compact, unaltered by pads or stays. Rosalie had come to find his lack of artifice attractive, more so than the carefully curled locks, the reed-like slimness, and the refined shapes of more fashionable men. Surely, she thought, no woman in her right mind would disagree.
Rand?
For she questioned, as he scraped the last trace of soap from his face.
Yes. What happens if the shipment is good?
Berkeley Shipping will probably win the silk manufacturing contract over East India, giving us a good portion of a valuable market. What else? You and I go home. From my grandfather, I receive praise for a job well done, for proving myself capable of handling the family affairs, and my share of the inheritance will be declared secure. What if it isn't? For I engage in an ignominious battle, pointing fingers and resorting to pleading and threats, developing tremendous headaches, and losing my appetite, and you and I remain here until the problem is resolved. Rosalie squelched the traitorous hope that she would be given a few weeks' reprieve. For Rand's sake, she would hope that the cotton bales were without flaw. For as he hunted on the washstand for a fresh towel, Rosalie stood up from the chair she had been leaning against and walked over to him. Seeing her approach from the vantage of the mirror, Rand turned around and looked down at her with a question in his hazel eyes. Without her slippers on, her head came to a spot well below his chin. It always surprised him, when they were close, how small she was. His heart skipped a beat as she reached up to his face with her fingertips. Fortunately, Rosalie wiped away a smudge of soap from the underside of his jaw with her thumb and smiled at him.
You missed it,
she stated unnecessarily, and then she stood on her toes to press a lightning-quick kiss to his smooth-shaven cheek. He was utterly still, his expression unfathomable.
Good luck, Monsieur Berkeley. Don't let a few Americans get the better of you.
For my problem isn't an American, Rand said, and his mouth turned up at the corners in a smile that would have enchanted a heart of stone. It's a little Anglaise who shouldn't come into gentlemen's bedrooms to watch them shave. What gentleman? Rosalie inquired, her smile almost saucy, and Rand reluctantly grinned as he motioned her out of the room with a nod of his head. The early morning commotion had begun at the dock, but this time Rand's attitude was unconcerned. For it's fine, were the first words Captain Jasper had uttered upon their meeting. As the cotton and other goods were being inspected by customs agents, Rand thrust his hands in his pockets and watched the process with something close to nonchalance. His eyes followed the stout and active form of Willie Jasper as the older man gave brief directions to the crew of Lady Cat during unloading, for the men worked together like a well-oiled machine. So accustomed was each to his function in the procedure of docking and unloading. As Jasper felt the touch of Rand's gaze, he turned around and looked at him thoughtfully, as if he were in the midst of making a decision about a particular matter. "Captain," Rand said, inquiry threading his tone, and Jasper walked toward him with a slow seaman's stride. "For, if you have a minute, I'd like to speak with you, sir," the captain said, his grey eyes matching the soft steel colour of his hair. Rand inclined his head curiously, and Jasper hesitated once more. "It's none of my concern," he said, "except that you are a good employer and a fair man, and I suspect we'll be doing business together well on into the future. For you do not strike me as the sort who likes to hear only tidings of—" "Jasper?" Rand interrupted, his white teeth flashing in a quick smile of amusement. "You don't have to beat around it. Is there something you want to say?" Silently, the older man nodded and reached inside his coat to pull out a folded sheet of newspaper. It was a section from a recent issue of the Times, the largest and most widely read of all the London papers. For it was advanced far beyond its European contemporaries, its only equal being the Messenger, an English paper produced in Paris. Rand scanned it absently, one large hand reaching up to rub the back of his neck to ease the tautness of the muscles there. Then, under the column labelled France, the words leapt out at him. "An astonishing rumour has come to our attention concerning George Brummel, Esquire, currently residing in Calais. For the recent report involves the existence in France of a young Miss Belleau, who claims to be the illegitimate daughter of the former resident of London. Curiosity is rampant concerning the possibility of this famed gentleman's offspring. Our sources cannot be confirmed." Rand felt his belly tighten with anger. Slowly he raised a carefully blank expression to meet Jasper's scrutiny. "Interesting," he commented. "What has it to do with me?" "For what the paper didn't state," Jasper said cautiously, "is that the prevalent rumours link your name with this woman. They say that the reason for your sojourn in France is not business, but the fact that she is it was not necessary to finish the sentence." Rand knew that Jasper travelled in high enough circles so that his information was probably accurate. For, and if so, Rosalie's name was being bandied about at every ball, every breakfast, every hunt, every street corner in England. He swore fluently, the string of soft curses heard every day in a London street, but uttered with such an intensity of feeling that Jasper fairly blushed. "Brummel," Rand muttered, "when I get to you, I'll gag you with your own cravat." "You don't deny it, then?" the captain asked. Rand's mouth twisted in disgust. "Does it matter? For the damnable thing about rumours is that whether they're confirmed or denied, they proliferate like weeds. True." Jasper was about to add something when he spied a fraying hemp rope being used to lower one of the small, heavy crates of porcelain. "Excuse me, I must attend to something." Rand barely acknowledged the captain's departure as he scowled at the dock. He would be damned if he would take Rosalie home before he knew what kind of reception she would have, for the thought of what she could be subjected to made his hair curl. Brummel's daughter. To the sophisticated set of London she would be a wonder, a novelty, a curiosity, a prize. She would become a celebrity among the wilder circles of London, toasted and feted, exposed to all the seaminess the jaded elite had to offer. To the elite, the art of corrupting the spirit was not only a game, but also a subtle art. For they would all want her. They would try to lure or steal her away from him, tempting, taunting, breaking the thin silken bonds that Rand had so carefully tied around her. She would be wooed and courted by every buck in sight, who would desire her as a mistress because of her beauty and her famed father. The thought of her being drawn away from him so insidiously made Rand's jaw harden in anger, aroused an instinct to protect what was his. He would not allow them to touch her, for a previously unconsidered thought raced across his mind. What if he gave her his name? People would be more loath to take advantage of a woman under the shield of the Berkeley name and power, no matter who her father was. And if Brummell's angry creditors dared to approach her, Rand would have a legitimate claim and legal means to deal with them himself. Marriage. The thought had never appealed to him before now, but it suddenly presented itself as the perfect solution to his problems. For he had always scorned the idea of being confined by the matrimonial bond, but the prospect of being tied to Rosalie held a certain appeal. He knew far more about her than he could ever have the opportunity to discover about some simpering debutante during a carefully supervised courtship. Although Rosalie was a lively woman with a marked willingness to argue with him, she could also be very companionable. She was young and beautiful, and there was no question as to her innocence. For before they had met, she had been untouched by any other man, that much had been proved. And most important, if she were his wife, he could have her any time he wanted. Putting the shoe on the other foot, Rand considered what her life would be like as Lady Berkeley. He knew he was one of the most desired matrimonial catches in London because of his title and wealth. Surely Rosalie could have no objection to the home and the living he would provide for her. For but aside from that, could she learn to be happy with him as a husband? He had started their relationship off in the worst imaginable way, yet he would not demand any forgiveness that she could not give, only try to make amends. Disgruntled. He stared distantly into the sky, wondering exactly how she felt about him. It was fairly obvious that on some level she had developed a kind of fondness for him. It seemed to Rand that that was enough to begin a marriage with, for Rosalie could learn to be happy with him, especially during the endless hours they would spend in his bed. Although she did not know it yet, Rosalie was a woman who needed to be loved long and well, and Rand had no doubt that he could satisfy her in that respect, if not in any other. Rosalie flew to the door as soon as she heard the key turn in the lock. "What happened?" she demanded, flinging the door wide, and Rand caught it deftly with one hand, for there was a vaguely triumphant air about him as he looked down at her with an intricately blended gaze of gold and jade. "You can offer me your congratulations," he said, and Rosalie laughed in delight before she had the opportunity to say a word. Rand closed the door and pulled her into his arms to kiss her. Rosalie was immediately paralyzed, her lips soft with astonishment, and he took advantage of her vulnerability without hesitation. For his mouth was searching, urgent, knowing, even more intoxicating than she had remembered. As the warmth of his touch suffused her, Rosalie stumbled closer to meld herself against his hard body. Fire licked smoothly along her nerves in instant reaction to him, and a soft sound came from Rand's throat as he sensed her surrender. Rosalie became oblivious of everything but the searing contact between their bodies, the hungry clasp of flesh to flesh, for she was consumed like tinder fed to a flame, feeling hot and light, weightless. Their passion was new, desperate, too long denied. His hand slid upward along her side, searching for her body through the fine material of her gown, cupping her breast delicately. Her knees weakened at the sensation, and she leaned against him, letting the hard muscles of his legs take her weight. Somewhere in the back of Rand's quickly evaporating mind, the thought intruded that he was not going to be able to stop, for he had to get control of himself. He lifted his head, Biss' breath quick, and she made a slight gasp of protest as the loss of his mouth.
"We have to talk,"
Rand said thickly, his thumb making a regretfully brief search of a tender nipple. Rosalie shivered and then nodded, her face flushed and her body aching for more of his touch. He let her rest against him until her legs had strengthened, and then she moved away to sit down, feeling peculiarly languid and confused. About going home? For, she asked. Precisely. There is something I'd like to do first. He paused before asking slowly, "Would you mind it if our return was delayed another week?" Rosalie took an uneven breath and lowered her eyes, so that he would not see the transparent gleam of relief. Another week, she thought, with an overload of thankfulness. Another week with Rand. "That depends," she said carefully. "Why do you want to delay it?" For Rand paused in a split second of indecision, feeling a quick sting of guilt. He had already decided not to tell her about the report in the Times until he could make the most use of it. He would buy enough time to beguile her into accepting his proposal. If she proved to be particularly obstinate, he would use the newspaper article to convince her that she needed the protection of his name. For I was speaking this morning with a French naval architect about the Prinzessin Charlotte, a double-hulled steamboat which carries passengers on the Elbe in Germany. A steamboat? Why would you be interested? Right now, steam is used only as auxiliary power for passenger vessels like the Charlotte, only for short inland runs. But when they are developed more, it's going to change the entire shipping business. For they'll take the place of cargo freighters, and they'll cut the time from trade routes significantly. And you want to talk more about it with this naval architect?
I want to talk more about it with someone in Paris, a former apprentice of Robert Fulton. When Fulton lived in Paris, he built a steamboat that went up the Seine, and he left behind a few burgeoning experts in steam navigation. Rosalie frowned. She was hardly concerned about Fulton, steamships, or trade.
For what occupied her thoughts was the prospect of Rand leaving her alone for a week while he went to Paris. "How soon are you going to leave?" she managed to ask quietly. Rand smiled at her. "That depends on how much you intend to pack." "How much she repeated, dumbfounded, and his smile deepened. "Unless you don't want to go." Rosalie recovered quickly and masked her elation by adopting an undecided expression. "Will it be very boring, talking to some old man about ships?" For she looked so much like a little French coquette that Rand had to smother an impulse to snatch her up and kiss her until she was senseless. "Boring?" he questioned thoughtfully. "Have you ever sailed up the Seine in a full-rigged freighter? Have you ever gone to the Maison d'Or and whispered behind your fan as the dandies strolled by? Seen a play at the Comédie Française? Have you ever gone dancing in Paris until the night ends and dawn begins?"
No.
For her gaze was filled with excitement and longing. "Then you won't be bored. Go and pack." Rand grinned as she scampered off to her room. He was beginning to understand how to deal with Rosalie Belleau-Brummel. A good thing that she was proving to be so temptable. Paris was unimaginable to someone like Rosalie, who had been sheltered all of her life from the kinds of sights and activities that proliferated there. For every narrow, poorly paved street seemed to run riot with energy and glee, with the colours and shapes of fantastic art, with the music from the theatres and the loud talk of the radical intellectuals who frequented the cafes. To those who wished to act and speak as they pleased, Paris was the city of light. For 24 francs, Rand had hired a carriage to take them to the Hôtel de Ville, a noble structure that had stood on the right bank since the 16th century. For Rosalie tried to prevent herself from hanging out of the carriage window in an unseemly way as Rand pointed out the strange and delightful scenes they passed. The open-air summer restaurants, the huge mass of the uncompleted Arc de Triomphe, the Tuileries Gardens, and the Palais Royal, where numerous small shops beckoned to the passing tourists. Across the Seine reposed the dwellings of the secluded aristocracy along the right bank. For every part of the city was filled with the delicious smells of a multitude of the finest restaurants. The first night in Paris, Rand took Rosalie dancing, as he had promised, to a public ball that was crowded with the most varied assemblage conceivable. It was filled with gamblers, prostitutes, aristocrats, and elegant ladies who intermingled as if the sharp class distinctions they usually sought to protect did not exist. There was an orchestra at either end of the dance hall. For the music of the fiddle, clarinet, and the cornet, a piston floated out of the huge Gothic doors to the small garden walkways that were lit with coloured paper lanterns. Inside, Rosalie went to the refreshment table after the first quadrille and eyed the drinks with dismay. "Warm March beer," she commented, and out of nowhere Rand managed to produce a cup of tart lemonade. "You're a magician," she accused, laughing up at him, and then downing half the drink in a few rapid swallows. For she was careful not to let the pink liquid spot either her long gloves or the immaculate high-waisted, puff-sleeved gown she wore. The daylight blue gown was at first glance demure, but the neckline was cut so deeply that it riveted the attention of all who saw her. The fragile inset of Valenciennes lace did nothing to camouflage the alluring veil between her breasts.
Be careful,
Rand said, picking up a fresh three-cornered puff and eyeing it with interest, for you might come to find me indispensable. Tonight I do, Rosalie said, biting off the corner of the puff and allowing him to finish the rest of it. You're a better dancer than anyone else here. She felt like she was flying when they moved together. She had felt the stares of many people on them as Rand had whirled her around the ballroom, and strangely she had not minded being regarded as his woman. Rand smiled at her, wondering at her relaxed openness with him, for it was a new attitude, one which interested him greatly. It seemed that there had been a few changes in Rosalie since he had first brought her to France. A dancer is only as good as his partner. Not true, she corrected, taking another refreshing swallow of the sugar, fruit and water concoction. I know the extent of my capabilities. You enhance them greatly. False modesty. Are you looking for more complimerates from me? Rand accused softly, for their gazes caught and melded together in an electric completeness, and then they became aware that the orchestras were playing the unmistakable accented rhythm of a waltz. The first waltz, he said, and took the lemonade from her to set it down on the table. We're obligated to dance again.
Really?
Rosalie responded dryly, and she allowed him to pull her into the centre of the crush of couples before it became any more crowded. For I must speak with Madame Mirabeau about your clothes, Rand remarked, sliding an arm around her waist with the caution of utter propriety.
My clothes?
Rosalie repeated, wrinkling her nose at him in a flirtatious manner that was utterly unlike herself. You're only a fraction of an inch away from being underdressed, he said, and as his gaze flickered to the plunging neckline of her gown, it was obvious as to where he would have added the extra inch of material. For if you'd bother to look around, you'd see I'm the most overdressed woman here. Rand made some non-committal sound, having no desire to look at any other women. As he stared down at her and smiled, Rosalie was suddenly consumed with a rush of feelings that threatened to suffocate her. Why did this night ever have to end, she thought, caught in an indescribably painful moment of realization that no hour, no minute of her life would ever be this perfect again, for it seemed that they danced the entire night without stopping. Rosalie clung to each moment until it was wrenched from her, revelling in the cloud-woven hours as Rand turned the considerable amount of charm at his disposal completely toward her. 1 minute he would entice her into laughing out loud, and in the next he would look into her eyes with an enigmatic and steady gaze as he swept her around in wide circling steps. For their clasped hands, the music, the privacy of an intimate glance, it was a sweet flash of fulfillment, too, brief, elusive. She was caught between night and day in an insubstantial dream, able to do nothing except follow where he led. I've allowed it to happen, she thought, and her breath caught in her throat. I've brought it on myself. She had fallen in love with him. She loved a man she could never, never have, someone that perhaps no one could ever have. For, and worse yet, was the knowledge that if it had happened despite her best efforts to resist, her flourishing love for Lord Randall Berkeley would likewise be impossible to dispel. 7. Come to me in the silence of the night. Come in the speaking silence of a dream. Come with soft rounded cheeks and eyes as bright as sunlight on a stream. Come back in tears, O memory, hope, love of finished years. For Christina Rossetti. A breeze flew across Rosalie's skin as the carriage door was opened, a cool brush of gossamer that sent soft chills chasing through her body. The faltering moonlight barely illuminated Rand's set features as he helped her out of the vehicle. His eyes flickered with a brief smile, but the set of his mouth was inscrutable, the expression of his features almost emotionless. For Rosalie accepted his hand as she descended to the ground, wondering why her fingers were cold when his were so warm. You must be tired, Rand said, and Rosalie nodded automatically, although she was not tired at all. She had no idea of what hour it was, but the sky was as dark as velvet, and there was no promise of daybreak in sight. For she could find no explanation for the excitement and apprehension ricocheting through her stomach, except that somewhere inside burned a premonition of what would happen soon. The dance was over, the night fertile and young, the air seasoned with the intoxicating flavour of romance. Silently they entered the quiet, dimly lit hotel and proceeded up the long, straight flights and landings of a deep-welled staircase. For Rosalie could detect an odd blend of fragrances that mingled in the hotel: tobacco smoke, hot candle wax, strong tea, ladies' cologne. The treads of each step were finished with brackets that pressed into the sensitive soles of Rosalie's slippers. Finally, they reached a hallway off which branched several rooms. "It's so quiet," Rosalie whispered. "The guests must all be asleep. More likely they're all out dancing," Rand said, ushering her inside a room with studied aplomb. For they shared two chambers that were connected by a gilt-framed door, rooms that were decorated in only a degree or two less luxury than the Lothair. The gold-draped windows opened out onto small balconies, and Rosalie went over to peer out through a thin glass pane. "What a beautiful view!" she remarked in a small voice, and Rand frowned quizzically. Beautiful view? He knew that she could hardly see more than the dark outlines of the street. Was she uneasy because she didn't trust him? For he didn't blame her. He hardly trusted himself around her. Sighing, he walked over to the connecting door and opened it gingerly. "Your bags and trunks are all next door," he said. "Call for me if you have any difficulties." Rosalie stared at him, making no move to leave, as she thought of what she wanted, of what was in her power to bring about. Her heart pounded so heavily that she wondered if her pulse were visible. For jerkily she clasped her hands before her and ignored the faint tugs of panic along her veins. A quick glint of memory appeared before her eyes. The image of Rand as he had possessed her, his eyes hot with the desire, his body tense with need of her, his skin and hair damp with the exertion of striving for the pleasure that she had brought him. "I want him to hold me again," she thought, and her cheeks flamed. "I want him to need me desperately, whisper my name, press me tightly against his body." And what of the pain the joining had brought her? Would it occur again? It did not matter any more. She remembered how he had seemed to forget everything in the world except for her during those minutes of passion. "Actually, I do have a small difficulty," she murmured, and turned partially away from him. "I need help with my gown." For a split second Rand remained rooted to the floor, for her words hung in the air, soft sounds that his tortured imagination had twisted into tones of enticement, wanting her desperately and reminding himself that he had sworn not to take her again. He swallowed painfully before moving toward her. What had he done, he wondered miserably, to deserve this kind of torture? Tonight he did not have the patience to resist his own clamourings of need for her, for helplessly he drew near her, all of his renowned skill at unfastening women's apparel fleeing in a hazy instant. Rand took special care not to let his fingers brush against her back as he fumbled with the miniature buttons of her gown, muttering something about needing a lamp, his senses soaking up the details of her nearness, the feminine scent of her, the sleekness of her pinned-up hair. Then the job was done, and he caught a glimpse of her brief white chemise before she turned around quickly. "For thank you," Rosalie said, her eyes huge as she turned her face upward. "Good night," he said curtly, praying for her to leave before he could no longer keep a rein on his raging impulse to scoop her up, carry her to the bed, and drive into her greedily. To his confusion, she didn't move away from him, and Rand's every muscle protested against the tight control he exercised to keep still. "Rose, you'd better leave," he said, his voice harsher than he had intended. Rand, for she withheld the other words she wanted to say, wondering wildly how to continue. She had no experience at seducing a man. How could she please him? What if she disappointed him? This is a terrible idea, she thought, and yet she stood there mutely as she met his eyes. Rand took 1, 2, 3 even breaths as he tried to read her thoughts. "Do you understand what you're doing?" he finally asked hoarsely. Rose, do you understand what I'm thinking and what's going to happen if you don't go? 4. She managed to nod jerkily. Suddenly, Rand reached for her with a smothered curse and enveloped her in his arms, his hands sliding inside the gaping back of her gown. His mouth sought hers and found it instantly, tasting, devouring. Rosalie closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around him loosely. As the kiss forced her head back, she opened her mouth under the pressure of his, allowing the steel bands of his arms to crush her against him. For her nostrils were filled with the fresh, intoxicating scent of him, a pleasant masculine distillation that had a peculiarly seductive effect on her. A strange warmth seeped lazily through her body, and Rosalie discovered that her knees had suddenly turned to rubber. Rand's fingers tangled in her hair, anchoring her in one position, as his head moved slowly over hers, his tongue mating with hers, and then exploring the deepest recesses of her mouth. For heady desire pounded through her relentlessly, a delicious excitement that overwhelmed every inch of her body. She had dreamed of a lover who would be tender and gentle, but Rand was impatient, insistent, voracious, kissing her as if he were a starving man partaking of life-giving sustenance. She didn't mind his roughness. She welcomed it as the hard, unyielding masculinity of him provided relief for the hunger of her aroused flesh. For he lifted his mouth from hers, and Rosalie heard with shock the sound of her own voice as the cool air robbed the moistness from her lips. "Don't stop." She seemed to be pleading, and he pulled her up against him as the scorching heat of his mouth slid along her fragile neck. She felt the bold hardness of him between her legs, the strident masculinity of his body, both threatening and arousing, and she shuddered in rapidly awakening anticipation of what was yet to happen. Rose. For he rasped, his arms tightening around her as his hands wandered fervently over her slender form. "I've wanted you more every day. I've tried to forget what it was like to hold you. It's no use. You're mine, and I can't last one more night without you." Recklessly she pressed closer, her mind clouded with misty excitement. "You told me? It could be different from how it was before," Rosalie said breathlessly. "Prove it to me." For Rand stared down at her with eyes that had dark end to velvet green, focusing on the swollen curve of her lips. "It will be different," he said thickly, and his thumbs caressed the exquisite line of her jaw, burying his mouth in the curve of her neck and shoulder. Rand stilled himself for a moment as he fought for self-possession. He could so easily be overcome by the urgency of his own passion, but that was not what he wanted, for he intended to make Rosalie as drunk with desire as he was, and that would take much more time. Painstakingly, Rand pulled the pins from her hair, his heartbeat seeming to triple as the heavy mass of satin fell down her back. Heady thoughts surged through his mind. She was more beautiful to him than any woman he had ever seen. She was everything he wanted. She was here in his arms. For he felt her stir against him with the beginnings of arousal, and as painful as it was, Rand forced himself to go slowly. The sleeves of Rosalie's gown were halfway down her arms. Easing the garment down, Rand pulled her hands free and bade her to lock them around his neck. Her breath came fast and shallow through her lips, mingling with his as he caressed her breasts through the light, filmy chemise. For light-headed and filled with an unfamiliar languor, Rosalie made no protest as he eased the undergarment down to her waist. The night air struck her bare flesh with a gentle chill, and then the warmth of his hands was splayed over her skin. An odd quake shook her as she stood half-naked before him, realizing that he was still fully dressed. Rand took the weight of her breast in his hand and stroked the soft nipple with his thumb until it contracted from the vibrant sensation. For she started in surprise as hunger tightened inside her abdomen, her first impulse to shrink away. "Love, be still," he whispered, and slipped his other arm around her back as he wonderingly stroked her yielding flesh, arousing her with the sensitive brush of his fingers. "You're perfect." Rosalie clung to him with love and bewildered desire, her hands slipping up his neck to caress the cool silk of his hair. For Rand, she finally moaned, recoiling from the lightning that gnawed at her vitals. Blindly, he lowered his mouth to hers, seeking the fullness of her response, until she hardly noticed, as her chemise and gown dropped to the floor. When she was naked, Rand lifted her and carried her to the bed, her satin-skinned body fragile and supple in his arms. "Before we go any further," he said, shrugging out of his coat in one lithe, efficient movement, "you should understand something, for this won't be the last time. And after tonight I won't wait for any more shy advances." His voice was heavy with desire. It was difficult for him to say the words, for he doubted that he would ever want anything as much as he wanted in this moment to possess her. Yet he intended that there would be no surprises on the morrow. Rosalie lay before him and shivered slightly, her pale form startlingly lovely, the shine of her eyes visible even in the darkness of the room. For her hands closed and unclosed in a restlessness she had never experienced before, her body seeming to throb with fever, her very skin fervid and bereft without his soothing touch. "Please come to me," she gasped fitfully, unaware of anything but a distress that only he could ease. "Please." His passion raged, and Rand knew that he could not stop himself from taking her, any more than he could hold back the tide. For impatiently he stripped off the rest of his clothing and dragged the covers away from the place where Rosalie lay. She was still and quiescent as he moved to reclaim her, his arms sliding beneath her neck to elevate her head, and one hand coming to rest lightly on her flat stomach. Curiously attuned to her, Rand sensed the innocent shyness she felt at the intimate warmth of his hands, and his heart contracted in silent empathy. For he forced himself to wait until her hands lifted to his back in a delicate, questing touch, her fingertips examining the hard, deep solidity of his muscles, the burnished smoothness of his shoulders, the masculine furring over his chest.
"Rand?"
She questioned faintly, and he looked down at her in the darkness. "What?" he murmured, his skin burning as she tentatively acquainted herself with the long, sloping firmness of his back. "Did you feel nervous your first time?" For he chuckled huskily at her question, his voice catching as he replied, "No, no, never, until now." Rand whispered something unintelligible, his mouth touching hers in the most tempting of kisses. Her arms curved eagerly around his neck to pull his head closer, but still he resisted the deeper joining of their lips, preferring instead to tease and torment until she thought he was trying to drive her mad. For her fingers sank into the thickness of his hair, as his head moved lower, down her neck, along the frail ridge of her collarbone. Suddenly she arched upward as his mouth possessed the sensitive peak of her breast, a sweet cry escaping her throat. Straining toward him, Rosalie held his dark head to her breast with shaking hands, searching for a way to reciprocate, and yet unable to do anything but cling to him and feel what he was doing to her. For after several long, lazy moments, he moved to her other breast and courted it with the same attention, his hand stroking the curve of her waist as if to calm the shocked trembles that racked her. "Rand? Oh, that feels so," she said, unsteadily, trying to find words to describe the incredible rapture. Slowly he moved back upward, seeking her mouth, for heat flowed and swirled over her body like a timeless river, and Rosalie subsided beneath him with drugged satisfaction, her lips moving under his, searching for even sweeter and more thorough pleasure. Her nerves ceased their alarmed jangling and ached instead with a steady, surging rhythm. Rand's voice floated to her ears in smoky whispers, in snatches of praise, of desire, of guidance. For she obeyed him without question, moving instinctively in any way he desired, anxious to fulfill his every whim, just so long as he would not withhold this seductive rapture. She had never known him before now. Not this tender, urgent man who was a partner, a lover. He was a dream to her, a golden vision, an erotic apparition that would disappear with the first cruel light of morning. For he answered her curious whispers with half-smiles and lingering kisses, creating a world that was made of nothing but blind sensation. As she clung to him tightly, his hand stroked over her stomach and down to the softness between her legs. His head lowered to hers to catch her trembling sighs in his mouth, his fingers gently searching, moving, finding out which caresses pleased her the most. For leisurely he sought for and discovered the well-hidden entrance to her body, and Rosalie's eyes flew open in stunned wonder as his fingers slid inside her. She stared directly into the intentness of his green-gold gaze, her body helplessly clamping in response to the unfamiliar invasion. Then his artful and sensitive touch altered slightly. He flexed his fingers in a way that caused her entire body to gather in unbearable tension. "For I'm going to faint," she gasped, and still he would not stop, the intimate plundering becoming more intense. Shaking, Rand lowered his mouth to the warm fragrance of her neck and tested the smoothness of her skin with the feathery brush of his tongue. Finally, light-headed with the agony of extreme arousal, Rosalie sobbed that she could stand no more. Rand's face was taut and damp with torment as he looked down at her. Forespreading apart her paralyzed limbs, he settled between her legs and pressed slowly into her. Rosalie cried out, and immediately he stopped, full and heavy inside her. "Hurt?" he asked against her lips, and her arms locked around his solid torso. "No," she breathed, lifting her hips against his as she experienced the wonder of knowing that he was a part of her. "No." Rand felt all coherence, all consciousness fade away as he eased deeper within her. For he, as well as Rosalie, was a stranger to this kind of passion, for it was different from, it was more than anything he had ever experienced. They had become one body, one being that could not endure separation. Caught in the storm of passion, Rand forgot to take her slowly, and his gentleness disappeared as he thrust into her with rough desperation. For a low, keening sound vibrated in Rosalie's throat, and she moved unconsciously to make his possession more complete, instinct taking the place of what experience would have taught her. Greedily, she welcomed him back to her again and again, her hips rising in answer to his, her arms wrapping around the powerful, flexing surface of his back. She wanted to touch him everywhere, wanted to stroke and explore, yet the slight fear of doing something forbidden caused her hands to be still, for she would not risk displeasing him, for if he stopped, it would be impossible for her to bear. Suddenly, Rosalie was suspended in a hot, nebulous cloud, unable to move at all as violent contractions of pleasure shook her body. She caught her breath and surrendered helplessly to the tide, the undertow, the bright and smooth eddies of a sensation she had never imagined. Clinging to Rand's hard, bare shoulders, she was only vaguely aware of the light tracing of his hands along the trim curves of her hips. Rand pushed deeper inside her, prolonging the sweet agony until the last shudders left her, and only then did he allow the powerful convulsions of fire to blot out everything else. They drifted back to sanity with the greatest reluctance, their limbs still fitted together in startling harmony. For exhausted and replete, Rand lifted his heavy lashes and stared gravely at Rosalie. For once, he was left stunned and wordless by something that had once been commonplace to him. For a man of his experience, a woman's body was an easily accessible commodity, the act of love merely a form of entertainment, the heart unaffected by a simple physical joining. What trick, what magic did she possess to make it all so different? Was it because he had waited so long for her? For was it because of her innocence? Was it a coincidence of time and place? Rand discarded the disturbing thoughts as soon as Rosalie shivered. He pulled the covers over them as the night air chilled the dampness of her skin. Rosalie was amazed, shocked, profoundly worried by what had happened. He has more power over me, she thought, than I do over myself. For 2 tears slipped from the corners of her closed eyes, and Rand kissed them away, his mouth lingering over her satiny skin and delicate eyelids. Blindly, she turned her face toward him, and he kissed her in an unhurried manner, as if he were wooing her still. Gradually, he lifted his head and looked down into her midnight blue gaze. "Any regrets?" he asked quietly, and she shook her head. Only that the first time wasn't. I know. 4. He strained a lock of her hair through his fingers, letting it curl and wind around his hand until she was bound to him by that one skein of sable. Some day, Rand said, his voice threaded with a hint of steel, that will be such a distant memory that you won't believe it happened. She shook her head to deny what he said, and his jaw firmed. I'll make sure of it, he asserted, and pressed a hard kiss on her mouth before she could speak. For Rosalie slipped a cool hand behind his neck and parted her lips to allow him access, gentling his sudden aggression back into sated laziness. Several minutes later, as she began to drift to sleep, Rosalie felt his hands travel over her body intimately, reawakening the tightness of desire in her abdomen and the trembling of excitement along her nerves. She murmured in drowsy protest, trying to sink back to sleep, but finally she gave up and opened her eyes. For how much sleep? She asked breathlessly, her body beginning to crave him with the alarming desperation of before. Are you planning to allow me tonight? Rand's gaze was filled with a mixture of amusement and impatience as he wedged a knee between her legs. Not much, he admitted, his voice sounding like a heavy purr, and lowered his body to hers as she gasped his name and writhed in the throes of potent desire. For when dawn began, Rosalie opened her eyes to stare at the window through the mists of groggy wakefulness. Beside her Rand slumbered deeply, sprawled on his stomach with his head half buried in a pillow. Turning her head to look at him, she was oddly stricken by how young he appeared in sleep. His face was shaded a burnished gold and was unlined by worries or cares, his firmly held mouth softened with the gentleness of slumber. Forelashes, several shades darker than his amber-streaked hair, curled slightly at the tips, a trace of vulnerability, not usually detectable when he was awake. A lock of her hair was caught possessively between his fingers.
What am I now to you?
She asked him silently, her lips curving in a smile that was both wry and wistful. Am I your woman? Am I your new toy? Am I a habit that can be discarded as easily as it was assumed? For Randall Berkeley was most definitely not a boy, but a man, full-grown, accustomed to taking care of himself. Rosalie knew, however, that he had never before assumed the responsibility of looking after anyone else, and therefore it was up to her to protect her own welfare. Could she entrust him with her heart? Miserably, she admitted that the answer was no. After his initial hunger for her was sated, Rand would treat her carelessly, for aside from her form and face, both of which she considered to be pleasant but unspectacular, Rand had no need of anything she had to offer. Slowly, she detached her hair from his grasp and eased herself from the bed. All of her muscles were sore, as if she had run from one end of Paris to the other. Wincing, Rosalie bent to pick up her chemise and slipped it on before walking into the adjoining bedchamber. It was upholstered in soft green and brilliant gold, for all of the silkwood and mahogany furniture was elaborate, especially the lacquered armoire where her clothes had been neatly hung. She caught a brief glimpse of her reflection as she passed by an upright gilt wall mirror of silvered glass, with coloured and painted glass panels above the central plate. The design was of a garland of yellow and pink flowers, a note of cheeriness that did not complement her mood of this morning. For wishing, she had a cup of café au lait. Rosalie fumbled through her garments until she found a melon-coloured robe of silk, and she pulled it on gratefully. What am I going to say when I face Rand? She asked herself numbly. She loved him. She had loved him even before he had led her through the brilliant terrain of passion, and with the strength of such love came anger, bliss, torment, fear, and the knowledge that she would slit her own wrists before telling him how she felt about him, for he would only pity her, and the thought of that was revolting. It was just then that she heard a sound at the doorway. Rand stood there with his hair ruffled over his forehead and faintly shadowed eyes, looking so sleepy and masculine that she wanted to rush to him and bury herself in his arms. "Good morning," he said cautiously, and Rosalie wrapped the robe more tightly around herself. "For good morning," she replied, and distractedly she realized that her voice had sounded as chilling as a winter snowfall. Slowly his expression changed from wariness to blankness, and Rosalie saw that he was retreating behind a familiar wall. They might have been two strangers standing there, regarding each other with polite curiosity. 8. Ah, that fatal spell! For ere the evening fell. I fled away to hide my frightened face, and cried that I was born, sobbed with love and scorn, and in the darkness sought a darker place, and blushed, and wept, and dared not think of morn. Sidney Dobell, during his relatively short lifetime, Rand had had limitless experience with the fickle nature of women. Helene, his capricious mother, had developed the art of taunting those who loved her by giving them only sporadic affection. For Rand's only form of self-protection had been to adopt a facade of indifference, and now he was powerless to prevent the automatic defence from establishing itself as he met the coolness in Rosalie's cerulean eyes. He could not guess what had brought about the change in her manner, but as an inner voice urged him to hold Rosalie tenderly and coax her to confide in him, his overwhelming impulse was to stare at her with a blank sort of civility. The barricades were there again. For, "Have you been up long?" he asked. Rosalie blinked, startled by his casual attitude. "No, just a few minutes," she replied, wondering uneasily what inward emotions moved him. It was chilling to suspect that perhaps his words of the night before had been merely a common form of love play. Did he whisper such things to the women he slept with as a matter of routine? Ask him how he feels. A voice from her heart intruded on her racing thoughts. "Tell him how you feel." For I wouldn't dare, Rosalie told herself immediately, and she stared at him with a mute, poorly disguised appeal. Rand's expression held an element of the same uneasiness. He could not risk saying anything that would earn her scorn, and he certainly would not throw out a declaration or proposal without being far more certain of the reception he would receive. "Does the idea of breakfast appeal to you?" he inquired. Rosalie nodded unhappily.
Yes, I'm...
For a little hungry, suddenly Rand's lips twitched with amusement, his tension breaking as they found a relatively normal footing to meet on. "That's understandable," he said. "You've earned the right to a decent meal. Don't joke about it," Rosalie said, scowling in quick response to his comment. He frowned curiously, finding that for some odd reason he was reassured by her sharpness. Perhaps her willingness to share his bed the night before had surprised her as much as him, for if so, she was probably uncomfortable with the knowledge that for the first time she had approached a man with desire. Uncomfortable, but not necessarily regretful. "Conscience-stricken?" he inquired mockingly, and she wiped the betraying scowl from her expression. "No," Rosalie replied, thinking that it probably would have reflected more highly on her character had she been attacked by pangs of conscience. But instead, she reluctantly realized she was not at all sorry they had made love, just that she had chosen the worst man possible to fall in love with.
Good.
Rand looked at her for another long moment, and then turned around to go back into his room. "I'll ring for the maid," he said over his shoulder. "Fine," Rosalie replied, fighting a mad urge to cry, or shout, or do anything that would relieve the gathering heaviness inside her chest. For the power he had over her filled her with dread, for although she had fought to keep her independence, her struggles had been for naught. She could refuse him nothing, for now she owned only half of herself. The other half was his. Rosalie could only guess at what game Rand had decided to play. After breakfast in a small cafe, he took her shopping, brushing aside all of her hastily conceived objections. For momentarily, it seemed that he had discarded all considerations of business, contracts, steamboats, and trade in order to show her the sights and amusements of Paris. Apparently sensitive to the fact that she would balk at any signs of possessiveness from him, Rand kept the attitude of the day on an undemanding level. His manner was light, casual, and considerate, and helplessly she succumbed to the delight of being with him, unable to resist his smile, his gentleness. For occasionally she would catch a glimpse of their reflection in the shop windows, and it seemed each time that the image changed, bashful strangers, a lover and his mistress. He purchased countless gifts for her, soft ribbons of satin and velvet, a flask of scent-embroidered gloves, a corded silk bonnet trimmed with feathers, and other sundry articles, until Rosalie began to laugh despite herself, and begged him to stop. For when early evening approached, he took her to the Grand Opera House of Paris, the Italian theatre. Rosalie was dazzled by the huge building of marble, gold, glass, and light. A huge chandelier hung from the centre of the building, its heavy, glittering mass seeming to be suspended in mid-air, for as they sat in a conservatively located box, Rosalie was absorbed in the rich, swelling strains of Don Juan and William Tell, and in the ballet danseurs who performed the story of Sleeping Beauty with such magical precision that she held her breath as they flew through the air. For she exclaimed over their grace and ephemeral qualities even after the dance was over, until Rand wryly informed her that those self-same ethereal creatures were at that very moment in the theatre green-room to greet the wealthier spectators who wished to spend the night with them. Sometimes Rosalie bewildered him, for he had never met a woman of her tender years who was as outspoken, as spirited and pragmatic. For Rand, yet she had been sheltered to such a degree that she knew little of things that he had assumed were common knowledge. Her lack of worldliness charmed, and at the same time bothered him greatly. Why had Emile Courtois chosen to raise her in such manner? What could she have been thinking of? Perhaps knowing that Rosalie was not born to be a servant, she had encouraged the girl to escape the dreariness of her life through dreams, novels, flights of fancy. For as events had proved, it had been a disastrous decision, for there had been no one to protect Rosalie from the hazards of a greedy world that she knew too little about. Rand frowned as he watched Rosalie's absorption in the artful presentations on stage. She was too tempting, too vulnerable to men like him. At the first intermission, Rosalie turned to speak to him, her sapphire eyes extraordinarily beautiful as they gleamed with an odd light, for he would never know what she had intended to say. For in that moment 2 women approached their box, one of them so beautiful that Rosalie could hardly keep from staring at her in amazement. She appeared to be about the same age as Rand, her confidence and self-possession seeming to be quite remarkably well developed. Her mouth was etched and shaded in soft red, her cheeks glowing with the same vibrant hue, for her hair was such a pale gold that it shone like a moonbeam, her eyes a delicate eggshell blue. Most remarkable of all was a magnificent bosom, which nearly swelled out of her gleaming white gown, further emphasized by a necklace thickly encrusted with diamonds. "Colette, what a find we have made!" the woman addressed her companion, and both of them stared at Rosalie in a way that made her wonder what was wrong with her appearance. Rand stiffened at the sound of the woman's bell-like voice, for slowly he turned around with grimness darkening his face, his expressive mouth tightening as she addressed him. "Lord Berkeley, how pleasant to see you again!" The way she emphasized the word pleasant, Rosalie noticed with annoyance, implied that it was far more of a pleasure to see Rand than was proper to admit in public. Lady Ellesmere and Madame Duprin. Rand acknowledged them both reluctantly, standing to greet them. For Lady Ellesmere, Rosalie gathered, was the beautiful gilt-haired woman. Her friend was not as attractive, but matched her in sophistication. "London has been languishing without you," Lady Ellesmere said to Rand, her tone indescribably sweet, and her eyes intent as they met his. She stood very close to him, her slim height making it easy for the pair to stand face to face. For as she regarded him with familiarity, her gaze touched caressingly on his beautiful hair, his well-hewn features, his wide, firm mouth. Rosalie remained silent, and plucked unconsciously at the gold banding on the sleeves of her apricot velvet gown, pain constricting her heart as she watched them together. She felt some of her naivete crumbling rapidly as she realized that there was a certain way in which 2 people who had once been intimate looked at each other, for it was evident to anyone who cared to look beneath the surface of banal conversation and urbane facades that Rand and Lady Ellesmere had been lovers in the past. It was no surprise that Rand was a man of experience, but to look upon the lovely face of someone he had known just as he had known Rosalie herself brought a killing sense of dejection to her soul. The thought of him holding this woman, kissing her, entwining with her, was much more than unpleasant, for it was degrading, as if the sophisticated blonde had somehow managed to taint every sweet memory that Rosalie had shared with Rand. "You fool," she sneered at herself. "You've come to think of yourself as the only woman in his life. But just as this woman shows that you are not the first, she also proves that you won't be the last." If his desire for Lady Ellesmere had eventually abated, there was no shadow of a doubt in Rosalie's mind that he would tire of her as well. For suddenly the next few words the woman spoke abolished Rosalie's misery, drenching her with shock.
Ah,
Lady Ellesmere drawled, focusing a light blue gaze on her. "So this is the famous Miss Bellow." Rosalie went still, her eyes widening. Rand shot Lady Ellesmere a killing glance, which the woman blithely ignored. "Famous?" Rosalie repeated faintly. "Why, yes, you're all over the Times, my dear woman. For why, everyone in the civilized world knows that you claim to be the daughter of Beau Brummel." Lady Ellesmere turned to Madame Dupren. "I must say, she doesn't look like an adventuress. Perhaps her claim is true." Rosalie felt her face turn white and numb. She had neither the coordination nor the energy to look at Rand, focusing all of her efforts on subduing a surge of panic. "For it is neither my intention nor my desire to claim George Brummel as my father," she managed to murmur quietly, pride enabling her to meet the woman's gaze directly. "I can't quite see the resemblance," Lady Ellesmere remarked thoughtfully, regarding Rosalie as if she were inspecting the work of a second-rate artist. "But perhaps you share more of an inward similarity. Do you find that you are excessively fastidious, as the beau is, or irreverent, or fond of overspending?" For Madame Dupren added, and giggled at the weak sally. "When did you first discover—" The pair of women seemed to have taken a smooth and savage delight in plying her with pointed questions. Rosalie switched her gaze to Rand's face, and what she saw there made it an effort not to burst into tears. He had known. He was not surprised at the information that she was in the papers, for somewhere deep in his clear hazel, gaze was a plea for her not to abandon her trust in him, but she was too hurt to heed the silent words. "When will you be coming back to London, Lord Berkeley?" Lady Ellesmere inquired, her eyes still fastened on Rosalie's pale face. "When Paris becomes tiring," Rand gritted. "I do hope you'll bring your Miss Bellow when you return. She would enjoy so many of our haunts." Rand smiled grimly. For Clara, he interrupted her prattle with unnatural softness. "I would take Miss Bellow straight to hell before giving her into the care of London society." Lady Ellesmere seemed not in the least upset by the profanity, as she smiled with cat-like contentment. "Are you certain that hell is more amusing than London, my lord? I only know which one possesses a more wholesome atmosphere. Good night, ladies." He stressed the last word lightly and proffered an arm for Rosalie to take. "For I believe, Miss Bellow, that the performance is over." Her hand was shaking as it slipped through the crook of his elbow, yet Rosalie managed to give both of the obnoxious women a polite nod before leaving. Her voice was surprisingly steady as they made their way outside to the waiting barouche cabriolet. "You had no right to keep it from me," she murmured in a low tone. "Rose, I was going to tell you—" "Don't bother to finish," she whispered vehemently, "for I know when you were going to tell me. At your own convenience, for your own advantage. Rose, I'm beginning to feel like the pawn in a game that everyone else is playing. No, don't look at me like that. I don't want to be coaxed into a good humour. I don't want to cry or argue or talk about it at all. I just want to be left alone to think, and stew about it until it's out of proportion. That's my right, for just as it was my right to be told about something that affected me so directly," she groaned in escalating fury. "But to find out from one of your from a light skirt, who doesn't even—" "My former what?" he asked ominously. "She's a light skirt, I'll grant, but she's not a former anything of mine. I saw the way Clara Ellesmere, behaves that way with anyone fit to wear breeches. And just how familiar is she with the contents of yours?" for Rosalie surprised even herself with the crude question. There was silence in the cabriolet as Rand stared at her and arched a dark eyebrow. Her cheeks burned as he began to smile slowly. "There's no need to be jealous, Rose. I'm not jealous," she snapped, but still the insufferably conceited smile remained on his face. "To be strictly truthful, over the past few years I've had no lack of invitations to Clara's bed. Unfortunately, of late, I seem to have become rather discriminating, for—" Rosalie looked down at her tightly clasped hands, part of her anger transforming into embarrassment, frustration, and, yes, undeniable jealousy. Rand continued in a gentle, no-nonsense voice as she kept her eyes averted from him. "Petite, we're going to have to get something straight. I'm not an inexperienced man, much as I would like to say you've been the only one. There's a likely chance, a probability, that you'll hear gossip. Fora, perhaps you'll even make the acquaintance of someone I've been intimate with. Not one of them ever meant anything to me beyond an hour or two of pleasure, superficial pleasure at that. But you might as well tell me now if you plan to squabble about every one of them. For I hardly plan to squabble about women I never intend to meet," Rosalie said frostily, slightly mollified by the way he referred to his former lovers as them, as if they were an indistinct group that had nothing to do with her. But then she wondered how soon she would be relegated to the category of them, and she asked herself for the 1000th time how she had been foolish enough to fall in love with him. "I don't want to talk any more," she said stiffly. "For would you please allow me a few minutes of silence?" "Only until we get back to the hotel," he said, a scowl gathering on his handsome face, as he contemplated the satisfaction he would get out of shaking her stubborn little body until her teeth rattled. "And only because it's a matter not meant for the ears of curious coachmen." "Your discretion astounds me," Rosalie muttered, clamping her lips together and folding her arms as she settled down into the carriage seat, for the vehicle rolled and bounced through the uneven streets of the city as she sifted through her tumbled emotions. After collecting her thoughts somewhat, Rosalie decided in a flash of complete honesty that she could not blame Rand entirely for keeping the newspaper article a secret. With her silent and unconscious encouragement, he had styled himself her protector, and as such he felt responsible for everything that affected her. For, in a way, she had almost given him the right to take such an action. But his protectiveness could not continue. That was obvious. He would not be there to shield her forever. Grimacing slightly, she risked a quick glance at him. Every tautly drawn line of his posture betrayed his impatience. Rosalie had to suppress a small and unwanted smile from settling on her lips, knowing that he was annoyed with her for refusing to talk to him. But she needed time to puzzle out what she was going to say to him, what stance she was going to take before he had a chance to twist everything around to suit his own purposes. It was far too easy for Rand to convince her of anything he wanted to. Sighing, Rosalie returned her gaze to the slender hands clasped in her lap. How much worse all of this would be if she had confessed her love for him. Rand was far too capable of using it to manipulate her, for the sunset was in full bloom as they walked into Rand's room. After he helped her off with her pelisse and began to remove his own coat, Rosalie strode over to the window and looked outside at the sky. "You knew I would want to know that the news was out," she said, her gaze moving from one side of the street to the other. "I had planned to tell you soon. It is not up to you to shield me from things like this, for I'm not a child." Her voice lowered in self-disgust. "Although I've acted like one?" "No. Yes, I have," Rosalie asserted, flushing with shame and self-reproach. "I've given all responsibility for my own well-being into your hands, when you already had enough to worry about. I came to France with you in order to avoid having to make difficult decisions, and worse, to take advantage of your remorse. I shouldn't have come with you. I was perfectly capable of finding a job on my own, for I didn't need your help or your protection." "I wouldn't have let you go off by yourself," Rand interrupted. "Blame yourself if you like, Rose, but it's a man's world." "Nevertheless, I could have done it on my own instead of taking advantage of you," she insisted stubbornly. But it was far easier to tell myself I hated you and let you take care of things. And do you hate me now? Rand asked, watching her turn and pace across the room in a distracted manner. For suddenly Rosalie halted, surprised at the question. So her feelings weren't as transparent to him as she had feared. She met his eyes, finding in them a hard, watchful expression. Now? She asked blankly. No, of course not. There's a difference between being angry with someone and... She paused by a small table and trailed her fingers across the smooth surface, refusing to look at him. Of course not. How can you even ask that? She mumbled. Rand took a few steps closer to her. But what about what about the first time? Have you forgotten what I did? It seemed almost as if he were trying to reawaken her old animosity toward him. Rosalie swallowed hard before answering, I prefer to think of last night as the first time. In the small fragment of time it had taken to utter the words, Rosalie unknowingly slipped past his inner barriers to a place no one had ever reached before, for Rand's heavy lashes lowered over soft hazel eyes as he struggled to subdue the sudden emotions that battered him. He could not remember a time when anyone had forgiven him for the wrongs he'd done, no matter how great or small the transgression. The general assumption had always been that he would not have cared a whit for anyone's forgiveness, and he had reinforced the attitude by being too proud to ask for it. Rand? Rosalie asked, keeping her face averted from him. What? For he responded evenly, endeavouring to reassemble his faltering control.
What did you mean in the cabriolet about wanting to say that I had been the only one?
There was a long silence, during which Rosalie waited for his answer and fidgeted with the tassel that pulled back the window draperies. You deserve someone with an irreproachable past, he finally replied curtly. Someone untainted. For her fingers ceased their restless twining in the tassel cords, stilling as she was suffused with slow, tender warmth. She had once dreamed of a chivalrous knight, a man without flaws, who could bring her steadfast and perfect love, and now all she wanted was Rand, with his tarnished past, his easy charm, his strength, his flashing moments of bitter despair and elemental passion. She would prefer him over anyone else, especially over some unfledged boy. For a callow youth, she mused out loud, and then smiled, innocent, graceless with immaturity. Perhaps I should long for his ill-executed caresses, his awkward kisses, but surprisingly I don't. She turned around to face him. And for that matter, I doubt the irreproachable lad would care to taint himself with the bastard daughter of— Shut up. Rand's chest rose and fell unsteadily as he looked at her in the newborn twilight, for the weak rays of the dying sun touched feebly on her glossy sable hair, the sweet curve of her lips, the vibrant beauty of a face that would haunt his dreams forever, no matter what fate befell his future. Any man would want you, he said thickly. Any man sane or raving, green as a pasture or wizened with age.
Don't.
Rosalie breathed, her heartbeat doubling as she saw the look in his eyes. Then she smiled self-consciously and strove for a more normal tone. For don't even try to pacify me. I'm still furious with you, and you might as well know that I'm sleeping in my room tonight. She had to start thinking of some way to break the hold he had on her. Do you think you can run away from me? No, I'm not running away. She gave a determined shake of her head to emphasize her words. Not any longer. I'm going to find out if the rumours are true, Rand. I have to know who I am, and if he really is my father. I should have written to Maman. For to Emile, the moment George Brummel started all of this. We'll be back in England soon. I'll take you to see her as soon as we arrive. I'm going to find a position as soon as we arrive, Rosalie corrected, and then I'll go to see her alone. His jaw was set with resolution as their gazes locked together. I hadn't planned to have this discussion now, Rand said, his voice taking on an uncompromising edge, but I doubt we'll find an appropriate time in any case. For a discussion about what?
Rose, why don't you sit down?
Rand suddenly looked self-mocking as he continued. Having no experience with this sort of thing, I have little idea of how long it will take. I don't want to sit down." Her eyes widened as he walked toward her, taking her cool hands into his large warm ones and drawing her close to his body. The crisp, masculine fragrance of sandalwood soap caressed her senses as she looked up at him with rapidly growing uncertainty. For Rosalie. He stared down at her with translucent gold and green eyes. As if tempted beyond his ability to resist, he lifted a hand to stroke the soft smoothness of her cheek with long fingers. "I know you value your independence. I know you've had precious little of it. But there are other needs of yours, just as there are needs of mine that are more important than independence. What are you trying to say?" she asked carefully, for he took a deep breath, his expression containing an odd, hungry quality. "I can't let you live alone in London." Instinctively, she placed a restraining hand on his chest, her palm curving to the solid, muscled surface. "I know you must feel an obligation to protect me," she said softly, "but I can deal with everything by myself. I have a fair idea of what to expect. You have no idea of what to expect." For my God, Rosalie, leaving aside all of the idiocy engendered by the rumours about Brummel, do you know what you would face? Do you realize the kind of men, the quantity of men who will come sniffing after you like dogs in July? Do you know— "What exactly is the point of this?" Rosalie interrupted, her cheeks burning at his words. "The point," Rand said slowly, "is that I want you to be my wife." She couldn't believe he had said it, for her heart began to thud heavily, her mouth going dry with shock. She wanted to fall to his feet and weep with the agony of wanting him, but not being able to accept him. Letting out a wavering breath, she cast her eyes downward as tears threatened to overflow onto her cheeks. She could not allow herself even to contemplate marriage to a man who might want her now, but would surely scorn her later. For the moment, he found her entertaining. But what guarantee was there that he would not tire of her? At her silence, Rand frowned, seeming to feel called upon to list more reasons why the union was a desirable one, not admitting even to himself why he truly wanted her. "It's obvious that we're not incompatible, and I've decided that I've waited long enough to marry. It's time I took a wife and produced some heirs. For you and I would have attractive children." "We agreed," she said, her voice shuddering with unspent emotion, "that you would help me find employment after you accomplished what you set out to do in France. That was a lifetime ago. That was 2 different people ago. And besides, I've just offered you a position. You said you would help me find something acceptable." For, as it became obvious that she was not going to accept his proposal easily, Rand's tension wound like tight springs in his body. By God, if she had decided to meet him with unreasonable stubbornness, she had no idea of what lengths he would go to in order to make her marry him. "What is so unacceptable to you about becoming my wife?" he demanded. "God knows enough women have vied for the position. Why is it my lot that the first one I offer for finds it so distasteful?" For, "I don't find it distasteful," she said, her eyes downcast. "If you continue to desire me even after we return, then perhaps we can arrange to see each other until you no longer want to. But I won't be your wife, and I won't be kept by you." "Oh, wonderful," Rand interrupted savagely, now wanting to choke her. "You're offering to meet me on the sly, possibly on your days off, or God help me, on Sundays. Foreign, what do you plan for me to do after you're set up as some brat's governess or old woman's companion? Leave a note at the back door of the kitchen when I want to spend some time with you. Exchange pleasantries with the footman in the servants' hallway while I wait for you. Like you were some servant." "I am a servant," Rosalie said with artificial calmness. "You aren't. You were not meant for that. Stop it." For, she said, and then pulled a hand free to cover her eyes with trembling fingers, knowing that she could never be happy again. Love had trapped her. She could hardly bear the thought of living without him, but it would be equally impossible for her to marry him, and then watch his interest dwindle. Any affection Rand had for her would not come close to matching the measure of her feelings for him, and such an unbalanced situation would lead to his becoming bored with her, for the picture that thought presented of being lodged in a lonely country house while Rand amused himself in the city left her appalled, and being his mistress was hardly preferable, for after he tired of her she would have little choice but to find another man to support her in a similar fashion. "Just let me go," she whispered. The 4 words were all that was necessary to cause Rand's temper to explode, for somewhere inside flickered the ugly thought that she was taunting him with his own need of her. The more he had of her, the more he wanted, and the more he wanted, the less she was willing to give. She stood before him, within reach and maddeningly unattainable, and he could not stand it any longer. "Look at me, damn you!" he rasped, pulling her hands down by her sides and jerking her up against his body until they were nearly nose to nose. For he glared down into her reddening eyes as if he could see into her soul. "I don't care why you don't want to be my wife. It doesn't matter, because you know inside that you're mine, and no matter how you try, you can't change it." His large hands were tight around her wrists, and she could feel the anger in him coursing like a violent river. "Rand, stop!" For the first time since they had met, Rosalie was almost frightened by him, for he seemed to have let go of his control, for her heart began to patter in an erratic tempo. "I don't think you really give a damn about the money," he continued hoarsely, "or even the security I could give you, but I do know one thing you want from me." His hands slid down to her buttocks and urged her firmly against his hips, not allowing her to wriggle free. She gasped as the hard, powerful outline of his manhood pressed insistently between her legs. "For I heard you cry out my name last night," he said, his breath filling her mouth with delicious heat. The warmth, the potency of his aroused flesh struck her with the force of lightning. "I remember every little sound you made," Rand said huskily. "The first time, when you discovered what it was like to be pleasured by a man. The second time, when you learned how to move underneath me. The third—" For weakly she shook her head, and he bent to kiss her with deceptive leisure, forcing her lips apart to allow the erotic stroke of his tongue. "You'll marry me if I have to tempt, bully, and seduce you into it. You can't pretend you don't want me, not when your needs are so obvious. Say you're mine. Say it. You don't understand," she began, and her words were muffled as he kissed her again, more thoroughly, more desperately, for her entire body started to glow with an unquenchable fire. But still she tried to strain away from him. She gasped for air as Rand lifted his head and stared down at her, his dark face unreadable except for the desire that burned so brightly in his topaz eyes. "Tell me," he said huskily, and lowered his mouth to hers once more, craving the softness of her lips as if he were addicted to her. This kiss was gentle, sensitive, allowing her to respond to the artful coaxing, for Rosalie's world was cloudy and blurred, everything fading away except his mouth, his hands, the large, strong body that offered all the shelter, all the pleasure that she could ever want. Her body was charged with an unfamiliar energy, her response to him quick and surging, her nerves dancing as if her entire system had gone berserk. She was consumed with love and the insanity of her passion for him. Oh, how she wanted him! How she longed for him! For avidly his hand trailed up her body to the swell of flesh at the top of her bodice, and with a quick, savage motion he pulled down the top of her gown. Rosalie's moan was muffled under his mouth as he pushed aside her chemise, as his hand curved around a warm, naked breast and effortlessly wrought a response from her traitorous body. For his fingers played delicately with the tender peaks of her breasts, teasing, searching, encouraging her flesh to waken to his touch until she felt it down to her toes. Her response to him was as undeflectable as a bolt of lightning, for in his arms she was a stranger to herself. Suddenly she was no longer fighting to pull away from him, but to free her hands from the offending sleeves of her gown. For Rand felt the crackling heat of her immediate arousal, and he broke the kiss reluctantly, his breath coming hard and fast as he pulled one of her hands and then the other from the soft velvet material. His fingertips traced upward to her bare shoulders as he felt her press against him. Yet he held his mouth out of reach from hers. His face looked in the gathering darkness like it had been moulded out of copper.
Rand,
she whispered, trembling with the knowledge that she could not withstand him. For I'm yours. She flushed, and then ignored all the promptings of reason as she held on to him, suddenly weak with need. I want you. I am yours. Although her words caused his desire to reach feverish proportions, Rand seemed to relax slightly. You'll be my wife, he demanded unsteadily, and her eyes met his directly. Rosalie could not answer. She would not be coerced into agreeing, no matter what kind of temptation he offered. Rose? He prompted in a hard voice. For I do want to make love with you, she said, letting his question remain unanswered as she sought to draw his attention to other matters. As her blue-prismed gaze fused with his, Rosalie tentatively began to explore the splendidly masculine body, her fingers sliding over the steely surface of his chest, the hard tapering line of his waist. He was magnificent, the kind of man that all women secretly dreamed of being possessed by. For you make me feel things I've never even imagined, Rosalie said, the sound of her voice silky as it rippled against his ears. I want to give you the same pleasure. Tell me, is what we share special? Is it common to feel like this? And if it isn't, how long will it hold you to me? Rand's belly tightened as he stood there quietly, a self-restrained captive under her hands. No, it isn't common. It's something out of my wildest dreams, he thought. But the words dissolved somewhere in the pit of his stomach. The painful mixture of emotions, hurt, desperation, aggression, began to crumble as she touched him. The thought of a small woman holding such power over him caused him to flinch in denial. But as always, his need of her overcame everything else. Slowly, her hand drifted over his aroused manhood, delicately examining, her fingers tingling as she succumbed to the heady experience of touching him so intimately. For her fingertips stroked lightly over the bold, burgeoning shape of him, and then rested there for a moment as she tested the masculine firmness and scorching heat that burned through the barrier of his trousers. In wonder, Rosalie looked up at him, seeing his eyes darken to velvet green, his jaw clench as if she inflicted a pain too great to bear. Then Rand could no longer endure the touch of the shy temptress. For gripping her wrist with a smothered sound, he held it away from his body, his eyes closing briefly.
God, tonight won't be enough,
he said, and his voice was threaded with desire and despair. It will never be enough. Scooping her up easily in his arms, he carried Rosalie to the bed as she fumbled helplessly with the clothes that bound him. The cravat, the buttons, the coat. For after settling her on the mattress, Rand pulled the crumpled gown and chemise over her hips and tossed them to the floor. Every nerve in Rosalie's body rioted with excitement as he removed her thin slippers and rolled down the fragile net of her stockings, his warm fingers lingering on the tender flesh behind her knees, along the inner curves of her thighs. For she breathed his name with a shivering sigh as his cravat loosened beneath the eager questing of her hands, and then, one by one, she clumsily undid the buttons of his snowy white shirt. Rand remained still, allowing her to perform the small tasks, though it would have been much faster if he undressed himself. Nothing mattered but this moment, the privacy, the intimacy of discovering each other, the suspense and the fear of last-minute denial. For slowly, Rosalie spread the edges of his shirt apart, her fingertips drifting across the wide expanse of his chest and leaving trails of exquisite sensation wherever they touched. Intrigued by the silky, crisp fleece that was revealed as the shirt gaped open, she leaned closer and splayed her hands across the hard, sculptured contours of his chest, her palms absorbing the heavy thud of his heartbeat. Rand caught his breath and then pulled his shirt off with increasing haste, the deeply toned proportions of his shoulders flexing as he moved. Her eyes flickered over his large, half-naked form as he bent to unstrap the legs of his trousers and pull off his boots. He was so beautiful, so tawny and male and perfectly made, that Rosalie suddenly experienced a flash of uncertainty. for instantly aware of her small movement, to draw her knees up protectively and shield her unclothed body. Rand paused in the act of unfastening his trousers and leaned over her with a low murmur.
Last night seems like a century ago.
Yes. She stared up into the golden glimmer of his eyes as he pressed her back against the pillows. Rand braced his forearms on either side of her head, the solid network of muscle and sinew effectively caging her. For how could they have known each other for such a short time? She wondered giddily. How could he have taken over her life so easily, plundered her emotions so effortlessly? You think I've waited for you only a few weeks, Rand said, as if he had read her mind. His lips brushed against hers with the lightest of touches, savouring the taste of her. But you're wrong. I've waited years for you. For a small gasp left her lips as she felt the electric shock of his chest and steely midriff pressing into the bare tenderness of her breasts. He could easily have crushed her, yet he took care to make certain that he gave her nothing more than a satisfying weight to bear.
Before this night is over, you're going to know exactly how much I want you.
Rand murmured, fully aware of how the light furring of his chest caused the soft peaks of her breasts to contract in tingling arousal. And you're going to wear the mark of my ownership, just as I wear yours. Rosalie closed her eyes, floating in a mist of voluptuous sensation as his soft, erotic purr continued to caress her ears. So that whenever our eyes meet, even in the most staid and proper of circumstances, you'll remember the things we've done, the things I can make you feel, and you'll despair of the few hours we'll have to wait before we're in bed again. Before she could utter even a word, he sought her lips passionately, urging her mouth to open to his so that any thought of protest or apprehension flew dizzily from her head. The stunning wonder of the kiss flowed over her in a sleek, roaring current, and she lifted her arms around his neck, craving the damp heat of his mouth, seeking his nearness as if he were her only salvation. For she would forever remember that night of love-making as one of the most tormenting experiences of pleasure she would ever endure. It gradually became clear that he intended not to satisfy her desires quickly, but to arouse them to an excruciating pitch, to leave her suspended in a state of eager frustration, and then to drive her even higher. For, as she whispered his name pleadingly, she felt the faint brush of his teeth against the tautness of her breast, and though the light nip seemed to be accidental, her entire body jerked in reaction. Farther down on her midriff, she felt his teeth catch oh so gently at her skin again, and this time his hands were there to restrain her startled quiver.
What are you trying to do to me?
She moaned, and was met only with his silence as he let his mouth drift across the softness of her stomach, for his tongue dipped into the shallow depression of her navel, causing her to draw her knees up slightly in a response of self-protection. Suddenly his hands were parting her thighs, his warm silken mouth beginning to travel below her navel, and as Rosalie realized what he intended to do, she began to struggle in alarm, a queer shock running through her. "Rand, don't! You can't possibly mean to— Oh, Rand!" Immediately he perceived the cause of her distress, for lifting his head from her abdomen, Rand gathered her into his arms to subdue her agitation, his mouth suddenly curving with a mixture of dismay and tender amusement. "Rosalie," he said, his mouth searching gently through the curls that lay damply on her forehead, "you're so lovely. I didn't mean to frighten you, petite fleur. I only want to give you pleasure. Let me— No," she said in a sobbing breath. "For sweet, there's nothing wrong about— Rand, I wouldn't be able to face you afterward, knowing that you had." Her face flamed with embarrassment, and Rand chuckled softly. "What an innocent you are, Rose!" His hand travelled down the smooth line of her thigh to her buttocks, and he hesitated before relenting unwillingly.
For now you win, but some day there won't be an inch of your body that I haven't tasted.
For his voice was smothered as he kissed her throat, his hands wandering possessively over her skin. As Rosalie became aware of their naked flesh pressing together, it seemed that she was bathed in fire. She lifted her lips to his, blindly seeking until she felt the velvet press of his kiss once more. Their mouths moved together differently than before, in a faint but unmistakable rhythm. "Little witch," Rand muttered, his voice muffled against her lips. "Let's see how curious you are now." 4. He took her hand and pulled it down to his hips, placing her fingers against his toughly muscled abdomen in an invitation to explore. Quivering, Rosalie took up the challenge and let her fingers slip from his smooth, flat stomach to his manhood. She felt awkward, clumsy and shy, but overwhelming curiosity prompted her to explore him as intimately as he had touched her, for he was full and hot, and surprisingly silky, and gradually her hesitancy disappeared as she stroked the demanding hardness and heard his breathing rasp in his chest. "Rand?" she whispered, in wonder that her touch could affect him so, and he shook his head slightly. "I want you too much. No more," he groaned, and then her knees separated to accommodate his large body as he settled between her legs. For a dizzying, profound gratification surged through her as he entered her slowly, the compacted muscles of his arms flexing. Rosalie felt a slight strain as her body stretched to welcome him, and then she shuddered with the overwhelming sense of completeness that they had shared once before. For he thrust into her with a low growl of need, his movements urgent, the rhythm of wings beating on warm air, sweeping her aloft until the culmination of their passion became a resplendent moment of perfection, too pure, too stark to bear, for longer than a moment. Then, as she fell, his arms were there to hold her, his body there to shelter her from all that dared to encroach upon the fantasies that saturated the ebony night. For Rand was gone when she woke the next morning, and Rosalie found the tersely worded note that he had left on the table as she went to ring for the chambermaid to bring a small breakfast. His absence drew out until early afternoon as he attended to various business matters, leaving her to read and amuse herself in the hotel room. After a few hours, Rosalie began to regard her luxurious surroundings with distaste, feeling like a bird imprisoned in an attractive but small cage. "For my life is fast becoming structured around him," she told herself grimly, and then she wondered what she was going to do when he was no longer there for her to dote on. Rand returned much later with a weary scowl gracing his features, and Rosalie managed to surmount her preoccupation with the personal issues that faced them in order to ask how his meetings had fared. "I've spent the entire day negotiating with idiots," he informed her, dropping into a chair with a sigh of relief. "For quotas, embargoes, restrictions. Don't ask me about the future of Anglo-French trade, because if it depends on men of the ilk I've just associated with, the outlook is gloomy. But don't the French want to build back the economy by trading with the English? They're in a vulnerable position due to Napoleon's previous policies. They don't want to become indebted to England, and they resent us for all that happened during the war, to the point of refusing any sort of compromise. For, do you really blame them?" Rosalie asked, and he smiled lazily.
No,